The year is 20s in Seoul, South Korea. Today was just supposed to be another day, with every person lost in their own world, mindlessly going from point A to point B. An ordinary day that was no different from any other day before. People were so naive and held the notion that the peace they thought they had would last forever. But even the remote idea of peace would be put to the test one fateful day. The day normalcy was shattered because of the appearance of what people now call dungeons. The most apparent and terrifying rift in space appeared in the middle of a crowded city where the population and foot traffic were at its peak. At that point in time, no human had any idea of what they were seeing, what was about to happen, and how different their lives would be from now on. It just came out of nowhere. A historically altering event that changed the course of humanity's trajectory. What came out of the dimensional rifts were monsters beyond human comprehension at that time. Muscular bodies, demonic horns, and eyes exploding with aggression. A countless number of monsters poured out of that dungeon. They did not waste a single second, and immediately went after the people on the streets for some ungodly reasons. That was the day forces out of this world cornered humanity in fear. In a state of frenzied panic, the situation quickly devolved to a scenario where every man or woman was just thinking for themselves. Without the help of fellow humans, anyone would just be sitting ducks against this new fearsome force that just tore the fabric of space in the middle of a random street on a random day. The orc-like muscular monster raised its battle axe with vitriol, aiming for the poor woman who just happened to trip and fall. But it's not like everything was bleak and hopeless at this bizarre point in time. What came with the despair of the unknown horrors was hope from within. The merciless monster was swallowed by a bright light as a clean swing from a magical sword of a heroic figure took the beast down. They are humanity's hope in this world where every second of your life is under threat from unknown forces. The entities called hunters provide aid through the subjugation of any foreign enemies that dare to encroach on humanity's space. Boasting different abilities and masteries, they are the world's first and final line of defense. To these hunters, killing monsters is not all altruism and charity. There are resources that appear when you kill whatever creature a dimensional rift spews out. So, instead of threatening humanity's very existence, they manage to turn the emergence of other worlds to make humanity prosper even more. Equipped with power that defies common sense and the physical limitations of the old world, the world of the hunters began. As for our story's protagonist, well, he's not exactly in a good spot. Today, he has to run this errand with the Hunter Association Registration Office, where, just like every other bureaucratic office, you have to get a number and wait until your number is called up. The woman at the other side of the desk was looking at the details in his paperwork, and she could not believe that someone like our man could exist. He possesses the rare labor class. His name is Jiha, and you had better remember that. The office worker continued to inquire about any skills or traits that the man might have gotten through awakening. He just smiled as if this question had been asked about him 1,000 times now. Jiha gave a wry smile and an awkward little laugh as he admitted that he did not possess any skills or traits at all. The heart of the city is a sprawling metropolis of massive conglomerates and organizations. Within a quaint corner of this metropolitan area was a small business with a potion bottle for a logo. It is the Seoul Sector 7 Hunter Store. A young lady and what looked to be her dad entered the store to see and possibly buy some of the wares. Jiha owns and manages this small hunter store business by himself. The dad was just looking to get some potions, but the young lady with him just smiled and pointed right at the owner. She came up to Jiha carelessly to ask if he really was that man who got the rare labor class. He's been asked this question many times, but it doesn't get any easier or less awkward to answer every time. The labor class is rare for reasons that are far from good. The young lady asked if it really is true that Jiha doesn't have any skills, essentially making it impossible for him to hunt. Customer Dad just quickly gathered the potions they need and apologized for the young lady's straightforward words without reading the room. Jiha assured the man that it's okay. He has gotten quite used to this type of thing now. Besides, the young lady did not say anything wrong either. As he scans the potions on the counter, he admits that he really does lack any special skill, unlike most people. He doesn't even hunt and just gathers resources at the back from time to time. The young lady was still fascinated by the fact that such a man exists in this world. The dad lectured the young lady to stop asking such awkward questions and wasting time. But she also has a point that there is nothing wrong with being a little curious, especially in such a bizarre case. Just out front in the service road, it looks like the full swing of the city's armed forces and law enforcement squads are being deployed to an area in need of urgent assistance. Watching this sight from the storefront's window, the young lady reckons that there must be like a rank 3 dungeon that just opened somewhere if the defense forces are bringing in the panzers. There are also ambulances mixed among them. It's best to avoid where these aids are going. That already goes without saying, as these two customers do not even remotely have enough skill to entertain the thought of going to such a high-level dungeon. Jiha watched as the customers bickered while watching the flow of endless forces going to a rank 3 dungeon. A few moments later, he respectfully sent the customers off in their own way. The two were still bickering non-stop. Jiha knows that there would be a lot of resources in a place like a rank 3 dungeon. Abundant treasures that he will probably never get his hands on, as it's impossible for the armed forces to even contact him for it. It has been 5 years since he has been awakened out of nowhere. On that special day, he got a unique class called Laborer, but it's hardly anything to be happy with. Looking at his Grand Hunter profile, it is evident that he did not get any skills or traits. He could not even dream of going inside a dungeon with other hunters to kill monsters. His stats were the definition of normal. He had already grappled with that fact, but instead of feeling bad for himself, he decided to be at the rear of hunts. After a company or guild swiped a dungeon, Jiha would sneak in and pick up the leftovers, however much there is, and sell it for a profit. Well, nobody really recognizes the work he puts in. With that gig and owning the hunting store to peddle his wares, he makes a decent enough living to support his true passion. His love for reading old books, any old book that he could get his hands on. For Jiha, nothing beats cracking open an ancient account of the past, no matter what it is about. The little store does not get too busy in the middle of the day, so he gets plenty of time to peacefully read his old books. Today has been running quite long though, so long to the point that he's starting to yawn and become sleepy. The difficulty of his chosen literature for today might also be playing a part. He's an enthusiast, but the green book is still giving him a hard time. His eyes glossed over the pages until he could not bear the weight of his eyelids anymore. It's nap time for Mr. Labor Class. He finally passed out on top of the book that he was trying to decipher. The open page that he stopped at had this massive illustration of what looks like a magical tree. Collecting and reading old books is quite a chore for some, but there is a non-zero chance that it could lead to something extraordinary. The page that Jiha paused at started emanating an energy full of vitality. That illustrious energy was quickly starting to converge on the realistic illustration. Jiha was in his study at the hunter store, peacefully taking a midday nap 1 second ago, only to get transported to a mysterious plane as a piece of leaf hits his forehead. When he finally gained consciousness, panic and countless questions immediately flooded inside his head. He was now sitting in the middle of a mysterious jungle. After composing himself, at least a little bit, he started racking his brain to find out where he was. There doesn't seem to be any apparent landmark that he could observe, as the whole forest is covered with foliage and an encroaching thick fog. He tried pinching himself as hard as he could, and the pain proved that this is definitely not a dream. Another possibility would be that he is under an illusion. So he just decided to at least just check on his status window. Everything was pretty much normal in his status window. There is nothing special, just a unique class and a whole bunch of numbers that scream mediocrity. Now that he had calmed down for a minute, he noticed another eerie trait that this weird forest has. For how big and rich in vegetation it is, Jiha cannot hear any animal sounds. It was dreadfully silent in the middle of these woods. He can't really make sense of anything visually too, since the fog throughout the area is so thick. What he can see clearly now with his limited vision are some twigs with a fruit that looks like it was hit by a storm. With his rich experience in handling ingredients for his shop, he has never seen any fruit that looks quite like the one he's looking at now. The status window system listed it down as a level 1 ether herb. It makes the ether consumption of all skills into 0 for 10 seconds when consumed. Jiha has never heard of a plant called ether herb before, but he just could not believe its description. That effect was just way too absurd. No matter how you spin it, 0 consumption of ether for 10 seconds is way too amazing for an herb. To put it into context, let's try to understand what ether is in this world. Awakened hunters need this ether no matter what in order to use a skill. It is somehow like a fuel that runs the mighty hunters. You must also take note that the amount of ether that's going to be used depends on the strength of the skill. That is what makes this mysterious herb so amazing. It basically gives you 10 seconds of unrestrained fighting window where anything goes. If Jiha could take at least some liquid from this herb, he would be able to study its effects closely. It is a shame that he didn't bring a bottle with him in this impromptu adventure to an unfamiliar place. While he was thinking of that wasted opportunity to learn more, he noticed something else not far from where the herbs were. There are lively leaves on a tree that seems to be wrecked by something unknown. It was a very unnatural sight. Those leaves might really die if he just leaves them like that. So, in this unfamiliar land, he still decided to do the kind thing and help the leaves to survive. He transferred the fledgling plant where it could start establishing new and stronger roots, and even gave it a kickstart with splashes of water. It was a good thing that there is water nearby that he could use to increase the chances of keeping the plant alive. Jiha's hands were full of dirt, and even just moving a tiny plant has tired him out. But the smile on his face is far from worn out. It was genuine. Out of nowhere, the system notified him that he has gained Plant Amiability Level 1 after obtaining Plant Friendly, a Level 1 skill. He also gained the Blessing of Someone, or something just marked as XXX. Blessing of XXX is a Level 1 trait. These notices came out of nowhere and shocked Jiha to the bone. After 5 years of being nothing in the awakening department, he suddenly gained a skill and a trait in one go when all he did was plant a twig back into the land. Little did he know that the tiny twig he helped had already started taking root on the ground below at an unprecedented level. It is safe to say that this is not your run-of-the-mill twig. The plant was digging deeper into the land, absorbing that lush and bright energy contained below. Jiha watched as the old tree where he cut the twig off started dematerializing into thin air as its smaller piece develops into something special in a span of a few seconds. He would call what's happening in front of him impossible, but to see is to believe. Jiha was stuck staring at the incredulous and magical moment until he was finally transported back to his office. The trees around him were replaced with his rich collection of old books. He was back to where he was supposed to be, and he had not even had the time to completely process what happened in those mysterious foggy woods. He reckons that it might just be a hyper-realistic dream. He was about to wipe the sleep away from his eyes, but he's still wrestling with the fact that it just felt too vivid to be called a dream. Jiha felt a rough and cold sensation when he brought his hands in to wipe his eyes. There's dirt in his hands and clothes. This just further supported the idea that what he went through was not a dream after all. There is something about the ancient book that he's currently researching, something truly special. To think that his hands would be covered in dirt all over when he was just sleeping soundly in his office is an absurd thought. Of course, there is also the possibility that he may be unknowingly suffering from sleepwalking. But he was certain that the door was locked and there is no place with dirt around where he's sitting. Going by the logic of his first trip to the mysterious forest, he might just be able to go to that forest again if he falls asleep. When you have an idea and you want to see if it works, there's only one other thing to do. Test it out. The first chance that he could get, Jiha did just that. By the looks of the converging energy in the middle of the woods, it looks as though it is a success. As expected, he was transported to the exact same place as earlier. It might take a little while to get used to, but at least he has established that this place is for real. It was the exact same place, but there are tiny changes here and there. Right now, it looks like it got wider than it did earlier. It seems like the fog has started clearing up a bit too. Going by what he knows, this might be a special dungeon that he could enter in his sleep. He has never heard nor read anything about such a place. As he was trying to take in as much information he could glean from the surroundings, he noticed something about the barren trees surrounding the twig that he tried reviving. Now, it looks like juicy golden fruit has sprouted. It is a level 1 solar apple. Its effect dictates that when combined with a health potion, the healing amount increases by 20% and its duration decreases to 80%. Unlike the ether herb, Jiha knows about these so-called solar apples. He knows that it's hard to find these things even in the deadly high-ranked dungeons. The 20% boost in healing that it provides is way too good. As an owner of a small hunting shop, he knows that health potion is the most commonly used item in dungeons. But the over-the-counter healing potions available to the public are small in quantity and only heal a maximum of 10% of maximum health. With the solar apple's effect, on top of 20% healing buff, it even quickens the process by a ton. On top of that, there isn't only 1, 2 or 3 of these rare treasures. The once barren trees as far as the eye can see were teeming with ripe solar apples waiting to be harvested. Jiha's mind reeled. If he can take the solar apples and ether herbs out of this place, he thinks that he'll be able to make a potion with incredible effects. He still feels weird about it, but he tried to convince himself that it should be fine to take 1 or 2 out by putting them inside his clothes. Just as he was thinking about that, a sack pouch suddenly fell down from the sky, hitting him in the face. It was not an ordinary sack pouch at all. It is a valuable dimensional pouch that can store materials in a limited independent space. As he was observing the dimensional pouch and wondering if he can put things from the store in this thing, he noticed that there are already a few bottles stored inside. He was just thinking of how he could take a few of the treasures from this place only for the sky to provide him with a solution. He could only laugh awkwardly at the scary thought of something listening to him from above. Anyways, he has gotten everything he needs. It's time to test and see if he can harvest the precious treasures in this place or not. The very next day, let's turn our story to the famous hunter specialty chain store in District 7 of Seoul known as the Hunting Ground. Inside, customers have lined up early in the day to buy some hunting supplies. The store was so popular that the buyers are pushing each other around to get in front of the line. The hunter wearing heavy armor at the start of the line was furious to be notified that there were no more paralysis resistance potions left, while the attendants of the store tearfully apologized for the inconvenience as they had run out of stock, and it would take an hour for the refill. For the busy high-profile hunters, this type of delay is nuts. Some had already ordered their assistants to contact other businesses since the time frame for entering dungeons is quite limited. But every big hunting supply business is also in a big time of shortage. While everyone was whining and complaining about how they will be late for their hunts, someone entered the room and all eyes turned to that person. Dark hair, beautiful place, top-tier armor, sharp disposition, and a fearsome blade. She is Seo Hyejin, also known as the Sword Witch. She skipped the long line of complaining customers and directly asked the attendant to please call the manager. No one dared to complain that she did not line up from the back. For some of them, this is their first time seeing a hunter of such degree as Seo Hyejin in person. She is dressed by rare class artifacts no lower than items looted from Tier 4 dungeons. The sword, which is 12th in the current hunter ranking, so it's understandable why she has top-notch gear. The manager has finally showed up to personally welcome the sword witch while stuttering. He had no idea that such a renowned figure in the hunting world would come to the store personally. But they have forced her hand because they've been dodging her calls about the potions that she ordered in advance. The manager apologized for having a lot of previous bookings, so the potions that Seo Hyejin needs are still unavailable at the moment. Someone of her stature could not afford to waste time waiting for potions though. She is under time constraints right now. In 30 minutes, she will be challenging a dungeon. The sword witch just ignored the incompetent manager and pulled out her phone to check on nearby hunter shops. Even just general stores would be fine. In a small Sector 7 hunter store, Jiha has successfully harvested some ingredients from the mysterious forest to do some experiments. He used purified water, Undyne's tears, and ether herb liquid. That should be a pretty compact list. With the main potion brewed in just the right way, putting in the solar apple concentrate and mixing it a little bit should complete the experiment. As he was waiting and observing what the result would be, the system sent him another notification that due to XXX's blessing, a great success verdict has been applied to the concoction. He has also unlocked the first level of the sought-after skill of alchemy. The final product came out as a level 1 special potion. Upon use, all skill ether consumption becomes 0 for the next 14 seconds while recovering 14% of maximum health in just a span of 15 seconds. Jiha already expected that the effects would be good, but not this good. Even self-proclaimed alchemists don't have the alchemy skill, so unlocking it in one experimentation run is quite a shock. As he mixes the solution around to observe how unbelievably pure it is, he could not help but wonder what in the world is the blessing of XXX for him to get results that are this good. Before that, he has to think if it would be alright to sell this potion. He knows that the potion has an outstanding effect, but he doesn't know how much to charge for it. It could also be a hard sell to the customers, as the description sounds too good to be true on paper. It would be reasonable to think that no one would believe him if he just casually listed off what this potion can do. So, he steeled his resolve to not sell the thing and check out its effects on himself first. At that exact same moment, the sword witch entered his humble hunting store. He wore his usual customer service smile and asked the elegantly armored woman how he could be of service with his experimental special potion sitting at the counter. She moved as fast as lightning, going from the entrance to the counter in a split second, while desperately asking for potions as she was running out of time. The sword witch finally noticed the fizzy concoction sitting on the counter begging to be taken. Seo Hyejin confirmed if the contents of the bottle was a health potion, and Jiha did say that it is, but before he could explain further, the sword witch chose to cut him off. When asked what the effects it has, he wanted to keep insisting the mixture is still not for sale. She heard all that and just apologized. She had no more time to discuss the specifics. So, if it's a health potion and there's nothing wrong with it, she'll just take it anyway. The sword witch just threw a pile of cash on him and told Jiha to contact her guild in case the compensation was not enough while she takes her hurried leave. She came as fast as she went. She disappeared in an instant with the speed of a real top-ranked hunter. Jiha was still worried how this situation will turn out, but the sword witch should be fine, right? Let's see if that'll be the case. Let's follow the sword witch in her adventure inside a dungeon. It looks like today would be quite an easy excursion. She did not even pull her blade out and just casted a spell that produced swords made of energy to one-shot some monsters that dared to stand on her way. She deals with monsters as if these powerful creatures were just an afterthought and she's aiming for something else. Her other party members only serve as the designated looters for the fallen monsters that she did not have the time to carve for materials. As expected of the rank 12 hunter, the other two's job is nice and comfortable, but they still feel a little scummy. It's like they were being carried without having the chance to hone their own skills. The older looter has long since given up on working on his own game to not bother the Sword Witch. He's already accepted that his job is to quietly gather resources while she wreaks havoc. This older looter has been with the Sword Witch for a while now, and the old Seo Hyejin was different. She would let the lesser talented members participate in fights, but ever since one particular incident, she's changed to a complete solo play hunter. Newbies must not know about that incident since it's been a while. As the older looter was about to explain, they heard the Sword Witch's panicked voice telling them to run away. At first, they were not able to see the reason behind the urgency, but when they did, they looked frozen in fear. Standing up front, emanating a domineering aura, was a manstalker, an aversion-level monster the size of an armored car. It is not only physically imposing, it also uses extreme poison as a weapon. An aversion-level monster that only appears in grade 4 or higher dungeons shouldn't be in this place at all. Failure to escape would only mean certain death. The Sword Witch immediately rushed in with her blade spell, while insisting once again that the two should run as far and fast as humanly possible. Her speed was no joke. Every step propels her deeper into the monster's strike zone. But she was rushing in with all of her magical blades primed and ready to stab the manstalker all at once. She finally took out her ultimate weapon, a massive great sword shining with blue light. The full-powered slash was easily blocked though. The manstalker's nasty naked hand pincer turned out to be tougher than initially thought. It could actually contend with her great sword. With the body of a human, demon, scorpion hybrid, it excels in both speed and strength, making the manstalker a fitting name. In hopes of wounding the Sword Witch, the monster mowed down a decent chunk of the dungeon's forest. Even Seo Hyejin must admit that this creature might just be too damn strong for her. Just running away from those sharp attacks has worn her out considerably. Even her ether is almost completely consumed now. The only thing she could think about was that she only had enough in the tank to buy enough time for the others to run away. At times like this, she gets reminded of that incident that changed her. If her Seunggyuk Appa was here, things would be going a lot differently. But she must push on. She knows that Seunggyuk is not around anymore, that things must change, and she must rely on herself. She took the potion she hurriedly bought at some tiny general store in the city and popped its cork. Looking at its contents, she was determined to only believe in herself from now on. While she's at it, she might as well believe this odd potion too. Since it should be a low-level potion bought in a general store, she already prepared herself for the foulest taste that one can imagine. But to her surprise, the thing did not even taste nor felt awful. She emptied the entire flask in one sip without noticing. She confirmed that it is a potion, but it is oddly as delicious as a good beverage. Another thing that shocked her is that consuming the concoction made her feel like she was overflowing with infinite ether. With her combat experience, she became certain that this boost was massive. So massive that she won't have to just buy time, massive enough to turn the tables on the manstalker. So, she's going for round 2 of taking the initiative to advance instead of retreating. The monster openly took her on, as if confident that it had come out on top. But this time it is different. The Sword Witch executed her ace in the hole. The technique is known as Powerful Sword Rampage. In a split second, countless fine slashes with flawless precision rained down on the hideous monster without mercy. It was the ultimate technique in terms of power and speed. The manstalker's face got diced, and its meat slid off of each other. She beat an unbeatable foe in its own game of speed and strength. She stood at the other side of the destruction that she just handed out and could not believe that she did all that. Seo Hyojin knows that this is all thanks to that potion. On top of health recovery, her ether consumption was essentially gone. Thanks to that, she was able to use powerful sword rampage for 10 seconds when her maximum limit was only supposed to be 3 seconds. If all of this is due to that potion that she just hurriedly picked up in some random shop, then this could be big. And the biggest question in her mind right now is, what in the world is that little shop? What the hell is that kind and always smiling owner hiding? The next day arrived, and it was pretty much business as usual in the little Sector 7 Hunter store. That was until the customer bell hung in the door chimed its welcoming sound. Everyone in the store, including the owner Jiha, had their attention stolen by the person who just entered. The sword witch did not mince words, and it was as if the other customers in the shop did not even register in her vision as she made a beeline directly to the owner. She grabbed him by the shoulder as if afraid that the man would run away as she asked, "What the hell was that potion that you sold me?" Seo Hyojin is a superstar. Virtually every hunter in the country, let alone in the city, knows who she is. Also, the news of her slaying a man-stalker has already been so exaggerated that there are accounts saying she devastated a whole swarm. Now that she noticed that there are other people nearby, she tried to contain herself and apologized to Jiha for being rude. She insisted that there is a problem with a potion. The problem was that she had never seen a potion that can heal 14% max health and lift the cost of ether for skills altogether. Even the owner himself had already seen the uploaded clip. How she eliminating an aversion ranked monster on her own in an amazing series of powerful moves. She kept on clarifying that it's not her that was impressive in that clip. It was the special potion. She just wants to know where Jiha got it from, or if he brewed it himself. He was quite prepared to answer any questions regarding his special brew by just showing the secret ingredient that he used, the ripe golden solar apple. The story he decided to go with was that he luckily stumbled upon the solar apple in a Tier 0 dungeon. That detail was too hard to believe though. Even the sword witch herself had to take a pause and seriously think if solar apples are that common to the point of spawning in the least dangerous dungeon. Jiha thinks that revealing the details about the forest could go wrong real quick, so he'll just make some excuses. Still, as the one who made it, he's genuinely happy that his potion helped the sword witch. She noticed something. As she looked around the limited space of the shop, she noticed another batch of interesting potions. The contents were blue this time around. She took one to inspect up close and asked him what the effects were. He casually explained that it gives 32% ice resistance that will last for 40 minutes. Hearing that description almost took Seo Hyojin out. She's a combat veteran, and she's certain that the best quality ice resistance potion in the market only gives 10% resistance and only lasts for 15 minutes max. This potion was miles better in every way possible. When asked where he found it, Jiha started searching for another excuse in his mind. In reality, he just harvested another type of plant growing in the mysterious forest. Level 1 winter strawberries can already provide 20% ice resistance for 30 minutes on their own. He took some of it, just enough to brew a batch of experimental ice resistance potions. Jiha enjoys the process of brewing these potions with his alchemy skill in full display. He whipped up a whole batch, and it made his alchemical skill jump to the second level. But when faced with questions about his methods, his go-to excuse was that he found it at the Tier 0 dungeon. The sword witch can see that this guy is just a bad liar. Seeing that he wants to keep his business secret, she won't pry anymore, seeing how uncomfortable the owner was. But she would like to buy all of these new ice resistance potions. She would even pay in cash. For a high-ranking hunter, bringing out a wad of paper is no big deal. She doesn't even need a receipt. He tried to say that this amount was way too much for just a few potions, but if you ask her, she knows that her cash is not even nearly enough for potions of this quality. Before going through the door, she finally asked him what his name was, and he just gave it with no fuss. Jiha. She likes it. Jiha has a nice ring in her ear. Before actually leaving the premises, the sword witch playfully told him that they'll see each other again next time. Back inside the mysterious forest, the place itself was starting to look better and better. He has been regularly harvesting glowstones, kindle gems. His winter strawberry basket is in need of refills after the sword witch's bulk buying, but he can just walk up and get some more. The glowstones and kindle gems were new finds for Jiha. There was just so many precious resources in this forest without the threat of any dangerous monsters. He's reaping the benefits, but even now, he still has no clue about what or where this place is. He had gotten so used to the tranquil silence of the greenery that a tiny sound of movement behind the foliage caught his attention. Jiha was put on high alert. He was certain that he did not hear that sound wrong. There is something lurking behind the bushes. Upon looking all over the place, he saw the source. Shock and curiosity was the chief emotions that he felt at that moment. He just happened upon a cute beetle-like creature with pincers in place of limbs. The system identified it as a pterodrone, a mythic monster that is as big as a small car. It resembles a beetle but sports its signature giant claws. He knows of the creature known as pterodrone. Mythic creatures are few and far between after all. Right now, he's not only seeing one, he's actually seeing several of them walking around. Contrary to their described size of being as big as a small car, these guys are tiny. Another bizarre thing was a transparent synthetic wall that he couldn't go past through in this part of the land. The pterodrones are grouping up and hastily heading for something. That something was a group of devil ants. They are hazard-ranked cargo truck-sized monsters. Killing one attracts 10 more of them, making them supremely difficult to deal with. The pterodrones were actually going up against some powerful foe for some unknown reason. Jiha could only watch from behind the synthetic barrier as he recalls reading something about devil ants from one of his old books before. They are true blue hazard-ranked monsters, but the poison that they can emit makes them even more dangerous than some aversion-ranked monsters. Throughout this whole ordeal, there is just one glaring issue. The system prompts kept on telling him that these creatures were all supposed to be gigantic. Looking at it now, they just look like tiny bugs that are engaging in increasingly intense combat. The pterodrones are in the back foot. They are being absolutely demolished by the devil ants. These adorable pterodrones are trying to pick a fight and are losing. Most of them aren't even really fighters. Jiha can only wonder what's making them do this. Seeing that the charming creatures were about to get steamrolled, he wanted to find a way to help them. As if the heavens heard his worries, a system prompt asking him if he wants to help his own pterodrone legion in this war appeared all of a sudden. This implies that he can directly intervene in something that he doesn't really fully understand. The prompt also says that these are his pterodrones, implying that the mythical creatures are under him. It's in Jiha's nature to feel inclined to press the yes button to help the pterodrones in this struggle. His legion is losing pretty hard right now, but he can use his essence to cast an area buff. There are 4 choices: increasing HP by 30% for an hour, increasing poison resistance by 40% for an hour, increasing physical resistance by 30% for an hour. These 3 costs 1 essence each. The last choice costs 2 essence, and it simply grants the laborer's blessing. Helping them directly would be impossible with the synthetic shield on the way, but giving assistance like these options is the next best thing. He currently has 2 essences on him right now. The 4th option was the more expensive one out of all the choices, so Jiha wanted to choose that one. As soon as he confirmed the bestowment of the laborer's blessing, it was as if every stat that the pterodrones possess was bolstered by divine intervention. They gained a much-needed physical augmentation and a valuable morale boost. It did not take too long before the devil ants were absolutely smoked quickly. The pterodrones turned the tables. They did not only turn it, but they also smashed it all over the ants' faces. These beetle boys actually minced these devils up so hard that they lost their creepy crawlers. Jiha celebrated on the sidelines, proud of his so-called legion for winning the war. He couldn't believe that he just saw some mythical creatures prevail over adversity with his help. He personally thanked the pterodrones for standing up to their principles and protecting the forest. As he was praising them for their good work, Jiha noticed that these little dudes are gathering something. They were offering up a whole lot of essence and ether stones. He smiled at the Pterodrone Legion's generosity and thanked them for thinking of him. Unfortunately, Pterodrones didn't understand what he tried to say. In the end, he just took 5 essences and 5 essence stones each. He wanted to leave the rest of this precious resource for the little guys that actually fought with their lives on the line. This much is already good for him. At that moment, the transparent synthetic barrier slowly dissolved into nothing. Now that the wall is gone, the area of the mysterious forest accessible to him has increased drastically. Likewise, the fog has been lifted too. He initially planned to only stay for a bit and do some harvesting today. But it is starting to look like he won't be going back for a while now. Exploration takes precedence. After the appearance of dungeons and hunters, something special was established to connect all the hunters in the world. A community for hunters, by hunters known as the HunterNet, was formally established. Right now, the discussions in the HunterNet are centering all about one person and one video clip. Hunter Rank 12, the Fierce Sword Witch SEO Hygiene. Someone in a dark office is currently browsing the HunterNet for information. She has long fiery red hair and a stalwart aura, but tonight she's on her anonymous account with a red avatar, arguing that there should be no dispute whatsoever with regards to the sword witch soloing the Manstalker. Another anonymous user with a blue avatar argued that there is also a case to be made about how it should be impossible for Hyjin to do something as incredulous as solo killing a Manstalker without any help. That really ticked off Red. You could almost sense how heated she immediately got just by hearing how fast her typing rate went up. Blue kept on arguing about the number of people entering the dungeon. Red brought up the fact that Hyjin has been a solo player ever since Han Seung-hyuk mysteriously disappeared. Red maintained a calmly stoic look on her face, but she's currently locked in. Blue replied that they honestly hope that the Sword Witch forgets about that Seung-hyuk guy, that she can't keep on missing someone that disappeared forever. That really pushed the wrong buttons in Red's mind. This stranger she's been anonymously arguing with can only talk smack like this because it's not their problem to carry. Red tried to explain that Hyjin's significant other disappeared in a dungeon, and she has every right to miss him as much and as long as she wants. Her calm demeanor has left the room at this point. Now she's just outrightly pissed. Blue made it even worse by replying that it has been 3 years since the incident, as if grieving has a cooldown timer. In those 3 years, all she did was go around one dungeon in hopes of finding him again. Red wanted to get her point across, but even anonymous Blue felt that it's not a good idea to talk about a missing person like this, unless you're Seo Hyjin herself at least. This stranger on the internet has crossed so many lines that Red just wanted to harm something. The dark room was suddenly lit up with bright office lights. A deep voice asked Red if she is a zombie for getting into the habit of browsing the net in darkness. An activity that is bad for your eyes, but even worse for your brain. The dignified guy that just came in is known as Choi Chulhyun, the top alchemist of the Eternal Flame Guild. Red insists that she can just concentrate better when it's dark while stretching out after spending an ungodly amount of time surfing the web. Choi Chulhyun is back to report something that he checked into in person. His assignment was the lowest rank hunter with no traits, Jiha, that runs the hunter store. As expected, Chulhyun did not feel anything special from the guy. Red was ready to dismiss the matter, concluding that Jiha has nothing to do with Seo Hyjin getting stronger at an unbelievable pace and degree. Chulhyun was not done with the report yet. He inspected the wares and saw that the store was selling something special. something that concerns solar apples. Even Red had a vague idea as to what those delicious golden treasures were. It is an item that drastically reduces ether usage, and even Eternal Flame Guild's top alchemist had never seen it in person. The thing was Jiha brewed a potion out of such a valuable ingredient and was selling said potions at a very cheap price. Chulhyun concluded that they can make two assumptions from this bizarre situation. One is that he doesn't know the real value of solar apples. Chulhyun does not even have to say the next one. The second assumption made Red's clever smile appear. It might just be that the mysterious Jiha is a person without an ounce of greed. Since she needed some fresh air anyway, Red decided to check the store out personally and see this shop owner herself. Chulhyun insisted on calling the car, but she refused. She's not a CEO or anything that flashy. Having a car driving her around feels too much. She might have a point that she's not exactly a CEO, but she's still in a similar position. Red is Cha Hwa Yon, the Eternal Flame Guild Master. Back in the mysterious forest, Jiha has made himself comfortable in the middle of all the greenery by making a small bonfire. The deeper he pushed into the forest, the colder it has gotten. It was a good thing that he brought his lighter. The wall and fog that blocked the inner forest have dissipated, and it opened up new possibilities. He looked around, but there wasn't much of a big difference from the first area that he came from. Of course, he was not able to explore the perimeter in full. He was blocked from proceeding any further by an ominous aura coming from a certain spot in the forest. That place just seems too dangerous. He can feel his flight or fight response get triggered near it. Jiha doesn't really want to put himself in danger for the sake of curiosity, so heading back for now seems to be the reasonable choice. Just as he was about to go up and leave, his legion of adorable pterodrones started meekly coming up to him. All of them had a worried look on their faces while carrying a mysterious plant seed each. These pterodrones have been carrying mist-chasing flowers seeds all over the place to get rid of the fog. Apart from the ones from the Devil Ant War, Jiha can also see a new face. A shy pterodrone that is bigger than the rest. He seems a little different than the rest, so he might be their leader or representative. Now that he's seeing the bigger picture, it seems like these little guys just came out of the ominous place in the heart of the forest. Another system prompt popped right in front of Jiha. This time, it is a pterodrone request for the rescue of their queen. These creatures do have queens just like ants and bees. Then these mist-chasing flower seeds are like their offering before asking Jiha for a favor. He was moved by their current situation. Besides, these little guys have protected the forest thus far, so he promised to do what he can. Jiha admits that he's a little scared, but he'll lend a helping hand. He patted the big pterodrone on the head as he assured them that they will do the rescue operation tomorrow. For now, he has stuff that needs to be prepared. The next day came, and Jiha stood by his promise. He used the bountiful resources in this mysterious forest to brew another batch of healing potion. A batch of poison resistance potion. And bought a healthy portion of combat ration. Jiha poured all of these in their respective tiny bowls and let the pterodrones feast on them like a pregame for war. Now that basic preparations are done, adding an area buff like last time should make dealing with devil ants easy. Now that his legion is pumped up with feeds and brood boosters, their morale is sky high and their prowess higher when Jiha ordered them to fly forth. Like before, he was stuck in the back lines, and as expected, the source of that ominous feeling deep in the forest was something that the pterodrones were quite familiar with. It was a collection, a system of devil ant hives, the motherlode. This is the place where those pesky devil ants reside and prosper. For the first time in a while, there's something that matches that can intimidate him with size. Each one of these mountain of killer ants are at least 3 meters tall. When the pterodrones finally got close to the vicinity of the hives, they were welcomed by the full force of the devil ant security team. These monsters immediately pulled out one of their more lethal cards. the poison excretion from their bodies to the atmosphere. With the help of Jiha and ample preparations, it looks like the little guys are up for the challenge. The war between the Pterodrones and the Devil Ants has finally begun. With their overall stats bolstered up to a new level, the beetle-like mythical beasts were making quick work of Devil Ant First Wave. It is a close fight overall, but the Pterodrones are superior in sheer will. Thanks to the basic preparations that Jiha prepared, his legion is evidently doing a lot better than they did last time. But they can't all be outstanding fighters right from the get-go. They are still in danger under the enemy's home court. Jiha was then notified that he can assist his legion with his power, but it will be limited to a one-time use. The next prompt offered putting the devil ants with wings back on the ground with a strong slap. This would cost him 3 essences. He can give help a single time, and it comes in the form of a slap. A one-use slap in a situation like this is way too ridiculous. He doesn't even know what he's supposed to do with this silly choice. The solution to his problem of using the slap has kindly presented itself on time. A winged devil ant came out of their lair. These specialized members of the hive act as the messenger of the colony with their ability to fly. The Devil Ant Army is essentially trying to send a message to recall their main army back to the hive. Jiha now has the ability to stop these ants from sending a message with a single slap. He just said whatever and accepted the blessing from the system as he clenched his palm. The winged devil ant has started its urgent journey to call on the bulk of their army to end the war with Pterodrones once and for all. It felt so confident that the flight would go on without a hitch. It forgot to check above for any anomalous figures looming around. Jiha brought down his hand like the might of a giant god, and bitch slapped the clueless flying ant into smithereens. This is his one-time assistance to his Pterodrone legion, killing ants in a classic style. Proper punishment for annoying ants, taking a day out of her busy schedule. Hwa Yon decided to visit Jiha's store. After inspecting the building that sold sun apples up and down, she didn't notice anything supernatural. Externally, it was unremarkable and had nothing special, but you can't judge a book by its cover. No one knows what secrets might be stored inside. Seo Hyejin said that she defeated a stalker after shopping here, so Hwa Yon couldn't go by such information. Now she was even more eager to uncover the secrets of this place. She was in a great mood and had a huge pile of questions she wanted to ask the shopkeeper, but pulling the door handle, it was closed. After pulling a few more times, she made sure she wasn't imagining things and started looking around. It was odd that the sign hung with the open side, but maybe the owner had just stepped away for a while and needed to wait a bit. But that a bit could drag on for hours, so turning around to the old man who had originally cleaned the site, she asked about the store's hours of operation today. However, the man didn't know the exact time, even though it used to open on time and close late in the evening. Unfortunately, for the past few days, the potion store had changed its opening hours and the owner had started opening the store less often. This time, the doors were still closed from yesterday, so no one knew what the problem was. In the end, he said that young people were getting lazier every year, and then he turned his back and started cleaning in the other direction. This information was completely different from what Hwa Yon had received, as she had been told that they only didn't work on weekends. A glance at the wooden signboard displaying a potions vial convinced her of her speculation. Anyone hearing about the sudden change of opening hours would think of this person's evil intentions. As expected of Jiha, he is up to something. Meanwhile, our hero used the system's gifted opportunity to participate in the Pterodrone battles and resented how little he could do. However, it should have been enough to bring them closer to victory, since this wasn't even his war. Besides, eliminating the messenger wasn't bad revenue for them either. Of course, the devil ants didn't like this turn of events, and their motivation was fading. Looking at the reinforced Pterodrone, it was immediately clear what outcome the battle would have on them, because their armor had become stronger, and their strength appeared even more than originally. That was why when they attacked them, the ants fled, emptying the clearing. Sighing a sigh of relief, Jiha sat down on the ground and covered his eyes. This war was mentally exhausting for our hero. Meanwhile, the Pterodrones began to run around him, happy that they had managed something. However, their queen was still inside the anthill, so she had to be taken out somehow. Remember the ray, here comes the sun. Turning his head towards the anthill, he wondered what was going on. The Pterodrones had rescued her from there themselves. They had also somehow managed to make a stretcher. Their development was clearly at a high level even without evolution. Raising her head up a little, the queen looked at her savior and began to express her gratitude. With the help of her subordinates, she managed to rise to her feet and bowed to Jiha for her rescue and the support of the entire settlement. He was naturally happy about it, but forcing a sick creature to bow was not his style, so he stroked her and told her that everything was fine and she could rest in peace. He was genuinely glad that she was unharmed. Looking at this situation from the outside, one could compare him to an angel descending from heaven. Nevertheless, the system window informed him that the Pterodrone Queen wished to swear allegiance to him. If he signed the contract, he would sponsor her group and receive several items with the stipulation that Jiha would have to fulfill their requests. Fortunately, he wasn't going to think about her proposal and gladly accepted the Queen's offer. After notifying the loyalty of the Queen and her troops, the system notified that he could supply their squad directly. At the same moment, General Pterodrone suddenly began to emit a bright light and absorb energy from the environment, changing his form. He managed to evolve thanks to the agreement he had signed, and his appearance changed a bit after that. Not only did its claws become larger and stronger, but also the chitinous shell that maintained the quality of its armor. Jiha watched the transformation, and with a smile on his face, he marveled at the fact that he was pumped up. Now the Pterodrone general began to more closely match his name, standing out from the uniform surroundings of his congeners. After circling above our hero's head for a bit, he raised his large claw and signaled to the rest of the group to get ready. At the same moment, they started carrying golden essence ingots and ether stones without paying attention to Jiha's previous requests. After all, he had said that he didn't need so much. Examining the two large piles of consumables, he decided to only take 10 pieces each and leave the rest to the Pterodrones. Besides, he already had something very valuable that the general had brought him before the battle. He took out 2 seeds of different colors from his pocket and examined them. The purple one was immediately clear that it was a wild grape, but the green one was more difficult. He couldn't immediately figure out what kind of fruit tree seed it was, so he left it for later. After getting up from the ground and shaking off his clothes, the protagonist decided that he would find out about it when it grew, and the forest would deal with the rest. Jiha began to appear in this forest too often, so after looking around, he settled on the fact that it was time to build a hut. The very next day, a new gate to the dungeon opened, which the people did not miss out on seeing. A group of hunters passed through the gate without delay, looking for bait. One of them asked Hen Nim if he was sure the Queen of the Ants was here. He wrinkled his nose a little and decided not to yell at the fool, but calmed down and replied that he wasn't crazy enough to go into the dungeon of the Devil Ants. Besides, if they managed to loot the anthill properly, then everyone from the squad could earn a decent amount of money as a reward. However, his interlocutor immediately stopped in place and pointed forward, not understanding what was happening. It seemed to him that the dungeon had already been cleared, but Hen Nim called it nonsense, for the gate had just opened. Once close enough to the anthill, even the omniscient squad leader was greatly surprised by what he saw. The anthill was indeed empty, which made many people confused. Entering a new dungeon, which no one has not yet cleaned, create expectations of a huge pile of monsters storing precious items. But today's dungeon was fundamentally different from the others. Someone assumed that it was cleared in another area, but it turned out to be a stupid guess, because everyone knew that the past dungeon does not open twice. The commander himself couldn't believe it, but the nonsense turned out to be true. No one knew who was able to clear the anthill, but looking at the traces left behind, it was obvious that someone had already fought them. To top it all off, the ants were also nowhere to be seen, which would put a stop to the speculation. However, the commander ordered everyone to immediately shut up and look for tracks, not believing that they could have all disappeared. At the same moment, someone in the group looked down and cried out in surprise. That was when Hen Nim leaned down irritably, not understanding why he was yelling and scaring the others. As it turned out, the group of hunters, without realizing it, was standing on a giant palm print that could fit 20 people. The whole group instantly gathered in a heap, trembling with fear. It was hard to believe that there was something huge in this dungeon that could leave such a huge footprint, because there was nothing like that in the reports. If it was a monster, it might be a level destruction monster. Such a creature was clearly beyond the teeth of the hunters who entered, which did not correspond to its rank. Gnashing his teeth in fear, the commander lightningly rushed out shouting for everyone to retreat. He truly believed that they wouldn't be able to handle the monster that had destroyed the devil ants. If they let their guard down even for moments, they might be killed before they even started doing anything. Heeding his advice, the group decided to retreat first, and afterward contact the association and report the footprint they had found. There was no fool who would want to stay there, so soon everyone left the dungeon. Having done everything they had agreed on, they handed over all the information to the guild with the photos as proof. The head took this situation as an emergency, so he immediately began to evaluate the handprint that was sent. He was told that the print was found near a devil ant hill, but that wasn't what was most strange. The secretary added that the hunters had ended up in a scavenged dungeon, which in itself could not have been possible. After listening and looking over the evidence, the heir to the Goryu group, Kim Hyung-suk, ordered that he be notified of any new information related to the case. Reasoning over the print, he immediately realized that it wasn't an ordinary monster, but the hand wasn't big enough to call it a new species. Perhaps this monster belonged to a mythical rank that not many people knew about yet. But what if a monster above the destruction rank really appeared? Strange things began to happen more and more frequently, so Kim Hyung-suk became increasingly worried about the fate of the country. Standing up from his chair, he went to the window and looked out at the city, remembering the horrors that people had once experienced. He couldn't allow them to happen again, so he decided to put all his efforts into this matter. Meanwhile, Jiha was quietly trading in his store, unaware of what was going on in the mind of the guild leader who didn't know about the war between the Pterodrones and devil ants. The weather was fine in Seoul today, so Jiha closed the store for a while and went to Area 5. There, he stood quietly under a building with an intercom, waiting on the person he had previously arranged to meet. Fortunately, the long wait didn't come, so after he was called out, he immediately turned his head towards the source of the sound and smiled. Running in his direction was a beautiful girl that, taking a book under her arm, greeted him. Winking at him, she apologized for the delay and said that he could just go inside and wait there. However, that wasn't a problem for him, so our hero simply asked her not to run, worrying that she might fall. As he expected, she immediately found herself on the ground. In a way, one could consider him a prophet, but he just knew her too well. After all, this wasn't the first time she had fallen like this. Jiha approached her and asked her about her condition, but she just quickly said that the book was intact and there was nothing to worry about, and then started to get up from her knees. However, that wasn't what he meant at all, but he didn't bother to correct her. That clumsy girl was Hwang Sunyoung, the only huntress with origami skill in South Korea. Smiling awkwardly, she scratched the back of her head and began to justify her fall by saying that she hadn't exercised in a long time, so she had even forgotten how to walk. There were a lot of differences between her and Jiha, but the fact that Hwang Sunyoung turned out to be a bookworm united their interests. Holding out a green wrapped box to her, he handed her a breakfast from Jumi that he asked her to take care of. Hwang Sunyoung was surprised that this was the only reason our hero had come to her, but catching a whiff of food, she thanked him for his concern. As she took the box in her arms, she realized that something was holding her back, and remembering the book, she held it out to Jiha. Last time she had gone to the store looking for a new story, but that day his manager had been rather sad because of this book. As it turned out, people were buying it as a piece of jewelry and then coming back and demanding a refund. It was quite beautiful and stylish, so even though it was useless, they still bought it as a gift. Hwang Sunyoung thought that the book would go well with the main character's interior, so she gave it to Jiha. The information that she was being returned seemed scary, but he still accepted the gift. Feeling some sort of power in his hands, he looked at it and was a bit surprised at what started to happen afterward. The object exuded a muted green color, so one could guess that she wasn't just a piece of paper. The system notification announced that he had received an endless spell book, but in order to write something down in it, he would need to use a petrol quill and ink. Turning to Hwang Sunyoung, he decided to clarify whether this book was indeed a common decoration, but the answer was quite expected. She also thought it was strange what was being said about it, but there really wasn't anything written inside. Besides, she had also tried to leave her notes there, but that idea had failed as well. The manager must have also tried to try out the power of the book, but it didn't work out, so he decided to put it as a decoration. Jiha was stunned by what he heard. Why did the information window pop up for him then? Most likely, she was simply not shown any data, causing her to calmly give it away without asking for anything in return. Our hero looked at her suspiciously, thinking about his own, but she thought that she did not please with the gift and was ready to take the book back. However, it turned out to be quite the opposite. After saying that he liked the book, Hwang Sunyoung was very happy that she was able to give him something worthwhile. Looking at such a valuable book, he promised that he would use it to the fullest. He didn't know anything about it, but no one forbade experimentation. After saying goodbye to Hwang Sunyoung, our hero went to his store, where he opened the book and started writing. As he had been told earlier, it was not possible to leave notes, neither with a pen nor with pencils. The information mentioned that he would need a petrol quill and ink. Somehow he would be able to get the information about the petrel, but there would be a small problem. The petrel is a bird that is rarely seen in various desert areas, except in the oceans of the polar desert. In addition, it has a wingspan of approximately 25 meters. It's hard to imagine fighting against such an enormous bird. Looking at its size, Jiha immediately realized that killing it and taking the feather would not be an easy task. On top of that, it was also rare, which meant that it would take more than one day to hunt. Giving up without even trying, our hero still decided to make the book an object of decoration, as the bookstore said. However, as soon as he put his hand on the sheet, particles of magic and system windows appeared in the air, granting him the skills of good handwriting and ancient magic. Jiha couldn't believe that he had been given a new trait and didn't realize what this ability was for a long time. Squeezing his palm, he tested the gifted power but felt nothing. However, the fact that he had managed to get it could not be a mere coincidence. Taking the pencil that he got from the nightstand in his hand, he tried to write the words on the usual yellowed pages. This time, the protagonist succeeded. The few lines he wrote raised his good handwriting skill level to level 2. After receiving his new ability, Jiha tried out many things and learned a few facts. 1. He still couldn't write in a spell book even after mastering such a useful trait. And 2. His handwriting had now gained elegance, as if he had graduated from a calligraphy school. In a way, it was a useful trait, because before he wrote like a chicken with his paw, but now anyone would understand his words. As he looked at what he had written and thought about where he could apply it, his heart thumped loudly in his chest, making him nervous. This state lasted for a few seconds, but it made our hero very alert, who didn't realize what had happened. Jiha quickly enough guessed what would happen, so he literally flew out the door of the store in a second. As expected, a portal opened up right next to his shop, and it looked like it was alerting people. The parameters of the portal said that it was of 0 rank. It was for working class people, and it was only open for an hour. After reading this information, our hero could not believe his eyes, because to meet such a gate seemed to be an unprecedented luck. It was as if the portal was meant only for him, and it led directly to the petrol. Could it be the beautiful handwriting? He had a black, viscous aura that scared people, but if he was a 0, it might be all right. All one had to do was just cross the threshold and find out. However, going there empty-handed was too reckless. Even though he was a rank 0, he was leading a direct path to a huge bird. Therefore, after returning to his store, Jiha gathered the things he needed and entered another dimension that was breathtakingly beautiful. Huge waterfalls surrounded by forests created a rainbow over the surface that was mesmerizing in its brilliance. This location was perfect for the petrel's habitat. Just thinking about it, he heard the cry of a bird of prey behind him as it approached him. Turning around at the sound, anyone with an instinct for self-preservation would have given a yank and started hiding in the bushes, but the protagonist stayed put, shackled by fear. Her eyes burned red and her feathers developed a dark aura, intimidating her victim. Just as the information said, the storm petrel appeared to be of enormous size. Looking up, our hero could not believe that he had managed to see in reality such a huge rare bird that was the size of a building. However, the question of how to catch it was still open, which made him want to sob. Feeling something soft on his face, Jiha opened his eyes and looked at the blue feather slowly descending downwards. As it turned out, the storm petrel had thrown off a dozen feathers and quietly flew back to its nest, leaving our hero alive. He was incredibly lucky. So he quickly began to collect items to his backpack without missing a single feather from the field of view. Now it was just a matter of finding ink. Luckily, he already had an idea where he could find it without expending any effort. He paid a visit to the pterodrones, who were kind enough to share the green liquid they themselves made from an extract of green herbs. Even Jiha was surprised at how quickly they had found it, but he was still just as glad that he had reached out to them. After looking over the flask, he thanked them for their assistance and put it in his pocket. All the necessary items had been found, so they could begin their experiment. All that remained was to unravel the mystery of the endless spell book he had prudently brought with him. Crouching on the nearest rock, our hero stuck his quill into the calligraphy rod. He wondered what riddle the book held, and then he made a few strokes. Since no one had any idea what it could do, he had to solve its mystery himself. As soon as he touched the book with his quill, the letters literally turned into yellow symbols that swirled around him. After flying a bit, they settled on one of the nearby trees, where they recreated the full text of the message. As it turned out, they were runes that shimmered with golden light, surprising Jiha in the process. In an old book, Jiha read about a great tree that taught people 4 spells. They were creation, harmony, change, and destruction. But this power was hard to control, so runes were developed. The world tree gave them knowledge, but ancient magic was hard to control, so they created runic words to apply magic. However, our hero had never heard of anyone using runes. It seemed that he had managed to discover something new, a knowledge hitherto unknown to him. What he saw in the forest turned out to be exactly that elaborate cipher. As one could guess, they appear if certain conditions are met. But why were they engraved on the tree and not in a spell book? Come to think of it, this was the exact tree that Jiha had revived when he first came to this forest. It was hard for him to believe that such a small, almost withered sprout was a world tree. However, that wasn't what was important right now. It was unclear whether the runes would disappear in the future, so the protagonist decided to write in a book. It was the first time he had seen these inscriptions, but somehow it seemed as if he knew the designations of each of them. Destruction, the fire that will set everything on fire, read the inscription on the tree trunk. Copying each rune into the spellbook, our hero emphasized that the spell held some very harsh phrases. At the same moment, the system notified him that the scroll of change had gained the power of destruction, which increases the destructive power of rune magic. The book itself was filled with fire that did not burn and turned the written lines into a scroll. Jiha did not want to do so, as the book would quickly thin and become useless. However, there was no choice and the conjecture had to be tested. Rolling it up and tying it up with a red ribbon made a spell that was quite convenient to use. Such a product would sell well in his store, so the protagonist decided to write another 99 scrolls while there was still time. He was about to reach for the book to continue his work, but it began to exude power. The torn-off sheet reappeared in the book as if no one had done anything. This could only mean that the spell book was truly endless. With such a marvelous item, one could not worry about money until old age, and he even had plenty of ink so Jiha could make as many scrolls as he wanted. The only problem was that he didn't know what their properties were. It was only said to increase the destructive power of rune magic, and since our hero was not a mage, there was no way to test it, unless you give it to some magician and then from him and learn everything. Just this day, such a person came to his store right after Jiha returned home. In front of him stood Hwa Yon herself in full uniform, holding a staff with a scarlet crystal behind her. Seeing our hero at the table, she took a quick step towards him, not hiding the anger on her face. Hitting the table hard with her hand, the store moaned at the sound of her blow. Turning to him, she irritably remarked that Jiha was hard to catch on. He had no idea how many times she had come to see him, but he knew one thing for sure: she was just like Hejin SSI. Apologizing for his action, the protagonist replied that the store was closed for personal reasons, so it doesn't open as often as it used to. After evaluating his appearance, she agreed with Chul Hyun's words that Jiha was an unremarkable person. While she was assessing him, the man shivered in sweat, from her fearful gaze pondering about what he had managed to do wrong. It wasn't a problem for Hwa Yon that he was useless. After all, she hadn't come for him at all. Looking around the shelves behind our hero, she examined the quality of his potions that made Seo Hyjin stronger. After coughing a bit, she apologized for her behavior and said that she should have thought about the fact that he might have his reasons. After that, she pulled out her wallet, from which she pulled out her business card. Changing her expression to a more welcoming one, she handed him the business card, which had a red image of a coat of arms on it, and introduced herself as the head of the Eternal Flame Guild. After explaining to him that she had gotten hold of information that he had unique items, she had come to verify the rumors in person. Jiha immediately realized that it would be about the Sun Apple, which made their negotiations much easier. After all, he was not only selling the apple, but also the Winter Strawberry Potion, which simplified the battle in many dungeons. Right now they were in high demand and were leaving like hotcakes, so it was no news that she had come to him. After asking for a few minutes, he started looking for items on the shelves, for as Hwa Yon had said earlier, she had had a few bad experiences coming to him, so he wanted to give something on the house. This was wild to her, for they were not in a market and were talking about rather expensive products. However, she didn't have to turn them down either. Turning around to her, our hero turned pale and did not know what to say. Due to some circumstances, he had run out of all the potions, which he regretted greatly. Jiha had gotten too engrossed and neglected his work, due to the incident with the pterodrones and the endless spell book. Even he himself was beginning to doubt whether he was really a shopkeeper. After all, he had never run out of anything before. A little upset, the protagonist asked Hwa Yon to come back tomorrow when they were ready. From the situation, she was missing all the words she wanted to say originally. It took her a long time to realize whether he was kind or stupid, but that wouldn't make the goods appear. Since they were out, there was nothing that could be done. Turning toward the door, she frustratedly dragged her feet toward the exit. She wanted badly to use them in the dungeon she was going to today, but she'd end up having to reappear tomorrow. Luckily, remembering the scrolls she had made, he stood her up and asked about her skills. By the looks of it, it was clear that she was skilled in fire magic, but still decided to ask again, and his guesses were confirmed. Holding out his own handmade spell, Jiha asked to use it as compensation for his time. Jiha was greatly surprised when she was slipped a plain scroll, but the protagonist explained that he had only made it yesterday as a test sample. He was sorry to let her go empty-handed, so he decided to give it to the mage. Since she was so kindly offered an alternative, there was no reason to refuse. Opening the paper, it lit up with a bright flame similar to her hair. After reading the words on the scroll, "Your fire will set everything on fire," Jiha began to play with the flames. Luckily, she liked both the phrase and the gift she had received so unexpectedly. After saying goodbye to each other, she closed the doors and headed towards her team. However, as she was leaving, Jiha noticed that her staff had changed slightly. The sickle-shaped end with a core inside began to brightly emit an orange light. Had it shone like this originally? Meanwhile, Jiha met up with her men and entered the Spider Girl dungeon. The guardian monster was destroyed rather quickly, but the squad leader told them not to relax and to stick to the formation, occasionally looking around. As expected, fire magic worked perfectly against the insects, turning them into ash. As she continued to run forward, she tried to keep up the enthusiasm of the group, so she praised them little by little. If they kept working like this, getting to the center would be easy enough. All the while she had to fight the monsters, she noticed that her strength was getting more than usual. She didn't understand what was happening, but she could clearly see the rune stone raging. Jiha was on her guard the entire time, but as soon as she thought about it for a second, she found herself under attack. Luckily, she was warned in time, which allowed her to jump aside, avoiding the viscous liquid the spider girls were spitting. The man who had warned her was excited about the incident, so quickly asked how she was, but all seemed fine. There was one threat, however, that could have caused their operation to fail. As it turned out, there were a lot more monsters than the report said. The guy replied that there were a lot of changing factors in this dungeon, so it was not always possible to accurately determine the state of the dungeon. But what to do next? Retreat or regroup? After thinking about it for a bit, Jiha ordered to forget about it and continue the offensive. Of course, everyone was worried about the condition of the guild manager's head and didn't want her to overdo it, but this time was very different. They didn't have to worry about her today, because thanks to the scroll, her strength had increased several times and she was now capable of doing anything. Raising her staff into the air, she spoke the words of the scroll, and then the runes began to flow together, creating a powerful attack that no one had ever seen from her before. Jiha ordered everyone to immediately fall back if they didn't want to be hit. Pointing her weapon in front of her, she directed the magic forward, whereupon a huge stream of flames began to incinerate every living thing that came under its influence. Every spider girl that was ridiculously exposed to the fire began squirming in agony, eating at the entire forest. It was over very quickly, after which a squad of hunters began to cheer Jiha on. No one knew how much she had raised her skill level, but they were sure that at this rate, they would succeed in destroying everyone. To some extent, even she herself could not believe her power and stood still for a while. Looking at the scepter, she had an option as to why this was happening, but it was a bit hard to believe in such a thing. Could a scroll created by an ordinary worker really be capable of such a thing? As Jiha had promised, the next day he prepared a case of the required potion, spending the entire night making it. Looking at his labor, he estimated the size of the order, trying to determine the right amount. just in case. He made sun apple potions and winter strawberry potions, just in case someone else came to the store. When they stood side by side, it felt as if day and night were facing each other, for those had yellow and blue colors. Leaving the box on the table, our hero looked at the wall, where hung a clock that showed 7:30. The only thing left to do was to pack the goods before Hween SSI came, for she had said she would come early in the morning, so he should hurry. After a while, the bell hanging on the door began to ring loudly, announcing a visitor. As it turned out, it was Jiha, to whom he happily informed that he had just prepared the potions she had requested yesterday. This time, however, she didn't come alone. Behind her stood a man in a business suit who was presumably a member of her guild. Jiha had thought it appropriate to discuss elixirs later, but now to talk about a more delicate topic. There was no point in refusing him, but deep in his heart lurked some worry about the scroll he had given away yesterday. Fortunately, his fear was not justified, and now, in front of his face, lay a large briefcase filled with a huge pile of money. Jiha didn't understand what was going on, so he sat on the chair in deep shock. Asking what it was, the guild leader calmly replied that there was money in there. Looking at his reaction, she even assumed that he was the type of person who was obsessed with money and was not interested in money. Of course, that didn't explain why he was selling potions at such a low price. However, all this was not about our hero, so he got nervous about the accusations and replied that everyone likes money. He was just a little surprised when such a large sum was put on the table. After that, an awkward silence hung. In the complete silence, Jiha's voice was enchantingly soft, so it was a pleasure to listen to. She began to talk about the scroll that had unexpectedly fallen into her hands. Its effects were unimaginable, and it was also of the A-class, or even S-class. She was grateful that she had gotten it for free, but she couldn't just let it go. The protagonist completely understood her feelings, for as expected, the endless spell book made for excellent spells. As she continued the dialogue, she emphasized that if he was uncomfortable receiving such an amount in cash, he could easily have it transferred to his account, as it suited him. However, what Jiha said shocked her mind. After expressing his gratitude, he flatly refused to accept the money. As stated earlier, our hero had given the scroll as an apology for the long wait. He considered himself an ordinary person, so he couldn't accept her money. Still, whatever the outcome, she had gotten the scroll as an experimental item. Jiha couldn't leave this situation unresolved, so she said that it would take a few seconds to turn a good person into a stupid person. The secretary who had been standing next to her the whole time wanted to stop her, but she continued her speech. Take, for example, the goose that lays the golden eggs. What would happen to people if she gave them away for nothing? Jiha, thinking it was a reference of some sort, briefly replied that everyone would be rich, but the answer was fundamentally wrong. Everyone would immediately know about it, and many would even try to capture the goose, wanting to single-handedly own its riches. Of course, the fact that the protagonist was on the side of the hunters was good news in itself, but at the same time it was no less dangerous. That was why she wanted to make him a rather pleasant and favorable offer. Her eyes instantly shone with fire as she offered to join the Eternal Flame Guild. This was quite an unexpected offer that needed to be thought about properly. Jiha had said some bad things earlier just because she was worried about him, but at the same time, she wanted to attract him to her guild. There would be many people in this world who wanted to deceive him for their own gain, but she wanted to prevent that from happening. Besides, they had brought our hero a lot of money to prove that they could reward Jiha's abilities properly. Eternal Flame was a guild known for its benefits, so he replied that they didn't need to go that far to convince him. However, she still wanted to show that such a famous guild would be able to take good care of him. To top it all off, they had many mages, but they also had alchemists as well. After patting the secretary on the shoulder, she introduced Chulhan SSI as their chief alchemist, supplying them with potions. Besides him, there were other skillful alchemists there, and even to them, they provided plenty of opportunities for their experiments, so there were no restrictions on research as such. If Jiha did agree to join them, the guild would try to make his salary as close to what he wanted as possible. Moreover, Cha Hwa would agree to let him hold the position of chief or even higher. She did her best to attract him to her, but our hero only thanked her for her sparkling words and agreed to accept only them as a sign of goodwill. Cha Hwa quickly commanded Chulhan SSI to get the contract out as quickly as possible to sign the agreement, but he froze, for he was the first to realize what Jiha had said. Literally a second later, and she realized what they had been told, so she was in deep shock at the rejection. She couldn't understand why he didn't agree to what was offered, so she was willing to raise the stakes and make the terms more generous. But for him initially, everything was too much. He believed that there were more talented people that would be perfect for the position, so he was willing to sacrifice such an expensive place. After saying those words, she was literally boiling with anger and was ready to pounce on him, having spent days pounding into him that he was worthy of this position. The patient Chulhan SSI was the only one holding back her impulse to fight and trying to resolve the situation. However, Cha Hwa was not going to stop and shouted at the top of her voice, asking Jiha to stop humiliating herself. She only managed to keep quiet and calm down when he spoke, but it was not a fun story. He was originally a low-ranked hunter and had no powers whatsoever. He was able to create these potions not because of his skills, but only because he was lucky enough to find good friends. He was sure that one day his abilities might disappear, so he wasn't sure if he could do great things for a long time. In addition, Jiha had become very attached to his little store. Of course, Cha Hwa didn't want to miss out on such a potential hunter, but the judicious Chulhan SSI stopped her. Still, it would be quite difficult for them to change his mind, so he offered to stop there and show respect for his wishes. The protagonist was glad when they backed off, but to keep his morale up, he replied that he wouldn't forget their advice for the rest of his life and would be extremely careful. That was why he had promised to raise the price of the potion she had asked for yesterday, so now they had to be careful with him. Watching this cute situation, Cha Hwa only laughed. Anyone in the store would have thought that she was pushing him to do bad things. However, she was still a bit unpleasant to hear the rejection, but there was nothing she could do about it. Later, she warned him not to be afraid to ask for help if he found himself in a dangerous situation later on. Smiling at her warning, Yu asked him not to worry about him. If something like this happened, he had something that would warn him. Jiha then pointed to a plant that literally looked like a bell. In addition, it had a similar name to the buzzing bell, which made a sound if a worker was in danger. Since the gate appeared, the protagonist could no longer spend time in nature. Monsters managed to take over not only the beach and the sea, but even in the mountains and valleys they managed to adapt, so it was quite difficult to find a place free of them. Only thanks to the Forest of Dreams he managed to avoid encountering the horrible creatures, at times morally resting there. Even now, strolling along the sandy beach, Jiha finally had the opportunity to sincerely enjoy nature. The waves were humming and crashing against the sand relentlessly, creating soothing sounds. Only the subtle fragrance of the sea, like silk, touched the tip of his nose, making him sneeze at first. The view was indeed beautiful, but it was a bit hot. As expected, the sea was best for relieving headaches. Originally, the protagonist thought that there would only be a forest here, but after walking not too far, even the sea appeared. Now this place looked more like paradise than land. Today, he wanted to do some shopping, but after Cha Hwa came in, he got a bad headache, preventing him from working. After that, he felt like he had been robbed of his right to be the owner of his own store for a while and went into the forest. However, whatever it was, today he wanted to work on regaining his strength by sunbathing on the beach. Happy for the sudden rest, he promised himself that he would only eat and read. Working with people took too much energy, so exhausted from dealing with customers, he spent the day in the silence of the Forest of Dreams. Having made a fire in the evening, he sat comfortably surrounded by his favorite books, enjoying the last hours of his stay. But there was one minor detail that he had completely forgotten about. As if a curse had haunted him all his life, someone was always following him. No matter where Jiha went, he was never able to be alone. Even now, while doing his business, a small snow-white cat with gray spots that looked a little like a snow leopard cub suddenly came to him. After watching the beautiful sunset that shimmered on the waves of the raging sea, darkness fell. Being a thoughtful person, Jiha had built a small fire beforehand, which with its warm orange light illuminated the stone cave, creating a perfect light for reading books. It was extremely peaceful in this small shelter. The quiet crackling of wood and the chirping of crickets created a cozy atmosphere to fully experience the story being read. Once upon a time, no one had a problem listening to the sounds of the sea, but now it was occupied by monsters. Therefore, our hero is extremely lucky to be able to enjoy the sound of the waves. If only he had the chance to bring Sanko Hen or Sanya Nuna here, he would do so without delay. Thoughts of his friends were like a warm blanket, warming his mind and distracting him from his hard everyday life. However, the memories of them faded away when strange sounds began to be heard from the other end of the cave. After listening to them, Jiha realized that they sounded like a cat meowing. But what was it doing here? Taking a small log from the fire, he made a torch that lit the way well enough. Getting closer and closer to the source of the sound, the protagonist realized that the meow was different from the usual voice of a cat. Could it be a lion or a tiger? Coming out of the other end of the cave, he leaned toward the humming bell that grew quietly in this forest. The plant was quite quiet and did not make a single sound, which meant that the beast roaming nearby was not dangerous. However, the pterodrone suddenly flying over his head still startled Jiha as he rushed into the thick of the forest. As he ran after the pterodrone, he began to hear the sounds of the animal screaming more and more clearly. As expected, the pterodrone led him straight to a white cat with black flecks in its fur. The system quickly identified the animal as Actus, but it was obvious from looking at it that it was larger than a normal cat. He was not in the best shape and was lying on the ground shivering and moaning in helplessness. Jiha took him in his arms, thinking he could help him by giving him a potion. At the same moment, Pterodrone began to poke our hero with his claw, trying to draw his attention to himself. Turning around at his call, he started to apologize for being distracted and forgetting about him, but what he saw next touched his soul. Several Pterodrone brought to him fish that they had caught unbeknownst to him and were dragging them on their own 2 feet from the sea itself. Our hero was amazed at their care for the cat, so praised them for their hard work in helping the forest dweller. Pride overflowed his heart, because of which, as a thank you, he scratched one of the beetles on the head and promised to bring more delicious food next time. Just like that, the cat found himself in Jiha's arms with a delicious meal and a vial of the promised potion. After he had eaten solidly, the protagonist was able to breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't clear how he would feel about the potions, but it was worth a try. Not long ago, Actus was shivering like an autumn leaf in the wind, but judging from how soundly he was sleeping now, it seemed that everything was fine now. However, a funny thought struck Jiha at one point. Although he had not yet had the opportunity to fully explore the Forest of Dreams, this was the first time he had met an animal here. Stroking the soft fur of the cat, he became increasingly curious about where this little friend came from. But at the same moment when his hand reached Actus' head, he suddenly opened his blue eyes and stared at him. Of course, our hero did not want to wake him up, and only out of habit began to stroke his fur, so thinking that the animal might get angry, instantly removed his palm and began to apologize. But as it turned out, Actus woke up for a completely different reason, surprising Jiha in the process. Like a little kitten, the beast began to purr and paw at his hand, twisting his flexible body in different directions. It immediately began to be stroked and cuddled even more with this behavior, suggesting that it had chosen the protagonist as its chosen one. After calming down a bit, Jiha began to ponder over the animal's name. Although even the name Actus sounded acceptable, it was just a species designation. After deciding that the animal's coloring was similar to a white tiger, he decided to name it Bam. Looking at Actus, our hero offered him to stay with him, of course, on condition that he had nowhere else to go. After that, the beast meowed softly, because of which this sound was taken as an agreement. After sitting in the Forest of Dreams for a few more hours, Jiha slowly packed his things and began to return home. There, he set up a separate corner for sleeping and eating and carried Bam himself to the store. There, too, the poor beast could not stay quiet for a moment. Most of the women, as soon as they saw him, would squeal at the cuteness of the store's new resident. Lying in Jiha's arms, he seemed like an artificial doll with his eyes glistening from the light of the lamps. At some point, there were more and more people wanting to see Bam, which brought the store a huge income. Many people assumed that he belonged to the snow leopard family, but it was fundamentally wrong. Our hero found him in the dungeon and took him for himself, as he had nowhere else to go. Looking at the yawning animal, a wave of sighs of delight spread throughout the building, and then he was finally introduced to Bam. One of the customers naturally wanted to pet the shining fur of the cat, so she thoughtfully asked for permission to do so. However, Bam himself was against touching other people's dirty hands, and as soon as the stranger's palm approached him, he immediately struck it with his claws. Jiha became very nervous when the customer's hand turned red from scratching, causing him to ask how her hand was. Luckily, she was fine, unlike her broken heart. Naturally, the protagonist tried his best to smooth things over and apologized for this little incident, explaining that Bam was just shy. Stroking the animal on the head, he asked him not to throw at people anymore, while he himself in his head replayed his behavior. As it turned out, Bam was kind only to him, and to the others he treated them like assholes. If he continued to treat people like that, then keeping him in the store would not be a good idea. However, even so, he couldn't leave him at home so easily. Besides, Jiha still wanted to show off the cuteness of his new friend. After this incident, most of the customers took their orders and went home. Instead, Seo Hyojin came to him, holding a coffee stand in her hand. She had business to attend to, so she stopped by the store, grabbing some coffee on the way, assuming he liked it. After a brief greeting, she noticed the quiet sound of a cat that had folded its paws under itself and was sitting on the counter. She instantly grabbed a coat rack standing in the corner and began to cover herself with it, asking what kind of animal was sitting next to him. The protagonist calmly called its name and introduced it as a small tiger, while she trembled behind the wood, moving further away towards the exit. As it turned out, she was scared shitless of cats. Mustering up her courage, Hyojin SSI carefully walked over to the counter and handed the coffee to Jiha, who hadn't even hoped for this little gift. However, in the very next second, she jumped back, asking the animal that had gotten up from its seat to stay away from her. But there was nowhere to go. Bam was now living with him, so she would be coming to the potion shop every day. No one had any idea that she would be afraid of the cat, which caused Jiha to ask the dwarf cat to bring it down to the floor. Instead, Bam sat back down in his seat, starting to purr so loudly that he could be heard in the other room. As it turned out, the one wanted Seo Hyojin to pet him, but this behavior of his was particularly strange. Previously, he was unwilling to let other people's hands touch his fur, but now he was willing to voluntarily rush towards her. Hearing this information, she walked over to the counter and gingerly, reaching out her palm closer and closer, touched Bam. His fur was very soft, and the vibrating sounds from his purring made it feel like a light massage on her fingertips. Still, this tiger was one of the gentlest animals Hejin SSI had ever met. The name tiger was the only thing that came from it, and as such, it turned out to be a very even affectionate beast. Playing with the cat had knocked out all the thoughts with which she had come to the store, so she did not immediately remember the reason for which she had come. She had come here to warn Jiha that HunterNet was getting more and more violent because it was giving away free reinforcement scrolls. However, this was no longer news. Shrugging his shoulders, he replied that even so, the leader of the Eternal Flame had already come yesterday. He gave Cha Hwa Yon a scroll that was worth at least a few million, which suggested that he was either not an ambitious person or simply a fool. However, Seo Hyojin was sure that he was just the kind of person who didn't calculate anything and wasn't greedy. An ordinary salesman that does good to the people around him. Perhaps that's what attracts people to him, and that's the reason why she started coming to his store so often. Even just watching, he begged Bam to stop chewing, and stretching his shirt told her that he had no evil intentions. Except that this idyll was interrupted by the fiercely loud ringing of a humming bell that grew behind the counter of the store. Such trembling of the plant could only mean one thing. What he was here for, a warning of the danger that could threaten his life. After that, all the loudspeakers began to announce the occurrence of a Type 4 disaster, asking all residents living nearby to urgently evacuate the area. Unfortunately, this was not a drill, so Hejin SSI shouted for Jiha to leave the store immediately. In the haste and utter confusion, our hero had to leave the building immediately, running away with his so-called kitty in his arms. The hunters have arrived, and the armed forces are coordinating with them to lead the people and guide them to the evacuation sites. Young, old, men, women, and children, anyone who can be affected by the upcoming disaster is being quickly transported to a safer place, and that includes Jiha and Little Bam. If it's a Type 4 warning, they must be facing the catastrophe of a Category 4 dungeon. If that's the case, there will be quite a lot of strong hunters in the area. Jiha can only hope that they will be enough to stop the incoming danger. Bam senses that something is wrong and is feeling anxious in the middle of the crowded evacuation area while Jiha tries to comfort the little guy as much as he can. Everything is going smoothly until the ground starts shaking wildly. Everyone in the designated area feels the quake, and chaos and fear immediately take hold of everyone. When the shaking subsides, Jiha asks himself if it is still too early to feel reassured. Bam is visibly upset by all the strange things happening around. The little feline and his teary eyes are way too cute. Jiha is moving like a real cat dad and trying his best to comfort his little friend. He continues to reassure himself that the ground shake was probably nothing, and that they will be fine. In this world, a catastrophe is not your run-of-the-mill disaster. It occurs when a crisis arises and hunters entering the dungeon fail to complete their quest. There won't be any major problem with catastrophes of a low-difficulty dungeon. Those are easy to contain and deal with. But there are rare cases like this one that go down a lot differently. It happens when a rank 4 or higher dungeon suffers a catastrophe. In the event of a failure this massive, civilians within the radius of 20 kilometers of the gate are to be evacuated. Every armed force that could spare manpower carries out military operations while deploying their finest armored forces. And of course, high-ranking hunters are mobilized as they are the most well-informed and well-equipped against matters concerning dungeons. The Sword Witch Seo Hyojin and everyone else are on standby as everyone simultaneously feels the descent of ungodly forces. The dungeon gate, which looks like a dimensional rift, slowly starts cracking and growing unstable by the second. Finally, the first wave of the monsters breaking free to wreak havoc and spread the catastrophe has broken through to the human world. It seems like this time, the enemies would be skeleton warriors brought back from the dead. Humanity's first line of defense opens fire with heavy artillery from the military forces. Every soldier who can hold a gun, whether it's automatic, semi-automatic, anything that fires and fires a lot, rains down lead on the monsters trying to encroach on the human world. Next come the targeted air strikes being dropped from up in the sky. Fighter jets and their highly trained pilots rain down explosives to pinpoint and wipe out the incoming horde of skeletons in an open area. These skeleton monsters are also known as liches. If these are the type of monsters that triggered the catastrophe, then the undead dungeon attack must have failed. Goryeo Group's successor Kim Hyung-suk remains confident that even against these liches, their firepower would be enough to end it soon. He is already thinking of how to get away right after finishing up the remnants. He turns to one of the commanding military officers and suggests a focus fire on the gate itself. The hunters will deal with the monsters that slip through the cracks and the curse using liches. Kim Hyung-suk is quite certain that this operation is a lock for success, but that would only be the case if there's no other variable in the mix. Looking at the gate and the gigantic grotesque creature emerging from it with its red eyes and disgusting mouth, it is starting to look like the worst is yet to come. Hyung-suk identifies the creature coming out of the gate as a monstrous being. He immediately alerts all forces to up the urgency and focus their entire firepower on the bastard that has just emerged from the fractured dungeon gate. Next comes the green light for open fire, an all-out attack that will pour out everything that human technology is capable of given the circumstance. Hellfire of explosives coming from the skies, and the ground rains down on the monstrous being, but it's looking like it is not faltering with its advance at all. It even taunts the military forces by catching one of the missiles right out of the air and putting the damn thing in its mouth. The booming sound and the scorched earth explosion that result from the combination of everything that the military has are destructive to the highest degree. The foot soldiers see this and start celebrating their successful defense against the monstrous being. It looks like their focused firepower was quite effective at first glance. But Kim Hyung-suk knows that a monstrous being is a disaster-rank creature. This much attack, no matter how impressive or destructive it is, won't even leave a scratch on it. As the smoke, dust, and debris settle, what emerges is the unscathed hideous giant with a permanent mocking smile on its ugly face. It is capable of almost human thought, and in its demented head, it just keeps repeating that there are enemies, dangerous enemies. And when there are dangerous enemies, it must kill. The monstrous being literally tanks every explosive and high-caliber bullet thrown at it, and it is now ready to take the initiative for its own attack. Kim Hyung-suk notices that the monster is angling their way and orders the armed forces to dodge the incoming charge. Everyone has not gotten out of the way yet, but it seems like that won't be a problem. The massive undead monster just passes them by without attacking at all. That bastard's goal is not the attacking military units in the front lines, it is so much worse than that. It is the spherical evacuation center at the heart of the city. The monstrous being is blowing by every single enemy in sight and is only focused on the area where most of the people in the city have gathered. In this fast-paced battle, the high-ranking hunters have not gotten the chance to show off what they are capable of. They refuse to let this ugly bastard rush into the evacuation shelter without a fight. The attacking effort is being led by the Sword Witch herself. She comes from a high angle with her magical blades lined up for a sharp attack. She then executes her special move, the technique that ripped a manstalker into shreds, her powerful sword rampage. The assault of the high-ranking hunters is not done yet. Eternal Flame Guild Master Cha Hwa Yeon also wants a piece of the kill as she orders everyone to stand back while she fires off one of her specialties. Using her runic wand enhanced by the scroll that Jiha made, she fires off a scorching fireball that is more destructive than man-made bombs. After that brutal assault of special moves, the monstrous being feels no pain at all. It still remains unscathed. As if to rub salt on the guild leader and the Sword Witch's wounded egos, the monster does not even bother turning back to face them, as if they did not even register to the creature's radar. At last, the monstrous being has come close enough to the evacuation shelter to lift its fist up and gather whatever mysterious energy that makes the undead so strong. In one punch, it tears a massive hole through the most secure and reinforced building in the city. This sphere was supposed to be a haven where people could expect to be safe from anything. The Sword Witch immediately rushes in to go back into the action, even though Cha Hwa-yeon warned her that getting close to the monster would be dangerous. She just cannot stand around and watch as people inside the shelter die. Jiha is in there. The monstrous being rears its ugly mug and grotesque undead body in the hole that it made, while the thought of finally finding the enemy continuously repeats inside its thick head. Who would have thought that the monster ignored all the attacks and all the forces outside to look for Jiha and Baeum? Now that the shelter has been breached, it is safe to say that the situation outside is not looking good. Jiha knows that the reasonable thing to do was to run away, but the fear has trapped his legs into the floor, and they won't move at all. He begs and begs for his trembling legs to move to no avail. After a while, his lower body finally gains enough strength to take a step back. But it might just be too late. The monstrous being has already reached out its hand to pick him up. In its mind, it's starting to feel confused, as this man up front is not the strong enemy that it has set out to look for. Baeum looked as though he was just an anxious and adorable house cat earlier, but the little guy is now breathing in intensely with not a hint of fear in those beady eyes. The little feline launches an attack of concentrated force right into the monster's palm that wanted so badly to grab them in a tight grip. Baeum has stopped the immediate danger, and he is not stopping now. The Actus jumps out of Jiha's embrace and faces the monstrous being directly. Baeum then starts talking to the monstrous being telepathically, calling it a lowly demonic being. After hearing that domineering voice inside its head, the monster that rendered every human force useless loses its grotesque smile and starts sweating nervously. Baeum continues to speak directly inside the undead's head while roaring with all his might. For a brief moment, the form of a fully grown Actus appears like a terrifyingly ferocious mirage. It invokes a primal fear inside the monstrous being's mind, causing it to stop moving altogether. Outside, the Sword Witch also feels that an enormous amount of ether just got unleashed from the inside of the shelter. Well, whatever it was, it has given the high-ranking hunters another chance when the monstrous being is just standing there frozen. Eternal Flame Guild leader Cha Hwa-yeon already knows what the Sword Witch needs before she can even ask for help. Hwa-yeon fires a nourishing flame directly onto the Sword Witch's blade. It looks as though her weapon has absorbed the guild leader's destructive potential. With that boost in strength and fire attribute, Seo Hyejin's and Cha Hwa-yeon's combo attack rages on as the fire sword rampant. This time, the monster cannot just ignore the pain or remain unscathed. The combined force of two rankers is impossible to contend with when you are under the primal fear of Baeum's corporeal mirage. That single series of attacks almost takes everything that the Sword Witch has in her gas tank. When Hwa-yeon walks forward to confirm if the mission is over, Hyejin replies that they cannot let their guard down yet, especially against whatever it is that released an enormous amount of ether inside the evacuation shelter. Upon entering through the massive opening that the monster made, the only ones the hunters see are Jiha and Baeum. It is just the gentle store manager and his adorable pet that can secretly dominate a disaster-level threat with no problems. The monster was defeated. The monster was defeated. Watching the others deal with the aftermath of the attack and what she had felt at the time. Finally getting home and taking a shower, Yu could finally relax. With a sigh of relief, he noted that today had been a really crazy day. Fortunately, however, everything had turned out all right. As soon as he sat down on the chair, Baeum immediately jumped into his lap. He started rubbing against him, begging to be petted. Unable to resist this temptation, our hero began to caress him. He praised Bam for a job well done, as it was only because of that he was alive now. Yu also noted that when they had encountered the monster, his pet had seemed very angry. However, there was no trace of that anger now. While our hero was thinking about the monster, an interesting thought suddenly popped into his head, which he immediately decided to write in an endless book of spells. While our hero was writing something in the book, on the screen of someone's laptop appeared information about the recently defeated monster, which appeared from the gate of level 4 and almost destroyed the hideout. That laptop belonged to none other than the heir of the Goryu group, Kim Hyun-suk. Seeing the information that appeared on the website, he was very surprised. The website said that the newly appeared monster was 15 meters tall and ugly, but it had tremendous strength. But that's not what surprised Kim Hyun-suk. In fact, he couldn't believe that the information on the website had been updated. At the same time, our hero finished writing and closed the book. Humming a cheerful tune, he said that what he had written should have been enough. Lastly, he wondered if this was the kind of site where no one could edit anything. After a while, the 3 largest hunter guilds met to discuss the past incident. They all knew that the monster had been killed by the airwave, but it wasn't their hunters who did it. However, if the ether had not exploded, there was no telling if they would have been able to stop the monster in time. Everyone only had one question: who did it? Everyone excitedly began to discuss and offer their options. Some said it was a simple phenomenon. Others said that not everyone in the asylum had felt the etheric blast. Some suggested to investigate the asylum to find the reason. After hearing all the speculations, Kim Hyun-suk asked if they had seen the update on MirWiki. Without waiting for an answer, he continued by saying that someone had the power to not only scare the monster, but also to add that information to a site that no one could edit. Hearing this, Seo Hyejin said that 2 assumptions could be made from this. Either the person who chased away the monster was in an orphanage, or someone had a unique ability that was different from that of ordinary hunters. Cha Hwa Yeon immediately intervened in the conversation. She said that the people who were in the shelter said that they heard a cat roar when the explosion occurred. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-suk said that he didn't think the information could help them. However, that one went on to say that that strange shopkeeper was also there. Furthermore, he had a cat that looked a lot like a snow leopard. From what they heard, everyone present was shocked. After a while, Yu was standing behind his store as usual. When he heard that someone had come, he greeted them with a smile as usual. However, when he took a closer look, he realized that the visitors this time were not ordinary. After all, the 3 heads of the largest guilds were in front of him. Yu was a little frightened when he saw them walking towards him with determination. Not understanding why 3 such important people had come to him at once, he worriedly asked what had happened. However, it was much simpler than he had imagined. All they wanted was to see his cat. Yu wondered if they had come just to see Bam. He wanted to add that Bam would get scared and run away if they made so much noise. But in the next moment, a rustling sound was heard nearby, causing everyone to look over there. As it turned out, it was Bam, who, to everyone's surprise, jumped onto the counter. Like an ordinary cat, he yawned sweetly and stretched. All 3 guild heads immediately rushed over to him, trying to see if he was the one who had caused the ether to explode. Bam looked at the guests and meowed in bewilderment as if asking what they wanted from him. Cha Hwa Yeon decided to take a closer look at the cat and picked him up. She wondered if he was the one who had caused the airwave, because at first glance he seemed to be an ordinary cat. Yu immediately panicked and told her to let him go as he didn't like being held like that. However, she didn't pay attention to his warnings. Turning to the others, she said she didn't feel the presence of ether in that one. She was sure that if that cat had been the culprit of the explosion, she had certainly sensed it. Bam, who didn't particularly like sitting in a stranger's arms, tried to pull away. Realizing that the girl was not going to let him go, he immediately sank his sharp fangs into her hand, causing her to cry out painfully. Bayam jumped out of the girl's hands and jumped back onto the counter. Yu told the irritated Cha Hwa-yeon to be careful, as Bayam had a temper and could bite. At the same time, Seo Hyejin intervened. She said that she heard that he was at the orphanage during the incident with the monster. She added that she heard that someone heard a cat roar right before the monster escaped. Hearing this, Yu smiled awkwardly and replied that his cat might have actually gotten scared and started meowing loudly. Fixing his points, Kim Hyun-suk thoughtfully replied that that was indeed the case. Even though he agreed with it, he still had his doubts. However, when he saw the cat trying to jump on his master's head, he realized that their suspicions were false. There was no way he could believe that there was a cat in front of him who could stop such a strong monster. But it didn't matter, because if he could, he would try to hire the store clerk right now. But this wasn't the right time. Even though Cha Hwa-yeon had already been rejected once, it was clear that she wasn't going to give up, and Kim Hyun-suk had no desire to compete with her. Deciding to put that idea off until a better time, he turned around and headed for the exit. He told our hero that he would see her again. Cha Hwa-yeon immediately followed him, saying that she wanted to see him rejected too. Seo Hyejin, on the other hand, didn't stay long. Smiling brightly, she promised to come back again. Our hero didn't mind at all, and replied that she could come back anytime. That night, Yu lay on a lounge chair by the fire and read a book. He came across some information about Jiha continent. He had already heard about it somewhere, so he immediately started reading with interest. According to the information in the book, Jiha continent was a place where many different people lived together with the Great Tree. The tree created nature gods to protect the continent. After reading this, Yu was very surprised. As he continued reading, he came across a description of one of the nature gods. It had white fur with dark spots and was the raging fangs of nature. Our hero was shocked by what he read. The description of the creature he had just read about matched Bayam's image exactly. Yu looked at his pet who was sleeping peacefully on his lap and wondered, Bayam is a nature god? The realization that this might be true made him jump up sharply. Even though this little cat didn't look like a nature god, the things that had happened around him during this time hinted that it could very well be true. Yu realized that none of this could be a coincidence. The guild leaders had already mentioned that there had been a large etheric explosion in the asylum back then. And after comparing all the facts, our hero came to the conclusion that it was most likely the work of Bayam's paws. Looking at the little kitten that was lying on his lap, Yu wondered if he could consider it a nature god. After all, if that was really the case, then the tree from his dream could also be the very real world tree. When he thought about it, he realized that it all really did make sense. Yu had a feeling from the beginning that it was as if the tree had given him a job, and that it all started from the moment he received the worker class, helping the Terradrones and saving Bayam. It was like it was all part of some grand plan. While our hero was thinking about this, a light suddenly began to emanate from the book he had placed next to him. In the next instant, the book opened by itself and a bright light poured out of its pages. Such an unexpectedness surprised our hero very much. A system window popped up in front of him. The first thing that caught Yu's eye was that his class was called XXX's worker. He immediately wondered what that meant. However, the next moment his thoughts were interrupted by a bright light that made him cover his eyes with his hands. At the same time, Hwang Sunyoung was sitting in a dark room in the middle of a pile of books. Wrapped in a blanket, she listened to the news. It said that there was still a group of undead led by a senior lich near Jiri-san City. For 10 years now, the government had refused to make any attempt to confront them. However, the undead were spreading an infestation that was greatly reducing the area available for crops, which led to food shortages. And the only way to solve this was to defeat the undead. Hwang Sunyoung turned off the TV without listening to the experts' opinions. She wrapped herself in a blanket and said thoughtfully that hunting the lich was not easy. We're going back to the Forest of Dreams. Yu opened his eyes and found himself standing in front of the World Tree. He turned to it and said that it had been guiding him all along, and it was it that had led him to the Forest of Dreams. Smiling, he added that he didn't know why it had given him such an important task. However, even so, he believed that there must have been some reason for it. That was why he promised that he would do his best to help him. Suddenly, a magical portal appeared behind him. Turning around, our hero looked at it with bewilderment. Watching the portal with interest, from which something was clearly going to appear, Yu wondered what it could be. Seeing that it was purple in color, our hero immediately had a guess. The very next moment, a cold and gloomy voice was heard, the owner of which began to shout all sorts of terrifying curses. Looking at the place where the portal had been recently, Yu saw a skeleton with a staff in his hands who continued to shout furiously. However, this wasn't just any skeleton, but a true Elder Lick. In addition, he was not alone. He was in charge of a huge army of undead that obeyed his orders without question. According to the information he knew, the Senior Lick was considered a monster of terrible level. Even the strongest guilds wouldn't want to face him and his army. However, right now, to Yu, they seemed more cute than dangerous. Watching them like Gulliver watching the Lilliputians, he wondered what they were saying. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of our hero, informing him that the Elder Lick and his army were infecting the nearest lands, and they were soon to reach his land as well. Following that, the system asked if he wanted to know a few ways he could reduce his influence. Yu agreed without a second thought. He was happily ready to fulfill his duty. The War Lick along with his army continued to shout curses. All they wanted was death to all living things. Watching them, our hero noted that they were actually quite cute. Their attempts to appear scary and evil seemed very amusing to him. Yu realized that it would be easier for him to intervene using the ether. However, it would be even easier if he could just swat them away like he did with the ants. However, he quickly realized that he couldn't do that because this was a Lick. Licks were known to be immortal until their life source was destroyed, so this time he would not be able to deal with him so easily. Fortunately, the system informed him that in order to reduce the influence of the Lick, he had to first destroy its life source. After that, the only thing left to do was to clear out the surrounding areas. Looking more closely at the half-touch, our hero could see a castle visible in the distance. Although only ruins remained of it, Yu could say with certainty that he had already seen it somewhere. The clue was in the flag hanging on the wall. Seeing it, our hero immediately remembered that it was the flag of the Kingdom of Estrum. And since it was destroyed, and Lick had a large army of undead, the conclusion was self-evident. Namely that the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Estrum could just be the undead ruled by the Lick. However, it didn't matter now. There was nothing he could do to help them now. All he had to concentrate on was victory. There was no way he could let the infection spread any further. Even though he couldn't intervene directly, that wasn't a problem. After all, he still had his army of Pterodrones who followed his orders without question and were determined to win. But suddenly there was a small problem. The system reported that a large rock was blocking the army's path, preventing it from moving forward. Even though the rock seemed tiny to him, it was a huge problem for Pterodrones. After all, only one warrior could fly. Deciding that if he left it up to them, it might take too long. So in the next instant, under the admiring gazes of the Pterodrone, Yu had already thrown the rocks out of their way. As soon as the path was clear, they immediately rushed into battle. Their task was to find and destroy the Elder Lick's life source. But before they could do that, they needed to break through the undead army. In the next instant, the two armies clashed in a fierce battle. But it didn't last long. As the Pterodrones didn't leave a chance, they defeated the undead army almost instantly. Yu was delighted to see that they had become much stronger in the meantime, and now looked more like a real army. Although the Pterodrones were doing well, and had managed to kill a large number of undead, their advantage could disappear at any moment. After all, Lick still had a lot of undead he could summon. In the next moment, the Pterodrones faced the undead reinforcements. However, that was not all. Raising his staff up, the Elder Lick began to cast some kind of terrifying spell. As he cast it, he instantly subjected the Pterodrones to a curse that caused them to begin to feel pain. Taking advantage of the fact that they were unable to fight, the Lick ordered his army to attack. However, he suddenly encountered a problem. It was the commander of the Pterodrones' army, who for some reason was not affected by the curse, and judging from his evil gaze, he was determined. The reason why the negative effects didn't work was because our hero had applied the worker's blessing, which did its job perfectly. In the next instant, the Lick's staff was in the air. Left without his only weapon, he was cornered. He tried to resist and shouted curses, but it didn't help him. The Pterodrones quickly grabbed him by his limbs and pinned him to the ground. But that was not the end of it for the Lick, for he was immediately stripped of his limbs and then his entire body. He mockingly scoffed and called them idiots, saying that there was no point in destroying him because he could be resurrected at any moment. However, in the next second, he realized that he was very much mistaken. After all, during the battle, the Pterodrone had managed to find his life source. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of you, informing him that in order to destroy the source, he needed to evolve his Pterodrone warrior. The cost of evolution, on the other hand, was 5 points of essence. Though it was expensive, our hero had no choice. As soon as he pressed the confirmation button, the Pterodrone leader transformed from an ordinary warrior to a knight. He immediately rushed towards the castle at full speed. Just breaking through the wall, he broke into the room where the chest with the source of life stood. The Lick was desperately trying to recover because he realized that if he did nothing, he would die. But he had no chance. In the next instant, the Pterodrone Knight destroyed the chest where his life source was stored. The Elder Lick immediately howled in pain. This was the end of him. With painful screams, he and his army immediately began to disappear. You watched with a happy smile as his enemies dissolved into thin air. All he could say at that moment was that they had managed to win. But that wasn't all. After all, in addition to the victory, they got a lot of valuable trophies that Pterodrones brought to our hero. Seeing this, he immediately praised and thanked them. His praise immediately caused embarrassment to most of the army. But the surprises did not end there, because suddenly Pterodrone Knight brought him also a large chest, which in the next moment became even bigger. Looking inside, Yu was pleasantly surprised at what he saw. Inside was a blade that seemed very valuable at first glance. The description said that it was called the Royal Seal of the Estrum Kingdom. It had a unique class and added 5 points to mental health, as well as a trait called Conqueror's Charisma. After reading this, our hero was surely convinced that it was the Estrum Mountain as he had assumed. His first thought was to find the owner of the sword. However, after a little thought, he realized that most likely he had long since died. So Yu put the blade in his backpack and said that he would take care of it later. After all, right now he still had to fulfill the second condition to reduce the status of the Lick's influence. That was to clean up the infected land. Together with an army of Pterodrones, he immediately began to pour the tainted earth into a basin. As he brought it back to his forest, he was delighted to note that it had cleansed as he had intended. Suddenly, a Pterodrone Knight flew up to him, holding ink in his paws. Yu was a little surprised and asked if he wanted him to write the scroll. He wanted to reply that he couldn't write it without the runes, but the runes that appeared on the tree in time left him no choice. After a while, he was already sitting and writing a scroll of purification. It was supposed to restore the infected land to its original state. But even though he had made the scroll, he still had questions about how to use it. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Bayam jumping on top of him. The pet was trying to show him that he wanted his attention. While our hero was babysitting Bam and telling him to be careful, as the infection could harm him, the Pterodrone's knight decided to take matters into his own hands. He immediately tore out the page with the inscriptions. After a while, our hero finally finished playing with Bam. Surprised that it was very quiet, he looked around. Not seeing any Pterodrone, he wondered where they had gone. Somewhere in the mountains, terrifying curses began to be heard again. Some Lick had once again raised an army of undead from their graves and began to create havoc. The people at the mountain temple could not understand what was going on and why they were hearing strange voices. However, they soon realized that they had encountered nothing but a monster of a monstrous level. Surrounded by an army of undead, another Elder Lick began to infect and destroy everything in its path. He would have continued to wreak havoc had it not been for the portal that suddenly appeared behind him. In the next instant, the Lick was confronted with a truly terrifying foe. A Pterodrone knight stood before him at full height. He was not only huge in size, but also very angry. Realizing that there would be no agreement, the Lick immediately ordered his warriors to attack and destroy this cursed race of the World Tree. Stop them at all costs. But it didn't work out so well. After all, it only took one blow to destroy half of his army. The Lick was no easy task. While the enemy was distracted by his warriors, he managed to cast a spell. The very next moment, a curse fell on Pterodrone. However, as it turned out, it was of no use. The Pterodrone looked at the Lick with a mocking gaze, as if to say that techniques of that level did not work on him. The Lick was scared to death and shocked, as he didn't understand why his curse had no effect. But he had no time to wonder and understand the situation, because he had bigger problems to deal with. Namely, the huge army of Pterodrones that had suddenly appeared from the portal, and which was clearly determined to turn him and his army into dust. Around this time, Yu was standing behind the counter of his store as usual. As long as there were no visitors, he could afford to fondle Bam. However, their pastime was disturbed by a visitor who entered the store. It was Hwang Sunyoung, who headed towards him in a hurry. After approaching the counter and grabbing the remote, she immediately turned on the TV. Immediately, the voice of the anchor came on and said that they had breaking news. The reporter who had arrived on the scene excitedly reported that there were signs of battle in the areas where the Lick had been. In addition, the infested lands had been cleared. The officials also commented on this, saying that it could only mean that all the Lick had been destroyed. Listening to the news, Yu couldn't help but wonder what had happened. However, the very next moment, he received the answer to his question. The reporter said that they had managed to capture a previously unknown task creature at the scene. According to the experts, it could have been disaster level or even destruction level. However, no more information could be obtained, as the creature disappeared as quickly as it appeared. After watching the news, Yu immediately wondered what his Pterodrones were doing there. At the same time, Kim Hyun-suk, who had also watched the news, noted that the unknown creature was not the level of destruction. Seo Hyejin, on the other hand, concluded that it was a mythical level monster, while Cha Hwa-yeon was only puzzled as to what was even going on. At about the same time, a dark and frightening shadow loomed over the small and frightened Pterodrones. However, it could only seem so, for Yu was not really angry at them for their willfulness. Turning to the Pterodrones, our hero said that they should talk it over. Leaving their leader to fend for himself, the rest of the Pterodrones immediately ran away. Yu wasn't going to scold them, and told them not to be afraid because they hadn't done anything wrong. However, he still had questions about whether they were the ones who had ripped out the scroll and the ones who had appeared in Jiri-san and destroyed all the Lick. Without answering anything, the Pterodrone knight ran off somewhere. However, a moment later he came back, but not empty-handed. In front of Yu immediately appeared a large pile of ether stones and essence, which sparkled brightly in the sun. However, our hero didn't need a bribe. All he wanted to hear was whether they were the ones who had appeared in the city. still feeling guilty for what he had done. The Pterodrone Knight nodded guiltily in response. He expected punishment, but there was none. Gently stroking him, Yu said that he wasn't trying to intimidate them, but just wanted to confirm and make sure that they really did it. Without stopping stroking, our hero said with a bright smile that they had done an excellent job of cleansing Jiri-san. The misunderstanding had been cleared up, but the pile of ether stones and essences had gone nowhere. Looking at them, Yu couldn't help but wonder what he was supposed to do with them. As if nothing had happened, he picked up a stone that was worth millions of dollars and noted that they had received it for defeating the Elder Lick. Bam, who hadn't shown any signs of interest before, suddenly meowed and reached for the stone. Yu saw this and asked if he wanted to play with it. Handing him the stone, which I will remind cost millions of dollars, our hero said that he could take it. However, as it turned out, he was not going to play with the crystal. Having received what he wanted, Bam immediately began to chew on it. Watching him happily eat the stone, Yu wondered if this was the source of their energy. He immediately thought that perhaps that was why the Pterodrones had taken the stones and brought them to him. Finally finished eating, Bam meowed contentedly. Now our hero was finally convinced that he was a nature god, as their behavior was beyond common sense. However, he didn't dwell on it, as he still had 15 essence stones that he was going to spend on improving his characteristics. The first thing he decided to improve was his strength and stamina. As he used the stones, he felt a warm energy begin to spread through his body. Deciding to see if anything had changed, he waved his hand. The main reason why he decided to improve his strength was because he was a worker. Stroking Bam, Yu told himself that he shouldn't be obsessed with getting stronger. He should just be happy with what he already had. After all, it was enough for him. Chasing power would not bring him joy. After a while, our hero received a call from the Hunter Control Center. They reported that they needed a dungeon latecomer. Immediately, he agreed without a second thought. He was very excited and enthusiastic, as he had never been to a real dungeon latecomer party before. Yu soon arrived at the place where the other participants were gathering. Since there were quite a few people gathered there, he figured that the dungeon probably had to be huge. Suddenly, a man called out to him. He greeted our hero and said that they hadn't seen each other for quite some time. Yu immediately recognized the man. It was his old acquaintance, Mr. Wonho. The man couldn't contain his excitement, as this was the first time he had attended the opening of a dungeon of this level. Yu also said that he had never seen so many people at a latecomer party before. Putting his arm around our hero's shoulders, Mr. Wonho said that this time they might even be able to find something good, to which Yu replied that he didn't think they would ever get such a chance. However, the man still believed in the best. While he was saying something caught our hero's attention. The sound of someone's heels clacking was heard nearby. The owner was Seo Hyojin, who had just returned from the dungeon. She immediately attracted the gazes of everyone present. She was beautiful enough that when she appeared, everyone started talking about her. While someone was saying that they had heard that she had once again completed the quest alone, Seo Hyojin suddenly noticed Yu. She immediately headed towards him. Not understanding what was going on, he stared at her in bewilderment. After greeting our hero, she asked if he had come here to enter with the other latecomers. He nodded affirmatively, adding that he had gotten a call that they were short on people. While they were talking, the others present watched in amazement. There was no way they expected Tot to talk to some guy first. Hearing this, Seo immediately had a thought in her head. It could be dangerous out there. She herself didn't know why she suddenly felt the urge to suggest it. With an awkward smile, she asked if he would be sorry if she went along with him. She immediately added that if he went to the dungeon with her, he would be able to move around freely and not worry about anything. Yu didn't mind such company, but he was a little embarrassed that they were now the focus of everyone's attention. Once the others saw that Seo Hyojin was talking to some ordinary guy, they too decided to try their luck. As they approached her, they started to offer her to go with them. Someone even offered her all the authority regarding the dungeon. Everyone was so focused on getting her favor that they didn't pay any attention to our hero, who just stood there silently. But Seo wasn't going to accept anyone's offer, and she didn't need anyone's help either. All their attempts to interest her were in vain. She was only interested in one person here, Jiha. Ignoring the others, she smilingly told Yu to follow her, to which he nodded a little confused. Yu and Seo Hyejin were walking through a dungeon that looked very much like a forest. Turning to our hero, she told Seo that she had heard that rare plants could be found in such dungeons, to which he replied that many people actually passed by without knowing about it. Since they could hardly find anything worthwhile on the surface, she suggested going deeper. Yu was completely fine with that, but something in his backpack suddenly started moving. As it turned out, it was Bayam, who was finding it hard to sit in the stuffy backpack. As soon as Seo saw it, her eyes immediately lit up with the desire to pet the beautiful creature. Calling it very cute, she reached out to pet it. However, she was immediately rejected. While the girl was saddened by her failure, Yu explained that he didn't like being held by his front paws. Seo pouted a little and noted that he was really cranky. Bayam, who didn't want to sit in the backpack, immediately started trying to break free. The green grass and fresh air beckoned to him. Finally, having freed himself, he jumped to the ground. Squatting down and watching the cat with interest, Seo noticed that he had gotten a little bigger since the last time she had seen him. Petting Bayam, Yu replied that it was because of the rather expensive food he was feeding him. After thinking for a bit, he decided that it would be best not to tell her that last time he had eaten a stone that was worth about 1 billion won. Since everyone was ready, Seo Hyejin suggested that they move out immediately. After all, their adventure was just beginning. As they continued their journey through the forest, the girl asked Yu if he had seen the news yesterday. He asked what kind of news she was talking about. Seo Hyejin replied that it was about a mythical level monster called Pterodrone. Her words made our hero a little nervous, but he managed to hold back his emotions and pretend that nothing happened. Seo continued, saying that she had even heard that the government had managed to find traces of giants in the Busan Ant Dungeon. Listening to the girl's words, Yu thought that the Devil Ant's dungeon sounded very familiar. After thinking for a bit, he was able to remember his attempts to cosplay Iren. As Seo Hyejin continued to talk about how that dungeon was closed because of the danger, Yu chuckled nervously in his head, because he was the giant. Although he was surprised to hear this, he had already guessed that his miniature world was connected to the dungeons of the real world. Suddenly Yu had to interrupt his thoughts as Bayam, who was walking ahead of everyone, stopped abruptly and adopted a fighting stance. Not understanding what caused this behavior of the cat, our hero asked what happened. In the next instant, Seo grabbed her sword. Turning to Yu, she told him in a grim voice to go back immediately. Taking out her sword, she stood in front of their small group. A cold breeze blew in their direction, which did not bode well. And so it was, for in the next instant Seo was seized by a horrible but painfully familiar sensation. Just as before, the monsters that appeared in front of them were animated trees. Even though they were quite a distance away, their lust for killing and madness could still be felt very clearly. Turning his gaze to the girl, Yu noticed the sword in her hands began to tremble. He immediately asked if she was all right. Seo wasn't fine. She knew she had to do something, but her body froze in place and refused to listen to her. In a trembling voice, she said that it was the same place where Seung-hyuk disappeared. Yu had already heard that Han Seung-hyuk, a hunter of the first rank, had disappeared in one of the dungeons. And if it was the same dungeon, then the rank of this place had to be at least rank 5. Pulling their roots out of the ground, the monsters began to advance. The next moment, the sound of a potion bottle being opened was heard. After controlling her fear and coming to her senses, Seo drank the potion. After that, she resolutely stood up and told our hero to run to the entrance of the dungeon with Bam. She herself was determined to clean up the place. You could see her determination. However, the problem was that even she wouldn't be able to deal with so many high-rank monsters. But as it turned out, the mood to fight wasn't just Sio's. Bam, exuding a blue aura, also resolutely stared at the monsters. In the next instant, he rushed straight towards them without paying any attention to the shouts of the protagonist who tried to stop him. However, what happened next shocked you very much. For just like last time, the monsters who saw Bam also started to run away. One of the tree monsters didn't manage to do so, because the cat caught up with him very quickly. Grabbing one of the monster's limbs, Bam was able to tear it off without much effort. The monster lost his arm and howled in pain. The fingers of the severed limb had some seeds on them, which came off with it. Since Bam only stopped at the monster's arm and didn't pursue it, the monster immediately ran away while screaming. You and Sio were watching with their mouths wide open the whole time. The cat came back to them as if nothing had happened. You saw that the cat was carrying something in its mouth and leaned towards it. Holding a seed in his mouth, Bam looked at our hero with shining eyes, as if trying to say that he had brought it for him. Guessing this, our hero took the seed. Turning to the cat, he asked if the cat wanted him to plant it. Bam nodded affirmatively. Sio was watching the monsters run away. She had never seen a monster of such a high level run away from someone in fear. Taking Bam in his arms, Yu turned to her and said that they had more important problems right now. Namely, the deeper places in the dungeon that smelled of danger. After all, the monsters they had just encountered were only a small part of the dangers that could be waiting for them. Seo Hyojin understood this very well. She didn't want to involve her companions in all this, so she again told our hero to go back with Bam. Yu looked at the girl with a puzzled look and asked about her plans. Tears appeared in Seo's eyes. With desperation in her voice, she replied that she couldn't just leave like that, because she had already managed to find a small clue. So she decided that no matter what, she would continue her search. Yu was really surprised by the girl's determination. Although he had no desire to be in danger, he wasn't going to leave her behind. So holding out a potion to Seo, he said that he would go along with her. The girl did not immediately believe what she heard, and looked at Yu in bewilderment. Our hero with a smile added that he understood the danger, but believed that she could protect them. Taking the potion, Seo replied that she would do her best to make sure they could return home. During their journey, evening had come. However, they had no intention of stopping. They continued to travel further and further. At one point, Seo suddenly stopped Yu. Pointing at something ahead of them, she asked if he saw the same thing she did. Looking closer, our hero saw a cave that seemed to have a light coming from it. They didn't know what was waiting for them, but they could only hope that the answer they needed was inside the cave. The best and only way to find out what was in the cave was to go and check it out. So after a while, our heroes stood at the entrance. After shining the torch inside, Yu noted that there was no contamination inside the cave. Once inside, they began to look around carefully. Suddenly, Seo excitedly told our hero to look forward. As he got closer, he saw a distinct trail of blood that stretched inside. Realizing that this could be the clue they were looking for, Yu immediately said firmly that they should keep moving. Cautiously moving through the cave, our heroes tried to find any clues. Luckily, after a while, Seo shouted excitedly and stared at something ahead of them. On the ground lay someone's broken sword, as well as a very shabby armor. From their condition, it was safe to say that their owner had had a hard time. The girl immediately recognized these things. She immediately fell to her knees in despair. Hugging the armor, the girl began to cry. Our hero immediately tried to calm her down, saying that there was still a chance that her appa was alive. Taking her by the shoulders, he said that since the marks were only at the entrance, could it mean that he was able to heal and leave? Hearing this, she tearfully asked if it could really be so, to which our hero nodded affirmatively. Suddenly Bam approached them and tried to get their attention. Seeing this, Yu was surprised and asked what he was doing. However, as it turned out, he wasn't trying to play as he normally would. In its mouth was some kind of green ball that shone with a bright light. As soon as the ball was in the hands of our hero, the system reported that it was a symbiote egg. Looking at the egg thoughtfully, Yu thought that he had already heard about it somewhere, so to be sure, he decided to check the information once they got back. His thoughts were disturbed by Bam, who suddenly bit his hand. Looking at him, Yu immediately realized that he wanted to be praised. After petting him, our hero said that he had done a good job and had really done a good job. Petting the cat was a good thing, but they were in a dungeon where they shouldn't linger. Since they had found the footprints, they could be sure that not all was lost yet. After Yu's words, Seo had a glimmer of hope. Smiling happily, she said that she would definitely keep searching until she found it. Since they had managed to find clues and fulfill their original plan, she offered to go back. Standing at the exit of the dungeon, Seo sincerely thanked Yu for his help, to which he smiled awkwardly and replied that he had done almost nothing to receive praise. However, the girl didn't see it that way. Cradling the armor to herself, she replied that it was only because of him that they were able to find the traces of Seunghyuk Appa. After which, smiling brightly, she stated that she was always lucky to be around him. Hearing that, Yu was a little embarrassed. Bam, on the other hand, was watching the situation with contempt. Breaking the awkward silence, Seo said that he could ask her for help anytime. Shaking her hand, Yu replied that he would definitely do so. Bam watched this with obvious displeasure. The next moment he tried to separate their hands. However, Seo's affection went to him as well. She stroked the cat and said that she was grateful for his help too. Since it was already late, Yu suggested that they split up right there. After all, he still had to give his pet a snack. But besides that, he had one more important thing to do. One that he absolutely had to do. After returning back to the store, Yu immediately started searching for information about the symbiote egg. Flipping through another book, he told himself that he was sure he had already read about it somewhere. Sitting on the pile of books, Bam watched his master, who had been staring at the book for hours. He didn't really like it, as he was eager to play. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he immediately jumped into the pile of books. Looking at the joyful Bam sitting in the pile of books, Yu laughed. Taking the book off his head, Yu said brokenly that he didn't think he would find anything in this book, and so the only option was to try and find out about the egg in the dream world. So he waved goodbye to Bam and said that they would see each other there. The next moment, he was already immersed in the dream world. Soon he found himself in his garden in the forest as usual. He was very happy to experience the refreshing sensation of nature after so many hours of reading books. However, suddenly something surprised our hero very much. Puzzled, he looked at the tree and wondered if it had always been so big. However, the surprises did not end there. On the branches of the tree he found some fruit. According to the information the system provided, they were the fruits of the world tree. Yu was surprised. How could he not think that this was indeed a world tree? The very next moment, something caught his attention again. As it turned out, it was the pterodrones that greeted him cheerfully. While Bam started to try to use them as toys, Yu started to take out an egg from his bag. Showing it to the pterodrone, he asked if they happened to know what it was. To his surprise, the pterodrone knight immediately nodded affirmatively, as if to say he knew what to do with it. Our hero was very happy about this, because he had already tried everything to find out something. The next moment, the system sent a notification that the pterodrone knight was offering him an egg to hatch. Yu immediately agreed, and immediately gave it to him. After taking the egg, the pterodrone began dragging it somewhere. Yu was now one less thing to worry about. seeing off the procession with a glance, our hero said with a smile that they could be relied on. At the same time, there was a dinner in the nest of Pterodrone. Sitting on her throne, the queen was eating the goodies brought to her by the workers. Suddenly, however, a knight appeared carrying an egg. He immediately handed it to the queen. Putting aside all her affairs, she clasped the egg with her paws, while the worker immediately brought the essence crystals. Placing the egg in the center of the egg, they surrounded it with the crystals, while the queen immediately embraced it and began to incubate it. While the pterodrones were doing useful things, Yu was fooling around and babysitting Bayam. Bayam was only too happy to do so, which made him purr happily. Suddenly, something interrupted their fun. Our heroes immediately stared at the tree, whose trunk was followed by a procession of pterodrones. Moving in a chain like ants, they climbed to the top of the tree. However, as it turned out, they did not rise there for nothing. There was a majestic symbiote moth hovering in the air above. Seeing this, Yu immediately wondered if it was a symbol. In the next instant, the symbiote spread its wings and soared into the air. A golden glow began to emanate from it and gradually surrounded the tree. In the next instant, a dazzling bright white light illuminated everything around it. Soon it disappeared, and everything seemed to return to its normal rhythm of life. However, something had changed. While our hero was admiring the tree, the system sent him a notification that a group of sleeping symbiotes had awakened. The symbiote disappeared above the tree with a golden flash, and in that golden glow, a notice appeared in front of Jiha. The world tree has been restored. And now, as he approached the giant greenish tree, he touched it to feel its power. What a relief that the tree was now healthy and full of energy. To his surprise, it didn't end there, and he felt a pleasant light feeling as if a warm summer breeze was blowing on all sides of him and trying to lift him up. Everything around him was drowned in rainbow light, and one notice appeared after another. The world tree bestows its blessing upon him. Now, with the blessing of the tree, his dormant destiny has been awakened, and his class had once again changed, and he was now the world tree's worker. Filled with new power, our hero decided to take a walk in the surrounding forest, where it was impossible not to notice the changes. The awakening of the world tree seemed to have affected the entire forest, which was now just alive with new life and golden fruits everywhere. Jiha couldn't contain his admiration as he looked at them. Now this world from his dreams had become even more fabulous. He couldn't stop exclaiming, "No way!" as he strolled through the renewed forest, where life was booming. And even Bayam found something to do there. The fish just overflowed the local river and constantly jumped out of it, becoming an easy prey for the cat. But it didn't end there. The forest became bigger and wider, which our hero couldn't be happy about. He did not understand how the trees became so big in an instant. And the sun apples also, to keep up with the forest, and the trees on which they grew raised their level, and now they were of the second level. Jiha's happiness was unbounded, as he could now make twice as many potions as before thanks to this large number of high-level sun apples. For a moment, he even thought that he could become rich by selling this mountain of potions to the hunters. It was only for a moment, and he dismissed it almost immediately, explaining that money wasn't really his first priority, and the far more important reason was to find out why the world tree had given him this chance. Perhaps it was because he had some hidden, dormant destiny, one that relied on the world tree to bring the whole world back together. Maybe it was, or maybe it wasn't, but one thing he was sure of was that he would find out soon enough. He was brought out of his musings by Bayam. He tried to get his attention by meowing loudly. Yu immediately realized what was going on. Cats only meowed so insistently when they were hungry. This misunderstanding had to be corrected immediately, so he opened his big backpack to get a suitable tool from there. And like a brave and stupid Balin, he pulled out a fishing rod, deciding that today was a good day for fishing. Today he expected to catch a red trout for lunch. Bayam was thrilled with the idea and kept trying to catch a trolling rod ahead of the trout. Yu started fishing, and like a professional fisherman, he waited patiently. Bam followed his example and also waited for the fish. Finally, their labors paid off, and they hooked a big fish, which was still struggling to jump out of the water. When Yu got it out of the water, he and his cat were over the moon, rejoicing like little children. But in this forest of dreams, everything was unusual, and this fish was one of them. Holding it in his hands, he saw a notice above it. It was indeed a red trout, but that wasn't what was interesting. It was that by eating it, one could gain the extrasensory perception skill level 1 for 30 minutes. This skill increased all the senses and reflexes of the caster by 20% for 30 minutes. But in Yu's opinion, the description of this item wasn't sufficient and didn't explain all the details of its effects. Suddenly, he had an idea how to fix it and use it to his advantage. So he left the red trout to his cat and decided to rummage through his backpack to confirm his hunches on other items as well. Taking out his dimensional pouch, he carefully read its description from the system, which said that he could store items in it without risk of damaging them. This effect also worked when he entered another dimension. But the other hunters didn't seem to have seen these system descriptions, and his idea was perfect to fix that. This way, he wouldn't have to explain the effects of potions several times to the hunters, and it would save him a lot of time in the future. Yu was shining with happiness and enthusiasm. Joyful, he picked up Bam, who was still trying to enjoy the fish and wished to be left alone. But no one asked his opinion. Yu picked up the cat along with the fish in his teeth and dragged him back home. He couldn't wait to get back to the store and put his great idea into practice. He decided to use his perfect handwriting skill to write beautiful labels explaining the effects of his potions. In just a few days, there was a huge crowd of customers outside his store who couldn't wait to get in. It felt like Black Friday. Some of them didn't even understand how could there be so many people here. Had all the hunters in Seoul gathered here today? His partner assumed that a rank 1 dungeon or something like that had opened up here. But it wasn't like that, and in the midst of the chaos around him, Bam's figure stood out. In his teeth, he carried notes with numbers and handed them out to the people in line. Such service was to everyone's liking, and the hunters gratefully accepted the numbers from him. Seeing such a big queue, one ordinary passerby asked the one at the end of the line what they were all doing here. "What's the sale?" The hunter was surprised by his stupid question and, pointing his finger in the direction of the store, asked him a rhetorical question. What did he think they were doing here? Of course they're waiting for a chance to buy potions, and he's standing there even though he doesn't know if it's his turn or not. An ordinary passerby was out of the question and asked him what potions were. The hunter realized that he was just a civilian who didn't know anything at all. Jiha, meanwhile, was forced to put restrictions on sales so that everyone could have enough to buy a little. One person was allowed to buy 3 bottles of potion, but before they could do so, they had to get a ticket with a number in the queue from Bam. 2 potions were especially popular, a paralysis potion and a special health potion. The paralysis potion increased resistance to the effects of paralysis by 35% for 30 minutes, and the special health potion restored 22% of maximum health for 13 seconds. The hunter at the end of the line kept explaining that these potions were made by the owner of this store, and they tasted good and had excellent effects. So even hunters from the nearby neighborhoods came to buy some. On top of that, the price of these potions was as nice as their taste. Bam seemed to enjoy what he was doing and even almost tagged one guy in line as his territory, making him embarrassed and wondering why it had to happen right in front of him. Bam then returned to his master as if nothing had happened, who knew nothing about his antics, praised him for a job well done. His store was filled with customers every day, and Jiha was happy with how business was going, and even though all he could do was create good potions, he was determined to make full use of the abilities bestowed upon him by the World Tree, and use them not for his own sake, but for everyone's sake. Now he looked forward to the future, hoping he could help many. Customers came to the counter one by one, But Jiha didn't seem tired at all, as he did what he loved to do. He wished each of them a good day and to take care of the task at hand. The time flew by until he was disturbed by his acquaintance. Hwang Sunyoung awkwardly walked into the store as usual and greeted Jiha. Our hero immediately noticed her and greeted her cheerfully, even though he didn't expect to see her here. HWI was primarily interested in why there were so many people here. The reason for her visit was the news she had seen in their hunting community, and she decided to show you right away. Everyone there was talking about some incredible store that was a sanctuary of rare yet affordable potions for all comers, and she decided to come and see it for herself just in case. What was her surprise when it turned out to be Jiha's store? Such fame even made our hero a little embarrassed. Looking at all the customers with number tickets, Hwang Sunyoung sweetly asked if she had to get a number to meet our hero too. Yu assured her that of course not. Happy Hunters members could come outside of the line, and he would always be happy to see them, especially her. Taking one of the health restoration potions and looking at the label, she wondered if what it said was true. It was the first time she had ever seen the effects of a potion so beautifully and accurately written down as they were here. Yu assured her that everything written on the label was true, because he had asked the hunters who had used his potions and they had confirmed it. Hwang Sunyoung was mesmerized by the color and consistency of the potion, and as she read over its effects, she was surprised at how much better the potion's performance was than the potions from other stores. They couldn't even be compared. She liked the potions so much that she wanted to buy more than the limit, arguing that she was a regular customer and she was allowed to. But Yu was strict and principled about it and wouldn't let her. But instead, he prepared another surprise for her, which she was looking forward to. From under the counter, he pulled out a scroll and offered her in return a service for regular customers and a bonus in the form of a scroll. Unrolling the scroll, she noticed that it looked a little sloppy, but it was still beautifully written. The question that remained was what was the effect of using this scroll. Jiha explained that these charms brought good luck. It was a wish creation scroll that allowed 2 small wishes to come true. He thought that he was a little worried about her since this was the first time he had given this scroll to someone. But in theory, there shouldn't be any problems with such a simple scroll. Hwang Sunyoung immediately decided to try it out and of course wished for a rare old book. But then nothing happened and she thought it was defective, but she decided to keep it with her as a souvenir. After a while, she went on a dungeon mission with a squad from her guild. The battle was in full swing and the flying toothfish were flying from the blows in different directions. After one of the strikes, the monster fish flew farther away than usual. It flew straight at an unsuspecting gawker in a hovering trajectory. Hwang Sunyoung, who froze in place and didn't move in the face of the threat. The fish was already long dead, but still its weight was enough to crush the poor girl, who thought she was going to die from the tooth of the horrible monster and did not hesitate to scream. The hunter who had launched the fish at her started apologizing. He didn't even notice what he had done at first. Then another guy from their squad asked the swordsman why he carried a sword if he was just going to beat his enemies to death. The swordsman apologized that who would have thought that thing would fly so far away. Hwang Sunyoung had been lying on the ground unconscious the whole time. She finally came to her senses and stood up, saying she was fine, although she was holding her bruised head. Suddenly, the scroll in her pocket lit up, and a system notification appeared that she hadn't seen, that her little wish was about to come true. If she experienced a small setback, the chance of getting special items would increase by 70% for 30 minutes. So the scroll only had one use left. Nothing portended trouble. However, the floor beneath her feet began to crack. The entire dungeon shook and the group of hunters could barely stay on their feet, not realizing where the earthquake was coming from. In an instant, they were all falling into the abyss that had formed right under their feet. Hwang Sunyoung was still trying to grab her precious book, begging everyone and everything to save them, hoping that someone would hear them. However, the hunters were not simple men and managed to group themselves as they fell and landed on their feet. They weren't going to die from such a simple trap. Wang Sunyoung was the only one who landed unluckily and hit her back painfully as usual. She couldn't understand why this kind of mishap was happening to her again and again. With a quick inspection, they found out that it didn't look like a deliberately dug trap, but rather the floor between the two rooms had fallen through. And now to find out where they were trapped, the mage from their group used the spell Guide of Light. Immediately a golden butterfly appeared, glowing brightly and casting a warm light all around, revealing to the hunters a spacious storage room. In front of them were many treasures, weapons and armor. To find such things in a dungeon was an unprecedented luck, and they wondered what it all meant. And the big question was, how much was it all worth? The swordsman, of course, first found a nice knight troop long sword. And the paladin found cool new armor and assumed this place looked like a secret hideout. It seemed like everyone could find something of interest here. And Wang Sunyoung, of course, noticed an ancient book with a strangely familiar pattern. Realizing what it was, she couldn't believe that it was actually a book that belonged to the Black Lion Knight troop of the Gemark Empire. For a bookworm like her, this was a true treasure. Her wish had finally come true, and now her eyes were shining with happiness. But the paladin interrupted her exuberant joy and told her to be quiet, because this place might fall apart again, so they should all grab what they needed and leave quickly. They made sure to quickly grab what they needed and leave, heading up to the top again. As soon as they all got to the previous floor, a second earthquake started. It seemed that they were in danger as soon as they got any items. Their squad leader lost patience and ordered them all to stop fussing like fools. It would be suicide to go further into the dungeon, so they came to a mutual decision that they should go back now, and that would be the best option. But the trouble did not want to let them go so easily, and when they were not far from the exit of the dungeon behind them, they heard the noise of a chase. It turned out that they were being chased by a huge swarm of fish, like flying creatures that they had already encountered at the beginning of their journey into the dungeon. However, there were too many of them now, and they were left with only one option: run. Run as fast as they had ever run in their lives to save their own skin. The hunters were scared and didn't look after Wang Sunyoung, who had never been a good sprinter and was the last to run. She wouldn't have been able to escape if it hadn't been for a fortunate incident that scared her to death. It was the first time she had ever seen such a creature. A huge scolopendra broke through the wall and caught the whole pack that was chasing the hunting party and became the prey of a bigger predator. The scolopendra wasn't interested in humans at all, but they didn't know that. Scared by the creature's power, the hunters only had time to cover themselves from the dust and small stones that the scolopendra's movements raised. The old building could not withstand such interference, and everything around it shook like another earthquake. The ceiling and walls began to collapse, and large blocks of stone fell all around the confused hunters who were huddled together. Wang Sunyoung cried out in desperation, "God Ark, please save me. I don't want to die here." Her tearful pleas continued for a while longer, and she was even afraid to open her eyes, since everywhere was already completely quiet, too quiet. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw the confused faces of her friends. They didn't understand what had happened and how they were alive and why it was so bright. It turned out that the scolopendra had created a hole in the wall through which the bright sunlight penetrated into the dungeon. The hunters had no idea what had happened. What was the ruins and desert around them, and where was the portal through which they had entered this dungeon? What the hell was going on in this world? But there was no one to answer their questions in this desolate place, and puzzled and angry, they tiredly wandered through the desert in search of the portal. Meanwhile, Jiha was having a pleasant time in his forest watching the scolopendras that plumped up the ground for him. They seemed like small creatures to him, but in this world, scale was always deceiving. Yu was glad that thanks to these earthworms, the soil in this forest would become very fertile. and Bam of course confirmed with a joyous meow. While our hero was wondering what he should have planted here in the first place, Bam was already rummaging through his backpack looking for the right item. Soon he brought his master a seed that he had gotten by killing an infected plant in the dungeon they were in with Seo Hyojin. So when you saw the seed, he immediately thought of the horrible toothy flower that would grow from it and was not happy about the prospect. Just in case, he asked his kitty if he really wanted them to plant it, and Bam seemed to be 100% sure of what he wanted. He was even the first to start digging a hole for the planting, while Yu was still questioning whether or not he should do it. After all, it looked a bit dangerous. But Bam was persistent and quickly managed to dig the hole. He meowed carefree, hinting our hero to hurry up and not to worry. Well, he wasn't going to be stubborn. After all, Bam had gotten the seed himself, and he could do whatever he wanted with it. Who was he to get in his way? When the job was done, he asked the cat if he was happy now, to which he heard an affirmative meow. While he was having a nice time in the forest planting plants, he had some very persistent visitors in the real world, and the bells immediately notified him with a chime. Jiha was surprised that someone had come to the store even though it was officially closed at this time. He lifted the happy Bam above him. He asked him if they should return to the store. Now that everything was planted, he of course didn't mind. When they returned, Yu started scrubbing the dirty kitty who was covered in mud from working with the soil and resisting as best he could. He even seemed to have forgotten why he had come back to the store. But the noise outside the window quickly reminded him of that. The group of hunters didn't understand why Hwang Sunyoung had dragged them here and why she was so angry. They were all tired after traveling and were covered in mud as much as Bam. Yu hurriedly opened the door for them and was surprised at how they all looked. Hwang Sunyoung was barely caught in time to keep her from attacking our hero with her fists. She was so eager to punch the bastard who had slipped her some sort of bad luck curse under the guise of a good luck charm. Yu was surprised to notice that the system description of the scroll had expanded to say that if the user of the scroll experienced a minor setback, the chance of getting special items would increase by 70% for 30 minutes. That was an important clarification that changed everything. But it would be suicidal to explain all this to her now. So he decided to give her time to cool down and suggested that the whole group go inside and wash up first. After the shower, they all felt better, and the paladin even said that he could live now that he had gotten rid of all that dirt. While his girlfriend could not admire the cute cat, who, however, was not so good inside and refused to accept any caress from her and defiantly turned away. Now it was time to ask them what had happened. The paladin was the first to start by briefly saying that they had entered the Viper dungeon, but suddenly earthworms appeared and completely destroyed the entire dungeon. Hearing their story, you wondered if this incident was the price for using the scroll of wish creation. The only relief among all was that they had found some secret hideout, but being there they had lost too much time and risked staying there forever. Yu was surprised that they had found the secret hideout of the night troop. But he was even more surprised when Hwang Sunyoung told him what kind of knights they were. It was the secret hideout of the Black Lion Knight Troop. Yu really wanted to know more, and he clarified if she was talking about the Black Lion Knight Troop of Gemark Empire. Yes, she was talking about them. Moreover, she even had something that would make him lose his mind, and it was that item right in her backpack. It was this ancient book with an engraved gold lion on a black background. Turns out it was the Night Troop Commander's logbook, an invaluable treasure for knowledgeable bookworms. There was only one problem. Everything in this book was in an ancient language, so Hwang Sunyoung couldn't read most of it. Fortunately for our hero, thanks to the skills granted by the World Tree, he could read everything without any problems. And it all started when the monsters that had appeared in the Estrom Kingdom started to cross the border. She was surprised that he could read it all, and he confirmed that it was no problem for him. So she took out a dusty map from her backpack and said that if he could read it, He must know what it was. It turned out to be a damaged map of the continent of Jiha. This was an unprecedented treasure for our hero, and it seemed that he had been lucky enough to have gotten it from the very beginning of this story without any scrolls, as he had too many convenient coincidences in his life. Huang Sunyoung even doubted that the card was real, but Yu assured her that he was sure of it. Then our hero had a brilliant idea of what he could do with the card. He immediately took his friend by the hand and with all his charm asked for one favor. "Could you lend me this map just for a few days?" In return, he offered her squad a whole case of first-rate potions. Would he really give them all of this for nothing? A bargain of unprecedented generosity. Looking at the potions, the hunters asked her to lend the card to our hero without a second thought. She just had to lend it for such a gift. Deciding to finally convince everyone Yu offered them, because they liked his potions so much, extra potions for a whole month. Of course they agreed, assuring him that he was a great guy, but once the deal was made, he wouldn't be able to cancel it. That wasn't a problem for our hero, he had plenty of potions. While Huang Sunyoung's hunters were trying to drag Huang Sunyoung away from her precious book and map, as they thought it was just plain paper junk that they had gotten a week's supply of potions for. Yu waved goodbye to them and wished them to be safe. He himself suddenly needed to do a lot of things before because of this map book, especially if he wanted to make a stock of potions for business and read the night troop commander's logbook. Just as Bam was already starting to fall asleep and they should be heading back to the Forest of Dreams. Returning to the store and getting comfortable, our hero decided that he could prepare the potions after he went to his garden. But before doing so, he wanted to check the map that Huang Sunyoung had lent him. Since it was a map of the Knights of the Empire, its detail and quality had to be at a high level. It was even the landscape, place names and monsters that appeared were recorded in great detail. Examining the map, he came to the conclusion that the elder lick that appeared in Jiri-sen came from the southern part of the Estrum Palace, and the monster forest that Hyjin and Yi went to was near Mount Apido. If the map was complete and undamaged, he would be able to find out where all the dungeons where the monsters appeared from were located. And then he had another obvious idea on how he could find out more. All he had to do was ask the Pterodrones. They were bound to know something. Hoping so, he finally fell asleep, once again going to his dream world. As always, he found himself near the world tree in the forest and stretched out sweetly, enjoying the warm weather and the birdsong. Bam did not deny himself the pleasure of stretching. But this time something was strange. The surroundings were empty, no one had met them, and you wondered where all the Pterodrones had gone. Everything came to a head when the bells rang out in full force, warning him that a strong monster had appeared in this area. At first, Jiha didn't even believe that the monster was here since it was calm and safe before. But the approaching evil energy and the sounds of battle quickly dispelled all his doubts. In the middle of the clearing stood a Cyclops with a club in his hands, exuding its ominous aura. However, the Pterodrones were not idle and had already surrounded the uninvited guest. Of course, our hero in the dream world was much bigger than the Cyclops, but still he was surprised to see him here. Until now, he had only heard of such a monster. The Cyclops is a disaster-grade monster that first appeared in China. Not much is known about it other than its size and appearance, but it was said that dozens of hunters were sent out to catch it, and they didn't quite succeed. The Cyclops has never been seen in Korea until today. He was actively swinging his club at the advancing Pterodrones. Knowing the threat level of the Cyclops, our hero was surprised that Bam was not going to help in its elimination, completely entrusting everything to the small Pterodrones. And judging by the fact that no information windows appeared, the Pterodrones were doing fine on their own without any help. They used wooden shields and continued to advance on the Cyclops. Just in case, Yu decided to record what was happening on the battlefield so that he could better know the strengths and weaknesses of the Cyclops in the future. Meanwhile, the Pterodrone warrior led his army with shields forward. He successfully dodged the Cyclops' mace, and was already approaching the Cyclops' eye, about to pierce it with his sharp horn. But it wasn't that simple, and dark energy began to gather around the eye. Jiha only had time to shout, "Watch out!" when the Cyclops shot out a deadly beam of dark energy that barely caught and threw the Pterodrone warrior off. The beam was so powerful, it swept away everything in its path: trees, rocks, Pterodrones. It was an ultimatum weapon, and it seemed that at this point, the Pterodrones had nothing to counter such power. The scratched warrior managed to retreat to the others despite the damage. And it looked like he wasn't going to give up at all, and ordered something in his language to the others. Did they have a plan? At their general's orders, the rank and file Pterodrones brought a large stone of ether from their supplies and threw it directly to him. With quick movements, he chopped it into smaller pieces that were shaped like shields. He did not forget himself, leaving a larger piece for himself. The entire Pterodrone's army was now protected by the new ether shields. They used them to build a wall of shields that shone under the sun's rays. However, it didn't change anything for Cyclops, and he was going to wipe out those insolent bugs with his next salvo. The Cyclops took precise aim and fired. Yu himself couldn't believe that the Pterodrones were intentionally going to be directly hit by this deadly beam of light, but it seemed like they were really confident in their new shields. When the beam hit the shields then, our protagonist immediately realized their plan and was pleasantly surprised by their cleverness. The Pterodrones used their shields as reflectors to repel the attack. And even more so, they used the enemy's weapons against themselves. They aimed the Cyclops' beam at his own arm and severed it along with the club. The hand, even when it hit the ground, was still clutching the club with a dead grip, and Jiha did not miss the opportunity to colorfully describe it in his book. He summarized that when dealing with a Cyclops, the key strategy was to reflect its light rays with a shield made of ether stones. Now that the Cyclops was disarmed, the Pterodrones rushed back into the attack led by their commander. Cyclops at this time forgot about everything in the world, screamed in pain, and tried to run away. But no one let him escape, of course. A few precise blows on his legs and knees, and his escape was quickly over. The Cyclops collapsed with a crash, raising dust. Our hero rejoiced as if he had defeated the Cyclops himself, shouting, "They did it! They defeated a Cyclops!" A squad of Pterodrones took to the air and flew closer to greet and salute their master. As they approached, they all saluted him like real soldiers of his own army. Yu was happy that they did well and praised them, telling them that they were really tough guys. Bam was in complete agreement with him. For working so hard, he couldn't help but reward them, so he decided to give them a whole mountain of yellow goodies, as well as dozens of ether stones. Everyone was happy, and even Bam got a reward even though he didn't want to help. However, their fun was interrupted by a sudden notification from the system. When he opened it, he saw many notifications that 10 essence units had arrived on his account. Our hero didn't understand where it all came from and why it was a reward. In the end, he received as much as 325 units of essence. It turned out that his entries in the endless book of laws were behind all of this, which then went straight to Merwiki. Cha Hwayon was sitting in her office, and while browsing the news, she noticed that something new had appeared on Merwiki. When she clicked on the new article, she was surprised to find that she had to spend 10 essence to read it. And then she could read the article on Cyclops' core strategy. This was the first time she had seen this kind of system and didn't know when it had appeared. However, to her, a measly 10 essence was worthless, because she could earn that much very quickly just by walking around a few dungeons. Therefore, she boldly confirmed her request. She started reading and noticed that the Cyclops was swinging his club and had only one eye from which he shot deadly rays of light. She was interested in reading and wondered what was next and what was the key to defeating the Cyclops. But when she reached a certain point, An annoying system window appeared in front of her again, asking for 10 more units of essence to see the final strategy for defeating the Cyclops. That's when she grabbed her head and started banging her head against the keyboard, screaming that she didn't have any more essence. How she wanted to find that damned bastard who had published that post and let him see and feel it. How she would fry him to a crisp. Oh yes, he deserves it. Meanwhile, our hero suspected nothing and was having a great time relaxing in his forest of dreams. Suddenly, some ominous feeling woke him up and made him feel in danger. While Huang Sunyang's hunters were trying to drag Huang Sunyang away from her precious book and map, as they thought it was just plain paper junk that they had gotten a week's supply of potions for. Yu waved goodbye to them and wished them to be safe. He himself suddenly needed to do a lot of things before because of this map book, especially if he wanted to make a stock of potions for business and read the Night Troop Commander's logbook. Just as Bayam was already starting to fall asleep, and they should be heading back to the Forest of Dreams. Returning to the store and getting comfortable, our hero decided that he could prepare the potions after he went to his garden. But before doing so, he wanted to check the map that Huang Sunyang had lent him. Since it was a map of the Knights of the Empire, its detail and quality had to be at a high level. It was even the landscape, place names and monsters that appeared were recorded in great detail. Examining the map, he came to the conclusion that the elder lich that appeared in Jiris and came from the southern part of the Estrum Palace, and the monster forest that Hyjin and he went to was near Mount Apido. If the map was complete and undamaged, he would be able to find out where all the dungeons where the monsters appeared from were located. And then he had another obvious idea on how he could find out more. All he had to do was ask the Pterodrones. They were bound to know something. Hoping so, he finally fell asleep, once again going to his dream world. As always, he found himself near the world tree in the forest and stretched out sweetly, enjoying the warm weather and the birdsong. Bayam did not deny himself the pleasure of stretching. But this time something was strange. The surroundings were empty, no one had met them, and you wondered where all the Pterodrones had gone. Everything came to a head when the bells rang out in full force, warning him that a strong monster had appeared in this area. At first, Jiha didn't even believe that the monster was here since it was calm and safe before. But the approaching evil energy and the sounds of battle quickly dispelled all his doubts. In the middle of the clearing stood a Cyclops with a club in his hands, exuding its ominous aura. However, the Pterodrones were not idle and had already surrounded the uninvited guest. Of course, our hero in the dream world was much bigger than the Cyclops, but still he was surprised to see him here. Until now, he had only heard of such a monster. The Cyclops is a disaster-grade monster that first appeared in China. Not much is known about it other than its size and appearance, but it was said that dozens of hunters were sent out to catch it, and they didn't quite succeed. The Cyclops has never been seen in Korea until today. He was actively swinging his club at the advancing Pterodrones. Knowing the threat level of the Cyclops, our hero was surprised that Bayam was not going to help in its elimination, completely entrusting everything to the small Pterodrones. And judging by the fact that no information windows appeared, the Pterodrones were doing fine on their own without any help. They used wooden shields and continued to advance on the Cyclops. Just in case, Yu decided to record what was happening on the battlefield so that he could better know the strengths and weaknesses of the Cyclops in the future. Meanwhile, the Pterodrone warrior led his army with shields forward. He successfully dodged the Cyclops mace, and was already approaching the Cyclops' eye, about to pierce it with his sharp horn. But it wasn't that simple, and dark energy began to gather around the eye. Jiha only had time to shout, "Watch out!" when the Cyclops shot out a deadly beam of dark energy that barely caught and threw the Pterodrone warrior off. The beam was so powerful, it swept away everything in its path: trees, rocks, Pterodrones. It was an ultimatum weapon, and it seemed that at this point the Pterodrones had nothing to counter such power. The scratched warrior managed to retreat to the others despite the damage. And it looked like he wasn't going to give up at all and ordered something in his language to the others. Did they have a plan? At their general's orders, the rank and file pterodrones brought a large stone of ether from their supplies and threw it directly to him. With quick movements, he chopped it into smaller pieces that were shaped like shields. He did not forget himself, leaving a larger piece for himself. The entire pterodrone's army was now protected by the new ether shields. They used them to build a wall of shields that shone under the sun's rays. However, it didn't change anything for Cyclops, and he was going to wipe out those insolent bugs with his next salvo. The Cyclops took precise aim and fired. Yu himself couldn't believe that the pterodrones were intentionally going to be directly hit by this deadly beam of light, but it seemed like they were really confident in their new shields. When the beam hit the shields then, our protagonist immediately realized their plan and was pleasantly surprised by their cleverness. The pterodrones used their shields as reflectors to repel the attack. And even more so, they used the enemy's weapons against themselves. They aimed the Cyclops' beam at his own arm and severed it along with the club. The hand, even when it hit the ground, was still clutching the club with a dead grip, and Jiha did not miss the opportunity to colorfully describe it in his book. He summarized that when dealing with a Cyclops, the key strategy was to reflect its light rays with a shield made of ether stones. Now that the Cyclops was disarmed, the pterodrones rushed back into the attack led by their commander. Cyclops at this time forgot about everything in the world, screamed in pain, and tried to run away. But no one let him escape, of course. A few precise blows on his legs and knees, and his escape was quickly over. The Cyclops collapsed with a crash, raising dust. Our hero rejoiced as if he had defeated the Cyclops himself, shouting, "They did it! They defeated a Cyclops!" A squad of pterodrones took to the air and flew closer to greet and salute their master. As they approached, they all saluted him like real soldiers of his own army. Yu was happy that they did well and praised them, telling them that they were really tough guys. Bayam was in complete agreement with him. For working so hard, he couldn't help but reward them, so he decided to give them a whole mountain of yellow goodies, as well as dozens of ether stones. Everyone was happy, and even Bayam got a reward even though he didn't want to help. However, their fun was interrupted by a sudden notification from the system. When he opened it, he saw many notifications that 10 essence units had arrived on his account. Our hero didn't understand where it all came from and why it was a reward. In the end, he received as much as 325 units of essence. It turned out that his entries in the endless book of laws were behind all of this, which then went straight to Merwiki. Cha Hwayon was sitting in her office, and while browsing the news, she noticed that something new had appeared on Merwiki. When she clicked on the new article, she was surprised to find that she had to spend 10 essence to read it. And then she could read the article on Cyclops' core strategy. This was the first time she had seen this kind of system and didn't know when it had appeared. However, to her, a measly 10 essence was worthless, because she could earn that much very quickly just by walking around a few dungeons. Therefore, she boldly confirmed her request. She started reading and noticed that the Cyclops was swinging his club and had only one eye from which he shot deadly rays of light. She was interested in reading and wondered what was next and what was the key to defeating the Cyclops. But when she reached a certain point, an annoying system window appeared in front of her again, asking for 10 more units of essence to see the final strategy for defeating the Cyclops. That's when she grabbed her head and started banging her head against the keyboard, screaming that she didn't have any more essence. How she wanted to find that damned bastard who had published that post and let him see and feel it. How she would fry him to a crisp. Oh yes, he deserves it. Meanwhile, our hero suspected nothing and was having a great time relaxing in his forest of dreams. Suddenly, some ominous feeling woke him up and made him feel in danger. The military was preparing to meet the monster, and a dozen helicopters were patrolling the coastline fortified just for such occasions. But as soon as the monster suddenly appeared out of the water, all the helicopters were useless scrap metal that exploded in an instant. The giant octopus was moving resolutely towards the shore, and it seemed that neither the military nor the hunters could stop it. It was moving fast, very fast, heading straight for the residential neighborhoods of the city. In front of its massive tentacles, the military scattered in panic, trying to save their lives. They didn't understand why the hunters hadn't gotten here yet. So far, the monster had no trouble overcoming all obstacles. Suddenly, one of the lowers noticed another giant silhouette and immediately reported it to his terrified captain, who didn't understand what it was. It was a world eater, and compared to him, the octopus looked small and insignificant. Looking at him, the military were shocked. His abnormal size left no doubt about the level of threat he was. The monster octopus realized that he was in trouble and instinctively began to move back into the sea, hoping to hide in the depths. But he failed, as the whale opened its mouth wide and sucked up that poor octopus along with hundreds of tons of water. He was still trying to grasp something with his tentacles, but it was useless. The bottomless jaws did not leave him a chance. A moment and the mouth slammed shut, and only one tentacle was still visible for a few seconds before it disappeared. After such a hearty meal, the world eater turned around and swam back to the open sea. Kim Hyun-suk was watching closely, of course from the safety of his office, and he was quite surprised by the behavior of this monster, which just ate his fellow monster and returned to the sea. But after taking everything into consideration, he came to the conclusion that this giant whale was actually a demigod who had long ago made a contract with the first awakened hunter. His assistant confirmed all his guesses by saying that the description of the creature matched almost exactly the appearance of the demigods described in the records. However, they still needed to take a closer look at this case, especially in the context that, according to reports that had started coming from Japan, the wandering sea monsters that were usually near the Korean peninsula had moved toward southern Japan. Kim Hyun-suk was confused and didn't understand what had started to happen in the world in the past few weeks. Before, it seemed that everything was clear and operated according to certain laws and reasons. But lately, everything had gone wrong, and he couldn't understand what or who was causing it, and he was annoyed. But Jiha had gotten better over the past few weeks and was quite happy. Hwang Sunyoung brought a stack of old Estrim books that she had found at the bookstore, as more and more of them had been available recently. That couldn't have pleased our pair of bookworms. But our hero also had something to brag about, and he gave her the expanded map he'd been completing for the past few days. Hwang Sunyoung happily took it to look at it and wondered if it was a complete map of the Estrim kingdom. But unfortunately, it was just an extension that covered the areas near the Tales River. Our hero explained that he had made it using information he had learned from the Night Troop commander's logbook, so this map might not be perfect. But after looking at it, she marveled at how detailed and high quality it was. In fact, the fact that the map was so detailed was due to the Terradrones who had personally visited all the places, but she shouldn't have known that. At the same time, Hwang Sunyoung marveled at the fact that even the roads had been drawn. However, the map was not yet complete. In order to finish it, Jiha had to add the area south of the Tales River, and then he would have a complete map of the Estrim kingdom at his disposal. Seeing so much interest in this kingdom, Hwang Sunyoung wondered why he was working so hard to restore the map. It was already too much work for a normal hobby, and was more like some kind of obsession. The reason was simple. He wanted to help his acquaintance Seo Hyejin find someone, Han Seung-hyuk, who had disappeared without a trace a few years ago. But he's definitely alive and wandering somewhere on the continent of Gehenna. Even though they found his armor and sword broken, there was still hope, and he was eager to solve the mystery behind his disappearance. And effectively using the abilities granted to our protagonist from the World Tree, he would definitely be able to find him and find out everything. Hwang Sunyoung immediately realized what was going on in his own way. It must be the woman he liked, and her sly smile made Yu deny everything. They had a fun chat and had a good time together, but the girl was tired and was going to go home to get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow early in the morning she had to go on another quest, and our hero did not want to delay her. He advised her and her squad to go to his store tomorrow and stock up on potions, since she said it was a 3rd rank dungeon and they would need a lot of resistance potions. Yu was kind to her as always, and she thanked him for that. As she left, she jokingly asked him to tell her if he found a girl, and as usual she clumsily hurried back to her house. Back in the store, he thought that thanks to her he had been able to gather more information very quickly and moreover discovered another rune word. Remembering the runes, he looked at the book of infinite spells. He decided to use the newly learned rune to create a scroll of change, a scroll that allowed him to find a trace of any living creature and confirm its location. He plucked the finished scroll from the book, thinking of Seo Hyojin, and her image appeared before his eyes, and especially her smile. Yu himself didn't expect the scroll to work so quickly, and his eyes widened in surprise. His consciousness flew across the infinity of space and darkness, among which one star shone brightest. The closer he got to it, the brighter it glowed, until finally the image of Seo Hyojin walking somewhere appeared in it. The vision quickly passed, and Yu was quite pleased with the result. After all, he not only recognized her location, but also the amount of power and energy she had at the moment. This scroll was very useful and could come in very handy in the future. Suddenly Bayam mewed and jumped on the table, demanding attention from his master. Yu took him in his arms and apologized that the place was so noisy and crowded lately, and Bayam purred contentedly. Then our main character suggested that the cat go to their dream garden and have dinner. Of course, he was delighted with the idea. When they fell asleep, they went into the garden, and the first thing that caught our heroes' eye was how clean the water became, even cleaner than it was before. Was it all thanks to the World Eater? The water was so clear that he even managed to catch a small fish. But the changes didn't stop there. The level of the sun apples as well as the other fruits had risen to the 3rd level, and now his potions were going to be even better. Yu went to greet the pterodrones that seemed to have gotten bigger, and their numbers had also increased. Our hero had to apologize for the delay. He was so busy reading old books that he forgot about everything else. But the pterodrones were not upset. They used the time to their advantage and were carrying the fruits of the world tree. Yu immediately noticed that there were more of them than before. Everything was fine, and he praised his little helpers for a job well done. Pterodrone Knight suddenly flew up to our hero and started pulling his shirt up. Yu inquired what had happened. Was it something important? Pterodrone pointed to the top of the world tree, and it looked like he was inviting our hero to climb up there. It was a sight to behold. Yu had never been known for his physical fitness, and using his own body was not his strong suit, and the tree was very tall. Yu tried his best to get to the highest branch with only a little bit left, and he finally made it. The view before him was astonishing, and he could see Mount Apido itself. This allowed him to make certain assumptions about the location of his garden. It meant that the continent of Gehenna was really outside the garden. Suddenly Bayam became anxious and looked down as if spotting an enemy. Yu misunderstood him and thought he was hungry and said he was going to go down and feed him right away. He just had to be patient. But there was one little problem. As you know, it's not hard to climb high. It's much harder to get down. Lots of cats fall into this trap, and people sometimes too. Yu was not one of those weaklings and gathered his will into a fist and started to descend. But not even halfway down, he felt something grab his leg. And then it tied him up completely. This evil plant resembled the monster from which the seed he had recently planted near Bayam's tree had fallen out, and now it looked like he was going to have to pay for it. And seeing the plant's predatory grin, he even froze for a moment, to then scream at the weight of the forest. begging the knight and Bam to save him. He shouted, "Save me," time after time, but there was no help. The plant monster also let out a frightening roar and seemed about to start devouring him with its hungry maw. But it only seemed, and there was no need to save anyone because the monster was friendly and gently put our hero on the ground without causing him any harm. It seemed like everything that had happened before was just a misunderstanding and a play of Jiha's imagination. This plant was quite cute and Bam didn't mind its company at all. But Yu still had some misgivings, so he awkwardly thanked the plant for helping him down. In the end, Jiha came to the conclusion that on second thought, this cute plant just liked to hug people and didn't want to hurt them. But the question remained whether it was worth publishing it on the Mir Wiki or not. Now that everything was clear and Jiha was used to his new friend and had gotten his thoughts together, he began to look around. He came to the conclusion that they must cross this plain to reach Mount Epido. The name of this mountain sounded familiar to our hero. He remembered reading about it in an old journal received from Hwang Sunyang. It said that the survivors who had managed to escape from the undead kingdom of Estrom had gone to this mountain. Also, according to the information he received from the Pterodrone, the dungeon where he and Seo Hyojin found Han Seung-hyuk's trail was located south of Estrom Kingdom and near the Tails River. And now, if you put all these facts together and look at the map, which says that the Tails River flows right behind Mount Epido, eventually our hero came to the conclusion that his garden or forest of dreams, where he is right now, is south of Mount Epido, and the Tails River must flow behind this very mountain. He began to draw a map of the proposed route, hoping that perhaps if he went there, he could find more traces of Han Seung-hyuk. However, once he set off, soon enough he hit an impenetrable barrier that prevented him from moving on. Even his garden wasn't endless and had its boundaries, and this was one of them. Further, our hero's way was closed. Fortunately, he was accompanied by a Pterodrone knight, to whom all these restrictions did not apply, as this was his home world. Jiha gladly took this opportunity to leave everything related to Mount Epido to the Pterodrones. The Pterodrone army was immediately ready to carry out the order without delay. And while they were marching to the mountain in formation, Yu decided to go eat something tasty with Bam. As soon as he turned to call Bam to come with him, he was startled by what he saw. The cat was gone. He had managed to escape so quietly and stealthily that Yu hadn't even noticed. Our hero spent some time in futile attempts to find his naughty cat and scared away the animals in his garden, which were already few. But he quickly came to the conclusion that all these attempts were futile and there was no point in continuing. Even ordinary cats were too willful and free-spirited to listen to their masters, let alone the magical snowy Actus, who was a nature spirit. However, in Yu's opinion, this was strange. This was the first time Bam had ever run away from him. He must be wandering around somewhere, good thing he at least ate before running away. Suddenly, a light touch on his shoulder startled him, and he almost started running in panic. He remembered those horrible plants too well. Yu even cried out in fright, not realizing what was happening. However, it was only his new friend who was just pointing in the direction Bam was running, and his toothy smile in no way reflected his friendly intentions. Even the fact that Yu knew where Bam had run off to didn't make things any easier, and he doubted that he would be able to catch up with him. And he probably shouldn't have interfered with whatever he was up to. Jiha returned home, where he also continued to think sadly. He couldn't believe that his loyal Bam had abandoned him and gone out on his own without him. After all, they had so many plans and busy together. Yu felt lonely. He had gotten so used to Bam lately, and he missed feeding his favorite cat, stroking his soft belly and taking walks together. Now all that was gone, and it seemed the strength to do anything left our hero. He did not have to be sad alone for long. Guests appeared on the doorstep of his store. Kim Hyung-suk, the head of Goryu Group, and Sword Witch Seo Hyojin, who saw our hero in such a state for the first time. Yu immediately jumped up and greeted the guests. The first thing he asked the sword witch was, "Who's the gentleman next to her?" But before she could introduce him, he came up to Jiha and introduced himself as Kim Hyung-suk and the head of the Hunter Management Association. He was really glad to have the opportunity to get to know her properly. Especially for this, he asked Miss Hyejin to arrange for them to meet again. And it was of course all about the potions Jiha was making. Kim Hyung-suk thought they were quite extraordinary and useful, noting that nothing like them could be found anywhere else. Our hero was very flattered by this praise and embarrassedly thanked him for it. Then he asked the guests to wait a little while he brought tea. When the table was set and the aroma of tea filled the store, Seo Hyejin said that she was quite surprised when you first contacted her. As he explained, he had something important to tell her then. And the sword witch was at a loss as to what he had to say to her. As it turned out, during a recent study of an ancient book, our hero had found something that would be of great use to her. It was a scroll, very similar to the ones he had made with his endless book of spells. When Seo Hyejin opened it and read the title, Scroll of Change Trace, the head of the association was surprised and had no room to say anything. For you, however, it was something ordinary, and he happily said that it should help her find Mr. Seung-hyuk. When Kim Hyung-suk came to his senses, he immediately flooded our hero with questions. Did he make the scroll himself? How did he manage to make it just by translating an ancient book? But he was interrupted by Seo Hyejin, who assured him that they would keep it a secret. But even if he didn't tell, they would understand. Jiha only laughed awkwardly in response. Even if he really wanted to, he wouldn't be able to explain to them how he did everything. His skills were too rare and would sound for unbelievable. Suddenly, the lingering silence was broken by Kim Hyung-suk, who, while adjusting his points like a typical tough detective, asked, "Mr. Jiha, did you make a contract with a part divine?" This question caught our hero unarmed, and he was at a loss for words, trying to understand how he could know about demigods, nature spirits and sea spirits, Bam and World Eater. Jiha tried to pretend he didn't know what he was talking about and hesitantly interjected, "Part divine." But Kim Hyung-suk had become the head of the Hunters Association for a reason, and finding something interesting wasn't going to back down, so he clarified that part divines were also known as demigods. Their gazes met. Kim Hyung-suk suddenly retreated with a smile and assured Jiha that he didn't have to tell him what abilities he had. Just like how he uses them is completely up to him. But he wanted Jiha to know that he had become a very important person in the South Korean hunting community. After all, thanks to his first-class potions, the survival rate of hunters in raids had increased by 20% in general, and this fact already shows that hunter management is already in debt to him. And as it turns out, he came here to give his card. He should have used it if he needed anything. Hunter management will support him and do their best to help. Yu wasn't sure he deserved all of this, so he asked Kim Hyung-suk if he could really count on his help. He confidently stated that yes, because everyone thought he was the future of all hunters. His epic inspirational speech was interrupted by a disgruntled Seo Hyejin, who was not happy with the fact that they were talking about work while Kim Hyung-suk assured her that he wanted to meet Jiha in person. However, that was the case for him, and he assured her, "I'm talking very personally right now." Seo Hyejin immediately apologized to our hero for this, explaining that Manager Kim is a well-known workaholic, so he's not that good at friendly conversations. Jiha brightened his smile and thanked Kim for everything, saying that he appreciated all his generous offers and would definitely treat him to a delicious lunch next time. Kim wasn't used to such offers, but he was pleasantly surprised and awkwardly thanked our hero. For some robots are really everything in life. Seo Hyejin sighed and said that he was perfect at everything robotic. You even found him cute in his own way. Now that they were rid of the extra pair of ears, they could finally talk more freely, and our hero suggested she go back inside and talk some more. There he took out his endless book and started drawing without saying anything to Seo, who was at a loss to guess what he was drawing. But he didn't want to waste time with explanations and asked her to wait a while and she would see for herself. Soon he put two drawings in front of her. One was a mountain with a river and the other was the ruins of the Estrom kingdom. Yu admitted that his drawings were not perfect, but still advised her to use the scroll he had given her earlier if she saw a similar landscape in one of the dungeon raids. While using the scroll, she would have to focus her thoughts on Han Seung-hyuk. And if he was nearby, the scroll would definitely show her where he was. He didn't tell her that, but he still hoped that she would be able to track her down using the scroll just like he had. He even made a lame excuse that he would like to test the scroll himself, but he made the scroll using the last remaining ink. Seo immediately began to thank him and started shaking his hand with tears of gratitude. There was no limit to her gratitude. To calm her down a bit, Yu assured her that he believed Han Seung-hyuk was alive somewhere, and he himself would do his best to help her find him. Seo, looking at him, couldn't say anything else but that he was a kind person. It seemed that everything was already clear and a spark of love was about to run between them. But our hero intentionally or not spoiled everything with one phrase. "It's nothing. We're friends, and friends are meant to help each other." Seo abruptly shortened her distance and told him, almost tightly, that if he needed help with anything, he should let her know right away. The poor guy didn't know where to go or why she was so close. Suddenly, the awkward moment resolved itself when Seo noticed Baeum's absence. She only now realized that she hadn't seen him since the beginning of their visit here. As for that, Yu could only say one thing: he had run away. At the same time, Baeum was quickly running through the thick of the night forest. A cute white kitty that seemed to have a specific goal. In an instant, the little kitty turned into a large snow tiger whose eyes shone and whose footsteps left a frosty trail on the ground. In a few leaps he traversed the rest of the forest, and his majestic figure already towered on a rock under the night sky. Standing there, he looked down and seemed to be pondering something. His gaze was fixed on another nature spirit, a demigod, who despite his weakened body, torn apart thousands and tens of thousands of times, did not back down. In Baeum's opinion, he was foolish, but still, he was going to defend his position to the end no matter what. But he was lucky. Arctis himself, the Fang of the god, came to find him and help him. His spiritual and magical power had grown considerably lately, thanks to a heavy diet of ether and essence stones, and he felt empowered to help his bound fellow, who was at the foot of the cliff bound in chains and surrounded by a multitude of ugly demons or orcs or whatever they was, who even though they could not kill the spirit creature continued to bind and beat him, driven by some higher evil will. This bound nature spirit looked like a giant dog and was thought to be the one who conveys the will of the god. He was known as the Growler, but now it seemed that the days of his past power were over. He was bound tightly with steel chains that left him unable to move, and a group of demons guarded him tirelessly to stop any attempt to escape. Suddenly, with his keen sense of smell, he sensed a familiar smell that gave hope of release. So Growler growled and raised his head, trying to understand from which direction the smell had come. It soon became clear on its own as a huge shadow loomed over the terrified demons. It was Baeum in his true form, and he was burning with rage and power. The demon that stood at his feet even squealed with fright and almost dropped his weapon. But Baeum paid no attention to the demons and walked steadily through their camp as they frightened him. They realized that despite their numerical advantage, they could do nothing against the spirit of nature at the height of its power. His threatening glance and a brief remark, "Get lost, you who are enslaved by evil, and don't let me see you again," were enough to send panic into the wretched army, which immediately began to run away, just to get away from this giant white horror that appeared out of nowhere. Now that the evil servants had scattered, Baeum approached Growler, intending to free him. However, he was not behaving in a grateful manner. Apparently, their relationship with Baeum had not been the best in the past, so he asked, "What are you doing here, coward Actus?" But Bam was not going to waste time talking, so he silently came over and began to bite the chains that bound Growler. One by one he cut all the chains, and they fell to the ground with a clinking sound. But Growler wasn't going to show even a little gratitude and got up and started walking in a circle with Bam as if preparing for a fight. When Bam said that Growler's meaningless atonement ends here, he only growled and called him an arrogant cat. Bam still held out hope for a good deal with him and told him the best news he'd heard in a while: the World Tree's restoration has begun. But Growler was not impressed by this at all, and he lost all interest in the conversation and went to sleep, reminding him that only the divine will can order him, and let the stinking cat Actus go and not waste his time. That's when Bam's patience ran out. He approached him sharply and bit him on the neck. Growler, who had not expected such an attack, cried out in pain and shouted, "What are you doing?" As it turned out, the purpose of this bite was not to harm the wolf, but to activate a hidden property and turn him from a giant wolf into a cute little wolf cub, which Bam immediately grabbed with his jaws after the transformation and declared that he wasn't here to ask his opinion. Did Growler forget that Bam is God's proxy? So holding him in his teeth, Bam quickly headed back. Growler, however, was still not resigned to his fate and kept trying to get out, screaming to be put down. Bam just coldly advised him to stop yapping and give up. Meanwhile, Jiha went to clean up one of the dungeons with his friends to avoid being bored in his store. He was very grateful to them, as he had never even dreamed of entering a Category 3 dungeon. His squad leader had assured him that it was absolutely no problem, and such a small favor didn't even compare to the free potions he had given them. His girlfriend, Hwang Sunyoung, was also here, and she was wondering why our hero wanted to go with them to this dungeon. There wasn't supposed to be anything special here other than an item box and ruin-type dungeon. Jiha happily explained that apparently, the Black Lion Knight commander helped survivors from Astram to escape during the war, and he thought that in that case, their hideout was somehow connected to a secret tunnel from that kingdom, and in that dungeon he could look for new clues. Looking at the castle ruins, Hwang Sunyoung realized that she really wasn't paying attention, and if you look closer at the architecture of the castle, it looks similar to the one described in the ancient logbook. The other members of their team didn't share their enthusiasm, and they didn't care at all about the ruined kingdom and its ruins. The only thing they were interested in was the valuable artifacts that might be inside those ruins. The swordsman guy was even hoping that maybe they would come across some insanely valuable artifact today. While this guy was going on and on about his expectations for today's raid, Jiha turned his attention to his sword knight's long sword. Despite its mediocre other characteristics, it had one interesting property: Knight's Pledge, which allowed it to increase the attack performance of his squad by 7% for 5 minutes. Seeing this, the hero couldn't help but tell the guy that his sword looked pretty good. He immediately pulled the sword out of its sheath and asked if he was talking about it. Jiha said yes, and what surprised him about this sword was that while it was an ordinary artifact, it was a rare artifact because of the skill that increased the attack power of the entire squad by 7%. When our hero said all this, the swordsman and the entire group of hunters stared at him in surprise. They began to ask him how he knew everything so specifically and in such detail. Jiha realized that he had gotten carried away and said too much. He had simply forgotten that he was the only one who could see all of the item's indicators thanks to his system. Now he would have to tell them everything. After all, they were very persistent and they didn't like simple excuses. Finally, scratching his head awkwardly, he told his squad of hunters that he had recently received the appraisal skill. When they heard that, their jaws dropped in surprise. Hwang Sunyoung immediately realized that it was because of this skill that Jiha was able to describe the effects of his potions so accurately. But the paladin decided to check things out and asked our hero to tell him all about his own equipment that he was wearing, saying that he had found it along with that long sword that the swordsman had. One look was enough for Jiha to see all the stats of that armor. But there was nothing special about them. It turned out that they were just ordinary light chest armor that only increased defense by 10% and protection from critical hits by 5%. The mage from their group could have asked something about their equipment as well, but instead she congratulated Jiha with a sincere smile for finally getting his first skill. Of course, Jiha was grateful for her praise and blushed with embarrassment, but he wasn't going to correct her and tell her about his other skills. The congratulations didn't end there, and it was the guys' turn to congratulate their friend on how lucky he was. Teasingly, they asked if this meant that now with his skill their entire squad would become fabulously rich. But all their mercantile and greedy thoughts were quickly knocked out of their heads by Hwang Sunyoung, who skillfully used her weighty green book as a weapon. They dared to molest our hero. She was furious at the two of them and asked how they dared to even think of using the good-natured and untainted by greed Jiha right after learning about his new skill. With huge bumps on their heads, they began to complain about the friendly fire that had occurred. But their complaints were useless as the Hunters Association was far away and the evil Hwang Sunyoung was here. Although overall it was nothing more than a friendly squabble. Finally, Hwang Sunyoung stopped fooling around and the tone of her voice suddenly changed, and she seriously warned our hero, telling him that it was certainly good that he had gotten the skill, but now he should be careful because there were greedy hyenas like those two hunters prowling around the world. Jiha nodded nervously and said that he understood. However, while they were walking through the dungeon itself, our hero continued to ponder on what Hwang Sunyoung had said. He really needed to be careful, just like she said. The real world is dangerous and humans can sometimes be more dangerous and cunning than monsters. It was worth keeping his skills hidden to avoid getting into trouble. But he wasn't just going to bury his abilities because of fear, because he wanted to do good for the people around him. It remained to figure out how to do it. Jiha suddenly had a good idea, and he decided that he should ask the head of the association, Kim Hyung-suk, for advice on how he could use his skills to benefit all hunters. Suddenly, the paladin smiled and pointed directly to the exit of the ruins of the castle they had been wandering in for hours and told everyone to gather around him. When they entered the gate, they saw a huge hole in the wall. It looked like it had been punched through by monsters, and most likely it had been. As soon as they got out of the castle, the entire squad froze with surprise and delight as they saw something in front of them. It turned out that in front of them flowed peacefully, shimmering in the sunlight, the beautiful river Tales, which was bigger than they could have imagined in their dreams. The water was so clear that the hunters asked each other if they wanted to swim in it. Our hero immediately sat down on the shore and pulled out his endless spellbook along with a blue petrol quill to record all his observations. Looking carefully at the river, he wondered how the Black Lion Knights had managed to make a secret tunnel somewhere here if the river was so deep. He began to write down everything he saw. Now that he had been near the river, all he had to do was look behind Mount Apido and find out more information there. A squad of hunters gathered around him as he drew a rough sketch of the map. The entire hunter squad was near him except for Hwang Sunyoung. The swordsman even remarked that his drawing skills were so good that it looked like he had photographed the place. The Lily Paladin also marveled at our hero's skill and asked him if there was anything he was bad at. While the squad laughed and joked and Jiha continued to draw, everything seemed fine. Until they noticed the absence of Hwang Sunyoung, who was sitting at a distance from everyone. Suddenly, her book lit up with a faint yellow aura. A leaf flew out of the book, which turned out to be the creation scroll, Hope, which activated on its own. Judging from the previous experience of using this scroll, nothing good could be expected after that. Our hero realized this before anyone else and jumped up from his seat, scattering the other hunters who didn't understand what was going on. He knew that something bad would happen to her because of the scroll, so he shouted as loudly as he could for her to be careful. Hwang Sunyoung didn't realize what was going on and only looked questioningly in his direction, She didn't notice anything suspicious. Even when Hwang heard Jiha shouting and trying to tell her, it was too late. She was already falling into the river in the same position as she was sitting. It seemed that some invisible magical force had pushed her into the water. Our hero immediately rushed to her aid, but as expected, he was a few moments too late. Physical fitness had never been his strong suit. Hwang Sunyoung plunged into the river screaming. As she pondered on why exactly she was always unlucky instead of trying to surface and fight for her life, the situation immediately became dangerous, and she began to sink quickly into the depths of the river. Finally, she pulled herself together, and with her best efforts, she managed to surface and started desperately begging for help. The entire group of hunters were already running towards her, hoping to save her at any cost. But she was drowning faster than they could reach her, and she was already beginning to sink again, choking on the water and letting out her last cries for help. Jiha was the closest, and without thinking, he jumped into the clear river and swam to rescue his friend, who was still somehow holding on to the surface of the water. He asked her to hold on a little longer, but as he swam to her, a huge dark silhouette appeared behind him, casting its shadow over him and bringing danger with its presence. Fortunately, the silhouette resembled a whale and was familiar to us. Turning around to see what it was, he saw that it was none other than World Eater. As promised, he had come to the rescue when Jiha needed him, and now, riding the whale, he would be able to save his friend in time. World Eater swam at an incredible speed, and our hero had to sit on his back. In the end, everyone was saved by the majestic World Eater when he rose to the surface after the dive. The whale's body shone with a bright golden color as always. The other hunters were still running towards them, but seeing such a huge creature on the surface of the water, all three of them were stunned to the core and realized that there was absolutely no need for their help. Jiha was still worried about his friend and asked if she was all right. The answer, of course, was obvious, and in response to such an obvious and stupid question, she yelled that no, hell no, she wasn't okay. After she was rescued, the squad tried to surround her with as much care as possible, and everyone tried to help her while she was coughing up the water she had swallowed while drowning. Meanwhile, our hero smilingly thanked World Eater for helping him in such a dangerous situation and saving them both. The one only smiled sweetly back at his master. Jiha couldn't believe that such a cute little creature was actually a huge golden whale capable of devouring giant monsters and more. Finally, when Hwang Sunyoung was fully recovered and they were ready to continue their journey, she called our hero to her. So they set off on their journey, where something interesting was waiting for them thanks to the action of the scroll. Bad luck had already happened. Now they were going to get lucky. And so it happened literally. After a few minutes of walking in the forest, they came across something interesting on the ground, and they all gathered around it. Hwang Sunyoung pointed at the strange pattern on the ground and said that it was a magic circle. Jiha was surprised to realize it himself. The only question that remained was who had created it here and for what purpose. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, our hero smiled as if he had made a discovery, something similar to what he had seen before. And taking into account all the facts and its location, it was possible to tell unmistakably what kind of magic circle it was. And after some time of wandering, they returned to the river, where they saw World Eater again and thanked him again for the rescue and said their final goodbyes. World Eater returned to conquer the vast seas. Hwang Sunyoung finally exhaled tiredly. All these failures that had haunted her lately had become tiresome to her. She wondered if she had been cursed, and now she was always getting into trouble. The swordsman hurried to reassure her and remind her that her raid today hadn't gone so badly because she had found an expensive-looking brooch while they were walking through the forest. Hwang Sunyoung took it out and studied it carefully. The system showed her the name of the brooch, the last brooch of the artisan, but there were no other details, and she wondered if this brooch had any useful functions or buffs. That was something our hero could easily help her with. After looking at it, he said it was a production artifact, which increases hand techniques by 10%. He didn't know what he meant by hand techniques, but Hwang Sunyoung was smarter than him. She took out a large book from her backpack and ripped out a sheet of paper, which immediately glowed with a faint yellow glow. After a few minutes, the piece of paper turned into a cute magical origami dragon. It was able to fly and delight everyone around it. Seeing such beauty, Jiha recognized that this artifact really suited her. It was unlikely that anyone would have found a better use for it. They had already stayed here for a while, so the paladin guy suggested that they all head back, as the dungeon would be closing soon. They all headed back, not wanting to be stuck here for too long and looking for another way out. Back at the castle ruins, the paladin thanked everyone for their good work today. He advised them all to get a good rest and meet again tomorrow for another dungeon raid. But the most valuable thing that was taken out of this dungeon was of course our hero. The magic circle that they found in the forest, after he drew it in his endless spellbook, turned into a scroll of dimensional portal, which allowed him to use the power granted by the gods to open a portal to different dimensions and travel to a place where the same magical circle would be drawn. Heading home and dreaming of his new abilities, Jiha wondered how lucky he was to have found that magic circle. If he could find the secret behind that magic circle, he would be able to find out how Terradrones travel freely between Earth and the mystical continent of Gehenna. Knowing this, he himself will be able to travel freely and will be able to help Seo Hyojin even more with her quest. When he returned to his store, he habitually told Bayam that he had returned home, but he interrupted himself halfway through the conversation when he remembered that he had run away. Even though it had been a couple days since he had run away, it still felt strange without him. Jiha had gotten so used to his soft fur that he still missed it. In the end, our hero decided that it wasn't a good idea to be sad and that Bayam would definitely come back soon, and he should get to work in the store and his garden. As usual, he fell asleep in his dream garden, where he immediately began to greet the Terradrone, and joyfully announcing that he was here. But something was wrong. No one greeted him back as they usually did. The place was quiet and empty, and he didn't understand where everyone had disappeared to. Jiha started looking around, asking if there was anyone here. Suddenly, a noise in the bushes caught his attention. From there, Bayam appeared with a wolf growler in his teeth, sleeping peacefully. This was the first time Jiha had seen him in his real form, so he was scared at first. But after taking a closer look, he recognized him and exclaimed, "Bayam?" Stroking his pet that had grown so quickly, our hero had only one question since when Bayam grew so much. He carefully took the puppy out of Bayam's mouth so as not to wake him, and holding it in his arms, he wondered what kind of puppy it was, which according to the system window is called Growler. Why had Bayam brought him here? Suddenly, several system windows appeared in front of him, asking him if he was willing to help Growler, the messenger of the god who now needed his help. Would Jiha be willing to heal him? Of course, the good-natured Jiha wasn't going to abandon the injured puppy and agreed to help him. Immediately after he pressed the yes button, Growler was enveloped by the energy emanating from the world tree, which began to seep into his body and heal his wounds. Moreover, this energy filled him with power, thanks to which Growler began to regain his former strength. Of course, after the healing and the sudden burst of strength, Growler woke up. But when he saw a towering man towering over him, he was frightened, and at first he didn't understand what was going on and where he was. When he came to his senses, he immediately began to growl and show with all his appearance that the giant man did not even think of approaching him, because he is a dangerous and terrible growler, instilling fear in his enemies. But all his attempts had the opposite effect. Jiha found him so cute that he couldn't resist hugging him, thinking Growler was very cute. Jiha couldn't be happy that such a cute puppy was now healthy and wouldn't let him out of his embrace even though he tried to resist. Finally, lifting Growler in front of him, our hero gave him a new name, Doggo. Of course Growler was shocked at such a lousy name, and in their common language with Bayam, told him that this guy sucks at naming. But Bayam just laughed at him and told him to just accept it. And lastly, he called him Doggo, too. Watching Jiha cheer him on, Bayam was sure that this was now his new home, and he better play by the rules of the owner of this place, even if naming wasn't his thing. It had been a few days since Doggo had found his new home. Thanks to his heavy diet, he was growing fast, but he wasn't the only one growing. Jiha noticed that the number of pterodrone had increased significantly since Doggo arrived. Our hero was sure it was because of his traits, and that was indeed the case. Growler was also a demigod, just like Actus, and he had one special trait called Master's Will, which gave increased affinity and leadership. It also increased the number of animals in the herd by 10% and their movement speed by 20%. There was another trait that when Doggo got stronger, the pterodrone also got stronger. Doggo also had a very useful passive skill Persistent Hunter, which allowed him to detect any movement within a radius of 2 kilometers. As it turned out, it was incredible and very useful. With Doggo at the head of the pterodrone army, they could easily cross the Grand Plain and get to Mount Apido, along the way exterminating all the small goblins, demons, and monsters. After such a march and clearing the area of monsters, the pterodrone army brought a whole mountain of ether and essence stones for their master. Yem was already just left to thank them for their good work today. I too would like to have such an army of pterodrone to do all the work instead of me. In gratitude for such a pile of riches, he decided to thank his pets with a tasty gift, a red pine dango. Doggo immediately waved his tail and began to lick himself waiting for the treat. But all his hopes about food were shattered when Bayam suddenly jumped out from the side and grabbed the treat first, grabbing our hero's fingers. Growler couldn't stand such insolence, so he immediately lunged at the stupid bloody cat who dared to steal. But Bayam did not see his guilt and believed that he had every right to a treat because he was the first to arrive. First come, first serve. Jiha had to break them up and threatened that if they didn't stop fighting, none of them would get a treat. Suddenly, the bells rang, announcing that there were customers in his store in the real world. This was the signal our hero was waiting for, as he had a meeting scheduled. Taking Bam and Doggo with him, he returned to the store. But after holding them in his hands, he realized that they should eat less, because they had gotten too big and heavy. At this rate, soon he wouldn't be able to hold them in his arms. Just at that moment, the door to the store opened and Doggo immediately started growling at the visitors. Kim Hyung-suk, the head of the Hunters Association and the chief alchemist of the Eternal Flame Guild, entered the door. They immediately noticed the new pet who kept growling at them, justifying his name. Greeting Jiha, the head of the association admitted that he didn't expect to receive an invitation to visit so quickly. But quickly leaving the foreplay aside, he got to the point and asked if what Jiha had told him earlier was true. Could he really appraise artifacts? Our hero confidently confirmed everything because he wanted to benefit the entire hunter community, and the best way to do that was to cooperate with the association. The head alchemist was thrilled that Jiha himself had contacted them for cooperation, as well as Kim Hyung-suk. The alchemist hadn't seen our hero for a long time and was happy to see him again. Jiha confirmed that it had indeed been quite some time. But still, our hero had only made an appointment with the head of the association, so he asked what had brought Choi Alchemist here. The reason was very simple. After Jiha rejected the contract offered by Cha Hwa Yon, she was simply furious and the fire was burning brighter than her hair. But this time, it was here for a different reason. It was all about the potions and scrolls Jiha was preparing. In Choi's opinion, they were amazing. So much so that as an alchemist himself, he was beginning to envy his skill. He wanted to learn more about it. So Kim Hyung-suk offered to sit down and talk. Both he and Hunter Choi had many questions for our hero. And the first question was, of course, to what level can he appraise an artifact? Remembering the characteristics of the sword he had looked at a couple of days ago, he could confidently say that he could accurately determine the artifact's name, description, stats, and skills specific ratio. At the end, he explained that he had discovered this skill when he was preparing potions and also confirmed its effectiveness with different artifacts. It sounded surprising to them. Choi even suggested that it looked as if his class was an appraiser. Jiha was of course a little embarrassed by such praise, but he wasn't going to tell them more about his other skills, so he told them that now that he had such a skill, he wasn't sure how to use it. Kim Hyung-suk immediately calmed him down and assured him that he shouldn't worry about it because he would help him, and Choi came here for the same reason. Jiha shone with gratitude. He said that he wanted to help the hunters as much as he could with his abilities. Is there any way they know how to do that? But before he started, the head of the association advised him to first realize that there are only a few appraisers in the world. This means that if Jiha's ability is discovered and everyone knows about it, every hunter in the world will come to see him. Such an influx of people would definitely ruin his daily life, and it would be impossible to get rid of those hunters. But with a satisfied smile, Kim Hyung-suk assured him that the association had already made some preparations for this scenario, just in case, if any of his friends didn't keep their mouths shut. Our hero was surprised at their foresight and how forward-thinking they were. Everything was thought out to the smallest detail, and all hunters received a message about artifact appraise. And when they saw it, many hunters were puzzled. Just like Cha Hwa-yeon, who was surprised that someone was doing an artifact appraise. Was there really a new hunter with the appraiser class? She quickly opened the message. There was the opening time and location. It turned out that it was supposed to be in the basement of the Eternal Flame Guild, her guild's basement, and there was a limit of 60 reservations per day for a smooth process. Cha Hwa-yeon was shocked that this would all be happening in her guild building, but no one had told her anything about it. As soon as she came to her senses and tried to make a reservation, she was met with the next disappointment that made her tear her hair out of her head. Reservation was filled before she finished reading the message. Why had no one bothered to warn her in advance anyway? Even though there was pre-registration, the line was still too long and was not only in the Eternal Flame Guild building itself, but also outside. Jiha sat in his assigned office and took turns receiving hunters one by one. To maintain his privacy, he wore a mask to keep his daily life safe from the swarm of people wanting to use his unique skills. Right now, he was in the process of appraising a rapier encrusted with gold and gems. It was called Dragon of the West, and its peculiarity was that after every 30 swings, the user's movement speed was temporarily increased by 20%. In addition, when paired with another rapier called Witch of the East, the additional acceleration was activated every 30 seconds with a 50% chance of activation. The huntress who brought the rapier immediately thanked our hero and bowed, satisfied, and left. Behind her, there were many more people who wanted to know the hidden properties of their weapons and items. The whole process was a bit tedious and the mask was in the way, but it was still fun and interesting. He even came up with a new name for himself, the Cat Guru. Jiha understood that the mask was a necessary measure, and was even glad that he decided to consult with the head of the Hunters Association, Kim Hyung-suk, who told him how to do it right and helped him with the organization. But there was one thing that made our hero tense. He never said hello to Cha Hwa-yeon, even though he was in her building. He couldn't even imagine working in this place like this, after he'd already turned down an offer to be their employee once before. His fears weren't in vain, for a few floors above Cha Hwa-yeon was simply furious, and was violently pounding on everything she could get her hands on. The chief alchemist Choi tried to calm her down, but he had little success. He knew she shouldn't know who the Cat Guru really was, because it would cause him a lot of problems. Meanwhile, Cha Hwa-yeon went through a rage phase and started crying in helplessness, complaining that all the available slots were booked 3 months in advance. Choi acted unreasonably and commented on her words, saying that she just wasn't nimble enough. She immediately grabbed him and started shaking him, asking how could he do that to her? Why hadn't he told her beforehand? The alchemist immediately started to justify himself, insisting that he couldn't do anything because the head of the association, Kim Hyung-suk, was in charge of everything related to the appraiser, and the location for the hunter's reception had only been chosen yesterday. He even reminded her that she had let him use the basement as he saw fit, so it wasn't his fault in any way, and the registration conditions for everyone were equal. Cha Hwa Yeon then, imagining how long it would take her to evaluate all her staffs, complained that at this rate it would take more than 2 years to evaluate them. She couldn't let her little ones dust for that long, so she asked Choi to do something and give her preferential treatment as the owner of the building where the appraisal was taking place. But the alchemist wasn't going to make any exceptions for her, so he waved goodbye and said that he had a lot of work to do and didn't have time to do all this. She'd better patiently wait her turn like everyone else, and don't even think about breaking the rules and getting into trouble. Cha Hwa Yeon slumped back in her chair with anger. She wondered where this so-called cat guru, or whatever his name was, had come from. Be that as it may, she clenched her fists and blazing with the fire of determination, she was willing to do whatever it took to find out his identity and make him her personal slave. Even from a distance, the poor man felt as if someone was cursing him and his ears itched unpleasantly. For Cha Hwa Yeon's rage, walls and distance were no barrier at all. After finishing receiving all the registered hunters for the day, Jiha went to the alchemist's lab to show him his process for making potions. He ended his explanation with the last step of the recipe: shake the flask well to get all the ingredients mixed together. There was already one potion prepared by Choi standing next to it, and he himself believed that half of the secret of the preparation consisted of the ingredients and the other half of the preparation process. The result was 2 seemingly identical potions, but one was made by Jiha and the other by Choi, and they differed significantly only in their characteristics. A special potion of our hero allowed to reduce to 0 ether consumption of all skills to 0 for 16 seconds and restored 16% of maximum health for 15 seconds. And Choi's potion only lasted for 11 seconds and restored 11% of maximum health in the same 15 seconds. The alchemist didn't understand why there was such a difference in the potion's performance. After all, he had done the same thing as Jiha, followed the recipe and repeated all his actions. Jiha didn't reveal all of his secrets and simply explained the difference in performance by the quality of the ingredients used to make the potion. In fact, he knew very well that it was all because he had a level 3 alchemy skill. He was even a little embarrassed to lie, but he feared lest something similar to the appraiser's skill happen. Together, they prepared several dozen potions that Jiha was going to sell in his store, not for money, but primarily to help the other hunters, and Choi was getting a portion of the profits for his work. Thanks to his help, our hero could spend less time creating potions and have more free time for more interesting activities. But that was just the beginning. Alchemist Choi also shared his plans for the future. He and the head of the association planned to hire more skillful alchemists and teach them how to make the same potions. In his opinion, this product was too good to be sold in only one store. So together with Kim Hyung-suk, they planned to open a whole retail network under the Jiha brand. Choi finally thanked our hero for his help and said that he can't wait to learn even more from him in the future. Jiha was a bit surprised by so many business offers, but as long as it gave him more time to explore his garden and allowed him to help more hunters, he was all for it, and completely trusted everything to Choi, asking him to take care of it properly. After that, Jiha returned home, where he could finally relax. Today our hero had a hard day, just needed a good nap and went to the garden, enjoy the views of nature and more. He quickly started to fall asleep even in his chair, and so sitting up and fell asleep. The pterodrone and growler were already waiting for him in the garden, and they were not empty-handed. They had brought with them mountains of treasures of ether and ether stones. By the looks of it, their next campaign to exterminate the evil creatures on the continent of Gehenna had been very successful. Jiha was immediately thrown into Jiha's embrace by Bam and Dago, who had missed his affection a lot during the day. But hugs alone were clearly not enough for them, and they were crowded together. Their apparent enmity and competition for our hero's attention led to conflicts. So while our hero was apologizing for being delayed because he was teaching Hunter Choi how to brew potions, they were constantly trying to bite or scratch one another. Suddenly, a Pterodrone knight appeared in front of them who was clearly trying to show something. Jiha then asked what was wrong. Growler, as the leader of the Pterodrone army, understood them better, so he immediately stopped dabbling with Bam and jumped to the ground. And with all his appearance, he tried to explain to Jiha that he should follow him. Finally, our hero understood what was wanted from him, and he, along with his pets and an army of Pterodrone, set off. A few minutes into the journey, a system window appeared in front of him. It said that monsters had appeared on the Great Plain. Growler immediately showed his leadership skills and was the first to rush to the attack. In a leap, he transformed into his true form of a giant wolf, which with a single swing of his paw could now defeat a whole group of small monsters. The entire Pterodrone army followed his example and also rushed to the attack. Under their onslaught, the army of monsters could not resist and began to flee in panic. After that, the system immediately announced that thanks to Growler's leadership skills, the Pterodrone army had managed to drive the monsters out of the Great Plain. With this, the Pterodrone army received a bonus in the form of demigod defense and increased its level. With the new level, a new entity appeared in the Pterodrone battle ranks. One Pterodrone engulfed in streams of golden energy began to change. Jiha and Bam watched this transformation with rapt attention. In a few moments, our hero already had a new kind of Pterodrone sitting on his arm, a Pterodrone Scout. Jiha gave him his trademark simple name and called him simply Scout. A few more notifications from the system came, and now thanks to the contribution our hero had made, the clearing of the Great Plains had begun, and a new area was opened, Mount Epido, which was blocked before and our hero couldn't get there even though he wanted to. This was great news, and Jiha praised everyone for their excellent work and effort. He was especially grateful to Growler, who had proven himself to be an obedient and loyal dog, who had never been shy to rub his merits in Bam's face, claiming that it was his contribution to success that was great and the bloody cat was useless. But Bam had his own way of looking at things and felt more than confident in his master's embrace. He declared that he, as a manager, did not work himself, but trusted all the employees, which was the dog. At last he said to him contemptuously, "Work harder, asshole." Growler couldn't stand such disrespect, so he immediately attacked and a fight broke out between them, with claws and teeth flashing over and over again. Jiha could only watch as they clashed once again. He finally managed to separate them and calm them down a bit. They were still resentful of each other, but at least they had stopped biting each other. Just to distract them from their quarrel, our hero suggested that they go to Mount Epido together. Jiha confidently walked forward, and now no barrier was stopping him. To reach the mountain, one had to leave the forest and cross the undead scorched plain where not even grass grew. Jiha hoped to find some clues, and soon his hopes were realized, even faster than he thought. On the parched plain, he found the ruins of a castle, and looking at it closely, he assumed it was the hideout of the Black Lion Knights. Remembering the map, he concluded that it was. For according to the map, the Knights' hideout was south of Mount Epido, just where he was now. Now he wanted to find out if there really was an underground passage inside this hideout. But as soon as he wanted to get closer to the ruins, the barrier stopped him again, and an information window appeared in front of him. notifying him that the interference effect that allowed a hunter with a worker class to restore the world tree and interfere with the continent of Gehenna had ended. Physical interference is now forbidden to our hero. Fortunately, in return, he received another effect, Agent of God, which allowed him to communicate with the creatures that lived on the continent of Gehenna. The fact that he could no longer interfere in what was happening was quite unpleasant and not expected, but not critical if he could now communicate with a Terradrone and could understand their language. Or perhaps there was some other way besides them. It was worth finding out. Before he could even take a step, another system window appeared in front of him, which congratulated him on gaining a new skill, God's Vision. It allowed the entire surrounding area to be viewed from God's perspective. Jiha was eager to try out the new skill and was happy to confirm its use. Suddenly, after he pressed yes, his body became very light and he started to rise into the air. This wasn't at all how he had imagined the action of the skill, and he was in a panic at what was happening. With every second, he was rising higher and higher, until he finally hovered in the air, even higher than Mount Apido. A beautiful view spread out in front of him below that was breathtaking, and the altitude was actually breathtaking too. Looking at the scenery below, Jiha almost immediately noticed some movement down below and wondered what was going on down there. It turned out that there was a small group of warriors surrounded by a significant number of monsters. The leader of that group was a blonde-haired knight, and he somehow didn't look like an ordinary hunter. Therefore, Jiha speculated that maybe they were the survivors of the Estrom Kingdom. It didn't take long for the battle to break out, and the monsters clashed with the humans in a desperate battle. Screams and the clang of blades were heard everywhere. Despite the advantage in numbers, the monsters could not break the human defense and gradually fell one by one. After a little while, all the monsters were defeated, and the group scattered around the clearing wondering if it was all monsters or will there be more. That blonde-haired guy stood out from all of them and was clearly their leader giving commands. Suddenly one of his warriors called out to him by name Eddie, and when he turned around to answer, our hero was surprised to realize who was talking to him. It was hard to believe. Was it really Han Seung-hyuk? The one who had probably been dead for years and whom Seo Haijin had been searching for so long without success. When Jiha looked at the black-haired guy, he immediately recognized him as Han Seung-hyuk, who had disappeared earlier. While he was watching them, Han Seung-hyuk's squad leader noticed that the orcs were still arriving. He assumed that they were most likely coming from the Great Plains. This was by far not a common occurrence. They couldn't help but wonder what was going on here and what was driving the orcs forward. Throwing another orc corpse off the cliff, Seung-hyuk hoped that the orcs would at least bring food with them. If they continued like this, they would soon run out of supplies and have to eat the orcs themselves. Laughing, the blonde-haired guy replied that he shouldn't joke about it, and then added that he shouldn't worry about it either, because they wouldn't let him starve. Turning back to him, Han Seung-hyuk once again expressed his guesses. He assumed that the pig Parajak was working with Baron Gram to steal their supplies and send them less food than they should. Addressing the blonde-haired lad as a prince, he enthusiastically said that all he had to do was give him orders and he would find where they hid their food in 3 days. Although the prince was confident in his abilities and was grateful for the offer, he still refused. Such drastic actions that were not backed up by any evidence could cause a lot of problems. Jiha, who was watching them, heard their entire conversation. He realized that the blonde-haired guy was actually the prince of the Estrom Kingdom, and his name was Edinskal. Jiha could not help but wonder why Han Seung-hyuk was among the prince's subordinates. However, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a system window that suddenly appeared with information about a new quest. It was a quest whose main mission was to rebuild a village of survivors. According to the information provided by the system, he had indeed discovered the survivors from Estrom Kingdom. These unfortunate ones had been defeated by the undead and were forced to flee. They chose Mount Apido as their temporary shelter. But even there, they were still suffering from constant monster attacks as well as lack of food. The first mission of this quest was called the Lottery, and for its fulfillment, it was necessary to give the scepter of the Estram Kingdom to Prince Edenskull, so that he could restore his rights as the true ruler of the Estram Kingdom. The second mission, however, was to find the villains and get rid of the villains who were exploiting the villagers in the survivor village. The system even gave hints by giving their names. As Han Seung-hyuk guessed, it was indeed Baron Grom and someone named Parajak. Although Jiha had done system quests before, but they had never been this detailed with multiple sub-points before. Somehow it all felt like story mode. Still, that quest aside, the other thing that was important was that he had finally managed to find Han Seung-hyuk. Even though it wasn't easy, he was still able to do it. His first thought was to immediately tell Seo Hyojin about it. After all, she was the one who was looking for Han Seung-hyuk and waiting for his return the most. However, he immediately discarded the idea because he didn't want to give her false hope. The first thing he had to do was to find a way to bring him back. There was no need to hurry. Besides, the difficulty was that he couldn't physically intervene himself. The only thing left was to look for some other way. But he didn't have to think about it for long, for he immediately had an idea of how he could pull it off. Turning to his intelligent pets, he said that they needed to talk about something. He opened his book of infinite spells and showed the Pterodrones the magic circle drawn there. It remained to be wondered if they knew anything about it. Of course, they knew everything about their homeworld, so the Pterodrone Knight quickly gave the command. And the Pterodrones lined up in a circle, creating the same magic circle. Pterodrone Knight held the Essence Stone, which he used to start the magic circle. Jiha watched with excitement and waited to see what would happen next. The Pterodrone Knight had successfully completed his task. And it worked. The magic circle glowed with a bright green light. Not far from the green magic circle, another yellow one appeared, and our hero assumed that the green one was the entrance and the yellow one was the exit. His guess was completely correct, and Pterodrones clearly demonstrated it by jumping straight into the glowing green magic circle, and jumping out of the yellow magic circle a moment later. Jiha finally realized exactly what a teleportation magic circle was. And now he had a new theory on how the survivors could escape from the fallen kingdom. Perhaps they used the teleportation magic circle instead of a secret tunnel. Then the exit of the teleportation magic circle must have been somewhere near Mount Epido. If Jiha could find exactly where the survivors had set up camp, he could go and bring Han Seung-hyuk back. Another interesting detail was how the Pterodrones move around this world and between Gehenna and Earth. Our hero assumed that they also use a magic circle to move around. Even the sigil drawn in the magic circle looks like a Pterodrone. But that guess was wrong, and the Pterodrone Knight made it clear to him. Then Jiha had a logical question. How then do they move freely within the Gehenna continent, and between the continent and Earth? Unfortunately, the Pterodrone Knight couldn't speak, but he could easily show what he did. He pointed directly at the World Tree. It was the source of the Pterodrones' power, and it was what allowed them to travel between worlds. And considering this, Jiha concluded that the World Tree, among other things, acted as a bridge between Earth and Gehenna. But these were just additional details that deepened his understanding of this world. The main thing was that thanks to the help of Pterodrones, he now knew where to look. For such a significant help, our hero was very grateful. Now he knew with what task and where to send Pterodrones. And without delay, he asked the Pterodrone Knight to go with his subordinates to Mount Epido and scout around. There they should find traces of the magic circle and report the location of the find to our hero. Meanwhile, in the village of survivors, where refugees from the kingdom of Estram lived, Edenskull and Seung-hyuk have returned after another battle with orcs to replenish their supplies and go to fight monsters again. But what they saw was not at all what they expected. What Parajak had brought was not enough. The villagers who came to inspect the shipment asked disappointedly, "Is this everything?" It's barely enough for a week, maybe a little more, but that's it. It wasn't enough to feed the people, for Parajak had to buy food for a whole month. Prince Edenskull immediately asked the fat merchant why the amount of food he had brought didn't match the amount of valuable minerals he had taken. He was obviously a bit worried, and coughing began to justify himself, saying that those from whom he usually bought everything were also suffering. Monsters had invaded their farms and ravaged many of them, so the prices of supplies had risen significantly. Han Seung-hyuk clearly didn't believe his lies, and when he finished, he only snorted contemptuously and added, "Sure thing, it was just like that."
Such obvious disrespect made Parajak angry, and he angrily demanded him to repeat what he had said.
When he was about to answer him properly, the prince stopped him, telling Han that that was enough and there was no need to conflict further. Prince Edenskull was determined to resolve things peacefully and pretended to believe what Parajak had said, and then asked what they could do to get more supplies. Parajak immediately smiled at another juicy bargain he was going to get a piece of and replied that he wasn't sure, because he didn't know how the wild elves were doing and what they had to offer that was so valuable that they would agree to sell more food. But a stately man, who came to the noise, confidently stated that the elves would surely want the mithril. This man was Baron Grom, and he greeted the prince with all his refined manners. Edenskull questioned if he had really just said mithril, and the prince had not misheard. He had. Mithril was a valuable and rare mineral, and the prince indignantly said that it was getting harder and harder to get out of the village because of the monsters. So how could they get mithril in such a difficult situation? But the cunning baron had an answer to such a question. He somehow managed to find out from one wild elf valuable information. According to the words of that elf, not very far from here there is a hidden valley where they can easily find mithril. This valley is located somewhere deep in Mount Epido. Baron Grom suggested that perhaps if they could get enough mithril from that valley, they could make a favorable and big enough deal with the wild elves. Parajak rubbed his hands together with joy and agreed with the baron, assuring everyone that with mithril they would be able to get enough food. Another warrior from the prince's squad, Jihan, was about to lash out at the greedy bastard, but the prince stopped him. Instead of finding out how honest their merchant was, he was determined to find that valley and get the mithril. So he asked the baron, "What's the way to the valley?" Everything was going as the baron had planned, so he was happy to tell him that he had heard that the valley was south of Mount Epido, but he was not sure of the rumors. The only way to find out is to go there. When the villagers heard this, they were immediately frightened, because they had heard that ogres lived in that area, and those ogres would probably devour the prince's night squad before they reached that valley. The prince knew it well, but clutching the hilt of his sword, he had already made his final decision. He announced to everyone that they would do it, and find out if there really is mithril in that valley. The baron asked with feigned surprise if they were really going to do it. The prince explained his risky decision by saying that even though the kingdom of Estrom has now fallen, everyone around him is still his people, and he can't let the people who followed him starve. In that case, Baron Grom said that he and Parajak would prepare everything for their return, so that once they returned with a load of mithril, they could travel with it to the wild elves to trade. His accomplice Parajak, of course, supported him in everything and said it was a good idea. When they were about to leave and further plan their dark deeds, the prince suddenly stopped them and said that when he returned there would be one condition. He himself would join them when they went to trade with the elves. The baron immediately said that the wild elves would not like such a thing and would not let strangers into their villages. But the prince pointed out to the baron that he himself was a stranger in some way to the elves, and this did not prevent him from trading with them. He did not dare to cross the prince directly. That is why he agreed to everything without showing his face and said that they would try to make an exception for the prince and organize everything. The baron himself thought how funny the prince was, trying to seem a wise ruler even though his kingdom had fallen. When the crowd had more or less dispersed, Han Seung-hyuk approached the prince and said that he liked the fact that he was all cool and determined and all that. But he himself did not want to die yet, since his beautiful lover is still waiting for him on the other side, in the other world. Prince Edenskull assured him that he shouldn't worry, as he will make sure that he survives. At the same time, a girl with long white hair was praying inside the temple that was in the survivors' village. She prayed like this: "O mighty deity Ark, hear my prayer and have mercy on our long-suffering kingdom." She didn't notice how behind her back the wily Baron Grom was watching her closely and laughing softly, happy that the time was almost here. He only had to wait a little longer, and his cunning plan would work, just a little longer. Since ancient times, the kingdom of Estrom existed on the continent of Gehenna. It was a rather peaceful and prosperous kingdom where everyone lived peacefully and happily. But as in any other story, peace could not last long. The lands of the kingdom were suddenly invaded by liches, orcs, and other monsters. Later, that period in the history of the kingdom of Estrom became known as the Great War with Monsters. People who were accustomed to a carefree life did not manage to win. The survivors escaped and followed Prince Edenskull. Fortunately, they managed to escape and settled near Mount Epido. However, even their things were not so rosy. The survivors' village was constantly suffering from numerous attacks from titans, orcs. But not only monsters were a disaster for the survivors. Baron Grom and Parajak, who had good trade relations with other races, successfully used their position and the fact that the village was suffering for personal gain, while the bastards were profiting from the unfortunate people. Prince Edenskull continued to fight hard against the monsters and defend the village. This was roughly the story of the Kingdom of Estrom. To our hero, everything seemed pretty simple and straightforward. However, there was still one thing that puzzled Jiha. He couldn't understand why Prince Edenskull was always risking his life and constantly fighting monsters. This was also the case this time. Their group was moving straight towards the terror-level ogres. These monsters were not to be trifled with. They had very thick skin and fast regeneration. Even though they had below-average intelligence, it didn't stop them from smashing enemies thanks to their tremendous strength. When you put everything into strength and defense and completely forgot about intelligence, that was their case. Watching the prince's squad from above, our hero wondered if he should have helped them. Prince Edenskull had been trained in the art of the sword since he was a child. Through hard work and talent, he was able to defeat everyone in the challenge against the Black Lion Knights. Han Seung-hyuk, on the other hand, was an even more unique case. His incredible talent left no chance to his opponents. These two were like Levi Ackerman and Erwin Smith in their youth. It was this kind of analysis of the situation that made Jiha realize that the odds were not zero after all. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice that seemed to be addressing him. The voice seemed to be addressing Lord Ark and begging him to hear its prayers. Jiha didn't immediately realize what was happening. However, he suddenly remembered a girl he had seen before who was praying to the same god. She did not give up hope and continued to pray tirelessly for the salvation of her people. Fortunately, the system immediately sent a message saying that Saint Selene, who also gave predictions, had asked for his help. Accordingly, he was immediately given a mission called Merciful Messenger of God. Our hero's mission was to empower his village and spread their faith in him through Saint Selene. The system also gave our hero a nice bonus. Thanks to him, when Selene prayed, conversation and exchange of items became possible for 3 minutes. Jiha was delighted by this, because now he had more options and ways to interact with villagers. Since Selene was still praying at this time, she was able to hear his enthusiastic cry. Puzzled, she began to look around for the person speaking. Jiha quickly fell silent and even covered his mouth with his hands to be safe. He couldn't even guess it would turn out like this. He decided to leave it as it was for now, and not to disturb the girl unnecessarily. He decided to go back to the garden and think of a plan. As he strolled through the garden, he kept thinking about what he needed to do. He was sure that there was some way to accomplish the mission as well as Han Seung-hyuk's return. Upon his return, his squad of super cool and cute Terradrones were already waiting for him. All the Terradrones, including the scouts, were already assembled and were just waiting for his command. This was just in time, as they now had an emergency mission to accomplish. They had to go around Mount Apido and find the same magic circle that was in the book, and they had to do it as quickly as possible. The Terradrone scouts had a slightly different mission. They had to keep an eye on the survivors of Mount Apido, and if something happened, they would have to report it to the Terradrone Knight. The Knight, on the other hand, was to stay by his side and acted as a liaison. Being near him, he could easily report everything to our hero and give his warriors orders. And the first thing they had to do was to deliver to Prince Edenskull the sword scepter they had found earlier. After all, even though he was a great warrior, his weapons still had a limit. Moments later, the Terradrone army along with Jiha set off on their mission. Watching this procession, Doggo asked Bayam if he was going to leave this matter alone. Calling him a mongrel, Bayam replied that he wasn't going to rush because it wasn't time yet. This annoyed Bayoma, which caused another fight to break out between them. It looked like the two of them would never get along. At the same time, Parajak was praising Baron Grom for being able to do everything so cleverly. The prince, who had been a thorn in their side for a long time, would now be gone forever and would no longer be a nuisance to them. Nothing could be better than that. The Baron could not disagree with him, for they had exactly the same interests. In their eyes, the prince was just a child who had fallen into the real world to the adults. It wasn't right to rely only on the sword and play the hero. The real world worked by completely different rules. Parajak also pointed out that it was great that the insolent guy who was next to the prince would also die, even though he had appeared not so long ago. But unlike the naive prince, he was suspicious of them almost immediately. That's why they wanted to deal with the two of them as soon as possible. For the sake of that, they even spared no expense on items to make sure that everything would go smoothly. The item they had prepared was mostly used by elves to hunt monsters. He had even managed to test the effect on one of the captured orcs, and to tell the truth, the effect was really impressive. All one had to do was just let the orcs smell the scent. After that, they would instantly have to go insane and scatter all over the mountain, wreaking chaos. In a battle with such crazy creatures, it didn't matter how good you were at swordsmanship. The result would be the same. You would simply be torn to pieces. Having cooled his temper a bit, Baron Grom told him not to relax. He was confident in their plan, but caution would never hurt. Since they had already decided all the most important matters, he sent him off to work. As soon as Parajak left Baron Grom's house, he slammed the door in annoyance. The Baron turned out to be not such a good friend and clearly didn't trust him. Baron Grom stood at his window, thinking about what would happen when the prince would be gone. He was not just an insignificant figure from the borderlands, and as such he had every chance of becoming the new ruler of the kingdom of Estrim. Now his evil intentions were revealed, for he wanted to take Saint Selene just for himself. Be that as it may, our hero and the Terradrone Knight could hear everything from the heights of the Baron's house. They couldn't help but feel angry at the mean and greedy Baron. Jiha still couldn't intervene in the mission directly since Selene wasn't praying right now. He hoped that everything would be alright, for they had very little time left. All that was left was to believe and hope that everything would go according to their plan. Around the same time, Han Seung-hyuk and Prince Edenskull, followed by a few other soldiers, were preparing for the battle with the orcs. When the monsters attacked the group with two-handed axes and hammers, Han easily chopped them in half. He was confident in his skills and sword, and had no problem continuing to defeat the monsters. The prince wasn't bad either. He chopped all the orcs in half with one swing. So far, things were going well, and the squad was able to maintain an advantage. After some of the monsters were finished off, the rest started running away. but the prince proved to be agile and fast. He instantly caught up with the monster and plunged his sword right into its chest. On the other hand, Han was also continuing his assault on the monsters that had come here just a moment ago to kill the group. Now things were different. Hunters and victims had switched places. But there was still one problem. Han Seung-hyuk's sword could no longer hold on. It was literally threatening to break at any moment. When the prince saw this, he immediately offered him his sword, but he refused, saying that everything was fine and assuring him that he could handle it. But as it turned out, being a hero wasn't the best solution, for suddenly an ogre appeared behind him. It was clear from his red and bloodthirsty eyes that he didn't have the best intentions. In an instant, he grabbed Han's head and squeezed it tightly. It was simply impossible to break free from such a tight grip. Already in the next instant, the monster mercilessly launched the guy into flight. The prince immediately noticed that these ogres were not like usual. There was clearly something wrong with them. They had red, bloodshot eyes and a red evil aura around them. Realizing that things could end badly at this rate, Edenskul told the soldiers not to engage these monsters and try to hide. The situation seemed hopeless. In addition, there were already 2 maddened orcs running at him himself. Even though he was confident in his stance and held his sword tightly, it might not be enough this time. Han Seung-hyuk also realized that the prince could not win, so he immediately shouted at the prince to run away. However, what he saw in the next instant made him open his eyes wide in surprise. What he saw was a huge claw that suddenly appeared from the ground. It was this claw that delivered a crushing blow to the monster. They were saved. Prince Edenskul, like the others, also froze in place in astonishment. Being completely bewildered by what was happening, he tried to come to his senses and understand what had happened. Then we see a saintess who is saying that please protect the prince and his people. Then the nun says that the first prayer, Selena, a disciple of Ark, has successfully offered. Send God's apostille to help the disciple of Ark. Then Jiha says that, what is this? Should I press yes? Then System pops up with a notification, would you like to send God's apostle? Yes, no. Then Jiha says that what is this? Should I press yes? Then System pops up with a notification, God's apostle, Terradrone Knight. Then Jiha press yes, then Betel arrives there. After that we see very big fight between the Betel and all the goblins. Then scene shifted towards the Han, and he says that Edii, now it's your turn. And after that Han and Edii both runs towards the goblin monster to slash them, then that Han and Edii cut them with their sleeting sword. Then they get so difficulty to beat all the goblins, then after that the Betel Knight came there to help them. Then the Betel Knight destroys all the enemies one by one. The Battle Knight rides through a dark and eerie forest on the lookout for enemies. The knight is focused and determined, scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Tracking shot following the knight as he navigates the dense forest. Suddenly, a group of goblins appear from the shadows surrounding the knight. The goblins are vicious and ready to attack, sneering at the knight. Close-up shots of each goblin as they prepare to strike. The Battle Knight unsheathes his sword and prepares to defend himself against the goblins. The knight is skilled and agile, ready to take on multiple foes at once. Wide shots showing the intense battle between the knight and the goblins. The Battle Knight's sword clashes with the goblins' weapons, sparks flying in all directions. The knight fights valiantly, using every move in his arsenal to defeat the goblins. Slow-motion shots capturing the intense combat. The Battle Knight manages to defeat the goblins one by one, his victory clear. The knight stands tall and victorious, the goblins lying defeated at his feet. High-angle shots showing the aftermath of the battle. The Battle Knight wipes the sweat from his brow, catching his breath after the intense fight. The knight looks around cautiously, knowing that more enemies could be lurking nearby. Close-up shots of the knight's exhausted but determined face. Then Edii says that why this monster is helping us. Then Jiha says that Pterodrone Knight got much stronger as a god's apostle. And then System asks to Jiha about to extend the time for night, and it requires 5 essence to increase the time by 10 minutes. Then Han stands again and Eddie says, "Are you okay?" Then they both began to fight against the goblins. The goblins suddenly attack, wielding crude weapons and snarling menacingly. Han and Eddie quickly draw their swords and prepare to defend themselves. Close-up shots of the intense battle between the goblins and the two heroes. The goblins start to overwhelm Han and Eddie, outnumbering them. Just as it seems like all hope is lost, a mysterious figure in shining armor appears. Dramatic reveal of the Beetle Knight coming to the rescue. The Beetle Knight effortlessly dispatches the goblins with expert swordsmanship. His armor gleams in the sunlight, his movements fluid and precise dynamic shots of the Beetle Knight's heroic actions. Han and Eddie thank the Beetle Knight for his help, grateful for his intervention. The Beetle Knight nods in acknowledgement before disappearing into the shadows. Slow pan out as the Beetle Knight disappears, leaving Han and Eddie to continue on their quest. Han and Eddie continue their journey, now more determined than ever to face any challenges that come their way. The forest seems a little less ominous now, as they walk side by side. Tracking shot of Han and Eddie walking into the distance, ready for whatever comes next. Then Eddie and Han looks towards the Beetle Knight, and that knight begins to leave. Then Eddie and Han thank the Beetle Knight, and makes the farewell. After that scene shifted towards Saintness, the maid requesting Selena to have the food, but she was procrastinating and praying about. Then maid asks her to take the meal, but she refuses and says give this to other children's. Then she starts to praying again, then a voice came strangely and says, "Selena, can you hear me?" And then Selena becomes shocked. After that Selena says, "Thank you, Lord Ark. Your humble servant can hear your voice." In the tunnel we see Han and Eddie. Han says, "You used this tunnel when you escaped?" Then Eddie replies, "Yep, there are multiple tunnels like this beneath Mount Upido. Some claim it's a remnant of an ancient tribe, but no one knows for certain." Then Han tells, "How about the place where you found me? Was that place one of these tunnels?" Then Eddie replies, "Yes, and when WLL you repay the favor?" And after that Han replies, "I think the monsters I have slain already did that. You are greedy if you want more than that. Also, why don't you ask me to defeat the Gemarch Empire in the north?" Then Eddie replies, "I was just joking." And Han replies, "Ha. You always call me a friend around other people and act like THS when we are alone." Then says, "What, wait him this? This looks suspicious, doesn't it?" And Han says, it looks like an entrance to me." Eddie replies, "You are right. No one draws a sign right on the trap." Then Han says, "Anyone there?" Then after that we see some rocks slide on them. After that Han replies, "I checked for you just in case. So let's say you're as repaid." Then Eddie replies, "All right, let's go down there," making me use my ether blade as a torch. Then Han says, "I'm not getting paid enough for this." Then Eddie replies to him, "Stop complaining. I already have nothing, so aren't getting much out of me." Then Eddie replies, "It's an Estrum Kingdom seal." How on Gehenna, and Eddie comes near to the sword and grab it and lift the sword. Then we see the notification of Prince Edenskull of Estrum acquired the seal. Mission 1 Lottery, deliver the seal to Prince Edenskull clear, and when a contractor possessing the traits of a prince pledges allegiance to Ark. Communication through player is available, successfully placed an item in a dungeon for the first time World Tree Blessing Level 3. All stats +10, all res +15 and +100 ether production operation gains 1.4x boast ancient language interpretation observation. Observation level 1 assess the potential friendly targets. They can acquire awakening skills if the potential is maximized and conditions are met. Then we see Jiha in the forest towards a tree and he says, "Thank you, Edenskull." After that he says, "So this is Griffin's Valley. Why are people gathered here?" Then the system notification pops up and your Pterodrone squad found Griffin's Valley. Would you like to assist your squad? Yes or no? Then Jiha makes a decision, and he replies and says yes, of course. Then we the huge army of battles, then he says let's try using the new skill I got. Then system shows the progress of 95.5% of loading process. Then Jiha says there's more evolution after Pterodrone Knight. Then Jiha looks towards Battle Knight and says he is already strong. If he gets an amazing skill, this observation skill will be useful. Then we see so many little battles. And then Jiha says let's focus on defeating these griffins. After that he spreads some energy stones towards the battles, then Doggo barks at Jiha woof woof. Jiha asks Doggo what's wrong. Then Doggo comes towards Jiha and starts to bite him, and he tells are you hungry? I can just get it out for you. Then Doggo grabs the sword of the Jiha, then Jiha shouts at him and says Doggo that's dangerous huh? Then some magic aura gets released around Doggo, and again we see the system. Notification Growler seeks to reclaim some of the power he had lost as the messenger of the god's safe heal essence requires 2000. Growler might fail to absorb the power if essence is not used. Then we see a warning that says if absorption fails, the nature god will return to its primordial form. Then Jiha gets shocked and says what? And system shows 5 in 352 essence current. Then Jiha says it will consume most of my essence, but it does not matter, Doggo is part of my family now. Then a bright sparkle comes out with a blast, then Jiha holds some essence in his hand and begin towards it. After that collision we see Jiha in another dimension. After that when Jiha wakes he gets confused and he sees his Doggo, but the size of Doggo was not normal because this time Doggo was so huge. Then the giant Doggo comes towards Jiha, then Jiha says you are Doggo right. But the Doggo seems to be very angry. Then system message appears and we see I have been waiting for this moment, God's apostle, calling me with that weird name. I won't allow that even if you are God's apostle. Then Jiha apologizes and says sorry. Then Doggo speaks, it's not terrible, but I will only say it once, since we won't get much chance to talk like this. Then Jiha said okay. And Doggo says thank you, this world now has one more chance. Then Jiha replies I'm flattered. Then it says from now on thighs paramount whether the destiny laid before us leads to the restoration of the world or another doom, it's up to you. My time has run out, hurry and get stronger kid. Then Jiha says kid? After that Doggo replies yes, kid. Then Jiha says I'm kind of grown up though. Doggo says funny, maybe we will see each other again. Then that dimension gets disappeared and Jiha falls down on the land and he says I have to stay focused. From now on this is paramount like Growler said. I will do my best. Then Knight comes towards Jiha, then Jiha asks to the Knight, Knight were you worried? Then Knight replies okay. Then Jiha says let's continue with the griffin hunt. Then Jiha opens a book and he summons a birds. After that we see Eddie and Han climbing on the mountain. Then Eddie says I found the seal that was lost. This is a miracle. Then Han replies damn, I thought it was a new weapon for me. Then Eddie counters him and says this is Estrom Kingdom's national treasure. After that Han says I'm saying this since it's just you and me here. Sometimes you should unsheath your sword before you start listing reasons. Then Eddie asks him what do you mean? Then Han replies if you don't strike Baron Grom first, he will turn his sword on you today, could be that day too, just tell me. I will slice their throat for you. After that Eddie says I appreciate your thoughts Han. They are still my people, even though they have done terrible things. Han replies I expected you to say that. Then keep getting ripped off from them. After that Eddie saw something strange and gets shocked and says Han. Then replies what? HM? Then we a blast of that incident on that mountain and they see so much spark there and they both get shocked and confused. And then Han says what is happening this time? Eddie replies let's go. After that we see Jiha. He was summoning so many eagle birds with help of spellbook and we see so many griffin eagle birds and pterodrones battles on that field. After that, Jiha says there's a difference in their flying skills. Pterodrone's Betel struggles with changing directions. Then we see a panel in which we see the difference between Pterodrone's Betels and Griffin's Eagle Birds. In that panel, we see Pterodrone's Betels can only fly in one direction and cannot fly in another directions, but Griffin Eagle Birds can fly every directions and everywhere, and Griffin can mainliver. And then Jiha speaks about Night. Only Night can have a fair fight against them. Then after that we see little Pterodrone's Betel's army made some small nets to catch Griffin, and after seeing it Jiha says, "Oh, you guys make a net?" Then their friendly battles begins to test their abilities. In the midst of a desolate battlefield, the clash between the Pterodrone's Betels and the Griffin Eagle Birds rages on with unrelenting ferocity. The ground trembles as the metallic bodies of the Pterodrones charge forward, their sharp blades gleaming in the sunlight. The Griffin Eagle Birds swoop down from the sky, their majestic wingspan casting shadows over the battlefield. With razor-sharp talons and beaks poised for battle, they dive towards their robotic adversaries with unmatched speed and precision. As the two forces collide, a symphony of metal clashing and feathers ruffling fills the air. The Pterodrones unleash a barrage of missiles and laser beams, their mechanical bodies moving with calculated precision. The Griffin Eagle Birds counter with swift aerial maneuvers, dodging attacks and striking back with swift and deadly strikes. The battle reaches a fever pitch as the Pterodrones and Griffin Eagle Birds engage in a fierce dance of death. The sky above is filled with explosions, and the ground below is littered with the fallen. Both sides fight with unwavering determination, each determined to emerge victorious and claim dominance over the battlefield. In the end, after a grueling struggle, the Pterodrones emerge triumphant, their superior firepower and tactical prowess proving too much for the Griffin Eagle Birds to overcome. As the last of the Griffin Eagle Birds fall to the ground, the Pterodrones stand victorious, their mechanical bodies standing tall amidst the carnage of battle. And so, the battlefield falls silent, a testament to the unstoppable force of the Pterodrones' Betels. After that, Jiha tells if this persists, the Pterodrones will start taking significant damage. Then a bright light comes from the Pterodrone Knight and it sparkles Jiha's eye. Then we see system notification Pterodrone Knight's potential has reached 100%, and Pterodrone Knight acquired a skill Shockwave. Then Jiha comes towards Pterodrone Knight and appreciates him and says that's amazing. Then we see the effect of that sparkle has impacted towards Han and Eddie. Then Han replies, "Kyuk, what is that?" And Eddie also gets shocked and says that's. Then Han completes the sentence, "That's the Betel. Did it come here first to help us?" Then Eddie says, "Maybe." Then Han replies, "Let's go help him." But when they comes towards the Betel was drawing a house, and after seeing that Han says a house, then Betel points his hands towards the Jiha's field and the village. Then after that Eddie replies, "Are you telling us to go back to the village?" Then Han says, "Did something happen back at the village?" Then Eddie says, "Maybe it's trying to tell us that." And then Eddie thanks the Betel and says, "Thanks for letting us know. I will leave this place to you guys." Then we see Jiha, who is saying this is the only way I can help them for now in his mind. And after that he says, "I have to trust them with the saviors, and I hope everything's okay in the village." Then Han says, "I will meet with Jian in his mind." After that both of them, Han and Eddie, run towards forward to find out what's happening wrong. After that, when they comes at a certain distance, they both get shocked by seeing so many dead bodies, and Han says HM. He finally did it. Then Eddie comes to in Soldier and checks him and says, "Baron Grom's soldier." And then Han replies, "My friend Jian, I hope you are in a better place. I will avenge you." Then Eddie says, "Han, stop messing around. Let's hurry. It's likely that Baron Grom has taken the Saintess hostage." Then Han replies, "Grom, you bastard. How dare you take Eddie's fiancé?" Eddie replies, "Blasphemy, Han." Then Han says, "Where do you think Jian and his men went?" After that Jiha replies, "They are probably hiding near the village, waiting for us. Jian is cautious, unlike you." Then we see all the soldiers taking the hostages to the gate, and they were shouting, "Open the gate." Then we see a soldier harassing a guard for moving forward fast, and they were taking Saintess also. Then that old man says, "Unfortunately, Prince Edenskull was not with them." "Hehe, that's fine. He will come here on his own." Other old man said that. Then they captured guard Jihan, and that old man says, "Where's the almighty prince?" after abandoning his dogs. Then Jihan says, "Now you are showing your true self. I should have sliced your neck when the prince hesitated." Then that guy says, "Yes, you are right, and you are kneeling right before me because you couldn't do it. Hang him at the plaza and put the rest of them in prison." Then the guard who is standing beside him says, "Yes, sir." Then Saintess shouts and says, "Baron Grow, do you think you can get out of this? Ark will punish you." Then that guy comes towards Saintess and says her, "Hey, Saintess, the world gardener wouldn't be like this if Ark was real. Stop praying to the false god and start serving me him." Then after that suddenly a sword gets backed and pointed towards his neck at that old guy Grom, and says, "That's Grom." Then he gets shocked and reacts, "Huh?" But that guard has already pointed his sword towards the Grom, and that guard was none other than Eddie, and he says, "I will no longer sacrifice my people for your greed." Then Grom gets shocked and reacts Ugyu. Then that other old guy shouts on all the guards and tell them, "What are you guys doing? He is alone, so go and save Baron Grom." Then after that, surprisingly, Han comes there, hands him towards that old guy and says, "Who said he's alone?" And that old guy also gone shocked. Then Han orders to all the guards and says, "My friends, if any of them resist, slice them." Then all the guards comes and gather together and make Grom and other old guy as a hostages. Then Han says to Jihan, "Jihan acting is over, get up and help us." Then Jihan replies, "Oh, okay. Then after making them as a hostages, Grom says, "Prince, you will regret this. You can't sustain this village by yourself." Then Eddie replies, Baron, I gave you a chance to work for my people, and from now on I will." Then we see Eddie grabs the sword and comes to the Grom, and then Grom gets scared and feared by Eddie. Then he said fiercely, that's the seal." Then we see Eddie grabs the sword and lift it up, and he speaks towards everyone and says, "I will rebuild the Estrom kingdom on this land." Then we see Jiha was looking at this situation, and he sees everyone becomes happy, and they started to celebrate. Then we see the notification by the system, Mission 2, Banishment of the Wicked, Banishment of Baron Grom and Merchant Parajak, and new mission available, Mission 3, The Foundation of Kingdom Bildino. The successor of the fallen kingdom of Estrom, Prince Edenskull, and the messenger of the divine, Selena, have reclaimed their position. Expand the survivor village, the cornerstone of kingdom building Dino. After that, we see Jiha looking at that notifications and says, "Oh, too many missions at once." Then system gives a message of Mission 3. The foundation of kingdom building, the successor of the fallen kingdom Estrom, Prince Edenskull, and the messenger of the divine Selena have reclaimed their position. Expand the survivor village, the cornerstone of the kingdom building. Mission 3-1 contract with the Saintess. Spread faith among the people of the survivor village through a contract with the Saintess. Once the contract is sealed, you can instill trust without the need for prayers. Mission 3-2 The qualities of a king. Prince Edenskull earned the king's seal. To fully gain people's trust, he needs to prove his qualities as a king. Cleanse Mount Apito. Eliminate monsters at Mount Apito 50%. Find Roman 20 location Mount Apito. Completing these missions will unlock Sanctuary. Then after that, Jiha says the key point is expanding the survival village, and he says, "What is a sanctuary?" I'm assuming it's the area covered with fog. I will have to give orders through Oracle. Let's start with a contract with a Saintess. Then we see system notification, the Griffin raid has ended. Then Jiha says, before that, let's take care of this first. Throw away the Griffin's corpses and move the essence to the garden. HM. Then we see Terradrone's Bettles grabbing and moving sown essence to the field. After that, system notification arrives, Griffin's egg hatched. Then Jiha says Griffin's egg? And it can hatch. Ah, there are too many missions, skills, and items now. I will have to organize them soon. My head hearts, what is it this time? Then system notification arrives. The Terradrones found the rare mineral mithril. Terradrone's worker has been added to the Terradrone's army. Then we see big army of Terradrone's bettles grabbing eggs of Griffin. Then Jiha says nice, so you are Terradrone worker. Then we see a little Terradrone bettle worker was standing on Jiha's hand. Then we his information by the system, specialized in gathering, mining, and crafting. They can collect a metal cube in the deployed area. Then that little Terradrone bettle worker says I bought one. After that Jiha says HM. You bought one already? Then we see system notification. Terradrone worker successfully mined a mineral. An event reward is granted. Choose one of the following artifact: rarity medium class, or above double the number of Terradrone workers plus 5,000 essence. Then Jiha says all of them nice. I'm more curious about the artifact. Ooh. After that the knife gets sparkled. Then we another system notification: mithril knife, rarity high, stat elemental resistance 30, poison resistance 30, trait indestructible, never wears down. After that Jiha says amazing, I can tank a lot of spells with this resistance. This would be perfect for origami hunters since they are weak against elemental spells. I should give it to Sunyoung as present. After that Knight comes there. Then Jiha says Knight, where have you been? Wow, you coated your wings with mithril. That looks nice. But you can't get strong by yourself. I wonder what's going on at the survivor village. After that scene shifts towards the survivor village and we see a grand feast. The villagers laughed and cheered as they paraded their captured enemies through the streets. The sun shone bright and the mood was light as they danced and sang in victory. The children ran alongside, waving flags and throwing flower petals, while the elders watched with pride. It was a simple celebration, but one filled with joy and relief after a hard-fought battle. The villagers knew that they had protected their home and their loved ones, and for that they were grateful. After that Han and Eddie So joins the party ant. They say nice work today. After that Eddie replies everything went well without anyone getting hurt. Then Han says you planned this without me. I am disappointed in you, Jian. Then Jian replies only a few knew about this plan. Han, I was struggling to act like they got us. What are you going to do about Baron Grom and Parajak? Eddie says about that, I will be exiling them from the village tomorrow. Then Han says exile? They might come back if you keep them alive. You can't be generous about this. Eddie replies Han, being generous is a part of ruling, and we can't fully ignore what they have done for this village. Han replies you're too soft. Then Jian says Han, show some respect to the prince. Then Eddie says Han, your advice will forever stay in my heart. After that Han says stop trying to avoid it with your handsome face. Then Jian says the problem is the food. We were depending on the wild elves for food. Then Eddie says we will have to open up the trade route north of Mount Apido and try to negotiate with the wild elves. After that we see Saintess coming towards Prince Eddie. Then Saintess shouted Prince. Then Prince replied shockingly Saintess, something wrong? Saintess says you have to see this. Then we see Saintess performs a magic spell cast and we see magical spells around her. Then Eddie says this is. After that Han asks those are letters right. What does it say? Then Jian replies heir of the royal family. Go where the apostle of God leads. Then Sentence replies the apostle of Ark talked to me during my prayer and asked to deliver this to the prince. Then Prince look at that magical spells and says apostle of God. The contract immediately went through when she prayed given her status as a saintess. After that we see system notification of Selena mission 3-1 contract with a saintess clear. Saintess Selena's believe reached 100% and automatically closed the contract. Now you can freely communicate with Saintess Selena through Oracle. Then Han replies, do you think this is talking about that huge beetle? That beetle was shining with a golden light. You said that Ark's color. Then Eddie replies him, you are right, a beetle. Yes, I think Ark is really looking over us. We were helped by a strange beetle. Selena replied, really? Then Han says, Saintess Selena, if the apostle talks to you again, let him know about my situation. A poor hunter is wandering around Gehenna. Then Selena replies, sure, I will ask him if he can help you go back to where you came from. Then after that scene shifts towards Jiha, and Jiha says, this seems good enough. Let's go back now. I want to lead them to where Parajak hid the food, but I don't want to bother them too much. I can do that tomorrow. The day is too short, and I have too many things to work on, and I will have to work harder. Then he says, bam, doggo, I am back. Then suddenly Jiha remembers Doggo is still at Gehenna. Then Jiha looks towards Bam, and Bam barks towards Jiha. Then Jiha comes towards the forest and says, what is this? This is way more than the essence I found earlier, and owe it because of the Griffin walk-through I uploaded on the Merwiki. It will take a while to use all this. Then we see same time, Green Valley Dungeon. It will leave the last hit on you as usual. Then we see some adventurers were fighting with Griffin. Then the guy from the adventurers team says, let's try this, as the walkthrough said. Other one says, okay, let's do it, paper web. After that we see the adventurers cautiously approach the massive griffin perched atop a rocky cliff, its feathers gleaming in the sunlight. With a thunderous screech, the griffin launched itself into the air, ready to defend its territory. The adventurers quickly drew their weapons, a mix of swords, bows, and magic spells. They knew they had to work together to take down this formidable foe. As the griffin swooped down towards them, they unleashed a flurry of attacks, arrows flying, blades slashing, and spells crackling through the air. The griffin fought back fiercely, its sharp talons and beak cutting through the adventurers' armor. But they were resilient, dodging its attacks and striking back with determination. With each blow, the griffin grew weaker, its cries of pain echoing through the mountains. Finally, with one final coordinated assault, the adventurers brought the griffin to its knees. It let out a final, mournful cry before falling to the ground, defeated. The adventurers stood victorious, breathless but triumphant after a hard-fought battle against the mighty beast. They knew that they had proven themselves as skilled warriors, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in their adventuring journey. After that, adventurers fought with griffins tremendously, and their leader was very angry on the griffins. Then their leader says, I can kill them all with my fire power. Then her teammate says, we are allies. Then she shouts at her party members and asks them, Ikev told you guys to stand there, and other guy of the party cries over his hairs. After that, some rock slides on them, and they say it's falling. After that, we see their leader says, what is that? A cave appeared in front of them. After that, they enter the cave, and they says it's a hidden dungeon entrance. I am a little scared. Then their leader says, we shouldn't make a decision just yet. Let's take a quick around and head back. Then other girl replies, why not just push on with our firepower you, and I easily do it. Then leader replies, if this is a hidden dungeon entrance, we must be careful. It's part of the hunter safety instructions. Other girl replies, okay damn. Then sword guy says, calm down Hwayan, you already have enough dungeon clear rewards. Then after that, while walking, Kyungbeek falls down. Then the healer heal him, and he says there are many traps here, and healer replies, watch where you are going. Then a guy comes and says, wait, move. Then Kyungbeek says, what's wrong? Then they saw a big magical pattern circle. Then they says, it's the same magic circle we found last time. After that, scene shifts towards Survivor Village, the guards taking the hostages, and while that giant orders them move, let them go. Then guard asks them, are you sure about this? Then Grom says, Prince, you will regret this. Then Prince says, Baron Grom, I was giving you a chance to atone and not asking you to risk your life. If I ever see you disturbing my people again, I will find you wherever you are and slick you neck. Then Prince says, let them go, and guards release them, and then Grom and other old guy run away far from them. Then Grom says, you better watch out Edinskul. Then scene shifts towards Han. He says, I really don't like your prince. To Jian, watch your words. He cares about everyone without discrimination. Then Han says, Eddie, Jihan just said you are being too nice. Then Jihan replies, when did I say that? After that we see Jiha was watching this and says Prince Edenskull is an amazing person. It makes me happy to help him. Then Jiha gets a notification from system and he says let's try this now, it's a waste to use God's apostle as navigation. But there are too many monsters at Mount Apido after the ogre died. This navigation should help them. Then pressed yes key and then Jiha says please take care of them again. Night. After that scene shifts towards Survivor Village and we see a magic portal has been summoned on Survivor Village field and from that Pterodrone Knight appears. Then they all get shocked. And then Prince says I guess he is God's apostle. The Saintess told us about. Then Han replies I guess so. Then Pterodrone Knight shows them a way. Then Prince replies that way. Are you saying we have to go north? Han, let's follow him and the rest of you keep your distance and follow us. Then both of them follows the Pterodrone Knight. Okay, then Han says he must know something like the incident at the Griffin Valley. Then Prince replies we will find out soon, but this seems like the route Parajack used for trading. Then Han replies I hope I find a decent sword for myself. Giant sword doesn't feel. After that Pterodrone Knight bring them in a way on the position. Then Prince replies this is? Why did he bring us here? What is he doing? Then we see Pterodrone Knight scratching a stone simultaneously. Then Prince said what is he doing? Is this a camouflage barrier? I see why we couldn't find anything when we searched. Then Han shouts at Pterodrone Knight and said hey, you scared me, warn us next time. Then Prince replies to Han don't be mean to him and he says thanks for the help, we will be fine on our own from here. Then Pterodrone Knight flies away. Then Jihan asked Prince are you okay? We heard a loud noise. Then Han says Jihan perfect timing Prince, you stay back and wait Jihan and I will look around the place first. Then Jihan scares and says why me? And then they both enters to that tunnel. After going inside they found storage of food was hiding there and then they reports that to Prince. Then they gathered all the food and take with them. After that the Prince appreciates them and says nice work Han, let's go back now. While going they saw a big giant fog. Then Han says shit, there are no monsters around here. Because that kind of monster is here. Then Prince says Han, I will take the right. Then Han push the Prince and says a Prince should take care of his people, hurry and leave Eddie, I will buy you time. Then Prince commands everyone to run and Prince says I trust you. Han, you have to leave and come back. Then we see a fighting scene between the giant monster and Han. Then Han says this will be a nice exercise. Then Han sees a system notification and he says why is this? Then we see system notification, the Howling One's trial has begun, prove your strength. Eddie says trial. Then that giant monster attacked towards Han and Han gets confused. Han found himself face to face with a massive giant doggo. The beast's fur bristled with aggression as it let out a menacing growl, ready to attack. Han tightened his grip on his sword, his muscles tense with anticipation. Without a word, the battle began. The giant doggo lunged forward, attempting to swipe at Han with its massive claws. Han dodged and rolled, narrowly avoiding the deadly strikes. With a swift motion, Han countered with a powerful swing of his sword, slicing through the air with precision. The giant doggo howled in pain as it stumbled back, blood oozing from the wound. But the beast was not giving up easily. It charged again, its jaws snapping perilously close to Han's face. Han danced out of the way, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He had to end this battle before the giant doggo could overpower him. With a final burst of strength, Han leaped forward, driving his sword deep into the beast's heart. The giant doggo let out a final agonized yelp before collapsing to the ground, defeated. Breathing heavily, Han stood victorious, his sword stained with the blood of his fallen foe. The intense battle had pushed him to his limits, but he emerged victorious, his skill and determination prevailing over the giant doggo's ferocity. After that, Han shocks and says this strength, at least that of a disaster-grade monster. Then we see all goblins attack on the party of Prince. Then Prince says don't stop until we reach the village and Jihan says push forward. Then Prince says we have to help Han, then scene shifts towards Jiha. Then Jihan gets a notification from System Gods Apostle cooldown 223718. Then Jiha says did I use God's Apostle too early, and we see system notification can't intervene in this guest crucial guest outgoing guest timer 0438. Then Jihad says what does crucial guest even mean? I assume something is going on in that fog. What guest is it? Then we see intense battle between Doggo and Han. Then we see Han gets some difficulty in beating that beast. After that he power-ups his sword and come towards Beast Doggo and says this is it, and he slash towards Doggo. But Doggo dodge that attack and push his away and dominates him and come towards him. Then Han says it's not over yet waiting there Doggo, but then Doggo attacks on him. Then Han says I can't die yet I have to go back. After that we see system notification shows up a timer Zizinzo, and you pass the Howling One's trial. Then Doggo says I got soft, then Han gets shocked. Then Doggo replies person who are born with a fate, this is just another opportunity for you. Then Han said fate? After that we see Doggo summons a brand new Han's sword from him towards Han. Then Doggo says because one who's worthy of my name. Then Han says this is my sword. I got this as a dungeon reward a while ago. How did this happen? Then Han grabs that sword and says, is there really a god, just like the Saintess said? Then he remembers and he says I have to go back, I'm on my way Eddie. After that we see Jiha gets a notification by the system crucial quest Howling One's trial has ended. Growler returns to you. After that we see Doggo in a small form and then Hugs gets shocked and says Doggo. Jiha gets surprised and grabs the little Doggo. And he says you got even cuter. I missed you Doggo, welcome back. Scene shifts towards to the thrilling showdown between the menacing goblins and the brave adventurers, villagers, and their valiant prince. The battlefield is set, with both sides ready for an intense clash of swords and sorcery. The goblins, with their wicked grins and sharp claws, advance towards the defenders with malicious intent. But the adventurers, armed with courage and skill, stand firm, prepared to protect their village and their beloved prince. The clash begins, swords clashing and spells flying as the two sides engage in a fierce battle for supremacy. The villagers, though inexperienced in combat, show unwavering determination as they join the fight alongside the seasoned adventurers. Amidst the chaos, the prince leads the charge, his noble presence inspiring his allies to fight with renewed vigor. The battle rages on, with both sides refusing to back down, each determined to emerge victorious in this epic confrontation. As the dust settles and the last goblin falls, the defenders stand triumphant, their unity and bravery proving to be the key to their hard-earned victory. And thus, the tale of the battle between goblins and adventurers, villagers, and prince goes down in history as a testament to the power of courage and unity in the face of adversity. After that Han enters the battle, and he started to clear all the goblins. Then Prince gets shocked and said what happened to you? Where do you find that wolf? Han replies, oh this guy, I was recognized by the wolf. Prince asked recognized? Then Han replies, I will show you what I mean. Then he cancelled the summon, and the wolf get absorbed into the sword. Then we see a past scene. Han says apparently that giant wolf was my guardian. Then Han says he nearly killed me. Then suddenly he said I was born with a fate, and give me this sword. And this sword, I got it when I was in a different world. Prince says, what are you talking about? And then Han replies that Guardian Wolf bought this sword from my world to here, which means this sword is a clue that can help me find a way back to my world. Then Prince replied, that makes sense. It is unlikely that God Ark would barton grace on you, who commits constant blasphemy. Then Han says, hey, what do you mean by that? After that, suddenly Saintess Selena comes there, and she asks Prince, are you all right? Then Prince replied, I am fine, Saintess. The goblins are taken care of, and we also found the food. Then Saintess says, thank you for the hard work, Prince. Then Han replies, what about me? I did the most work today. Then Saintess replied, you finally started to atone for all the blasphemy you have committed. Then Han says, Saintess. Then Prince says, let's go back to village now. People are waiting for the food. Then Saintess also said, yes, Prince. Then Han replies, Saintess, you are always too mean to me. Then Saintess replied, I am just joking. I treat everyone equally. Then Han replies, really? Then how about that time when you... After that scene shifted towards Jiha. Jiha says to the doggo, wait just a little longer, Seunghyuk. I will make sure you come back home. Then Jiha says, should we go back now too? You must be tired, doggo. Then both of them returns home. Then Jiha says, Bam, I am back, sorry I kept you waiting. Then he shows doggo to the Bam and Knight. And Jiha says, look, doggo got smaller. Then Boom grabs the doggo and begins to play. Then Jiha says, are you going to take care of doggo? Then Bam says, for once, you have done the job well. Then doggo replies, shut up. I don't take orders from anyone. The Bam says, focus on your recovery here. There I still a lot to do. Then doggo replies, yes, I know. Then Being says, nice work, Crowley. Then doggo replies, ha, stop acting friendly. Then Bam asks Jiha, you are back, how's doggo doing? Then Jiha replies, today was a busy day. I didn't expect doggo to deliver the sword to Seunghyuk. I believe this is all meant by the world tree. Let's go tell Justin about this tomorrow, sounds good. After that a sound cakes them. Jiha says, a costumer at this time? I should go take a look. Who is it? Then we see adventurers on the door of Jiha. They says, we are here, open the door. Then Jiha opens the door and says, what's going on this late of night? Then Jiha says to the adventurers, Hyojin and Hyn too. Then the party leader says, I am sorry, we know it's late. The other girl says, what were you doing back there? Then Jiha says, I wasn't really doing anything. Then Jiha says them, come in, it's cold outside. Then they enters the house. Then they sits on the table. Then Jiha asks them, so what brought you all here at this time? Is there a quest in the morning? Then they says, it's way more important than that. Way more. And you know this, right? We found it together last time. Then Jiha says, oh, this magic circle? Yeah, I know. What about it? Is there a problem? Then the leader says, we found this one at the dungeon earlier. The one with griffins. Then Jiha says, griffins? They found one of the pterodrones used last time. Then we see a past scene in which that magic girl had used Inferno Cannon. After that the girl says, we found the hidden space with my amazing skill. That girl also said haha, and other party members also says, we almost died because of it. We were not close to dying, it was just a little terrifying. Then that girl says, shut up, old men. We got good stuff because of me. Then Jiha says, I have a favor to ask you all. Could you wait a second? Then Jiha goes to another room to bring something, and they waits for Jihan. Then that girl says, I am excited to hear what it's about. Whenever Jiha says that, I wonder what it's about this time. Then Jiha returns to the room and says, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Help. Then Jiha shouts for the help, and they all get shocked. After that Jiha says, everyone take one back. Then everyone gets shocked and says, essence. I have never seen essence at this size. Then Jiha says, if you put this essence on top of the magic circle you guys found and pour mana in, a portal to Gehenna will open. And I want you to bring Seunghyuk back. Everyone gets shocked and says, Han Seunghyuk. Then Jiha says, will you take the lead, Hyojin? Then leader gets emotional and says, Jiha, yes, I definitely will. Found it. And after that we see all the team goes on their mission for their rescue, and they says, let's get in there. Then scene shifts towards the garden. The grasses are growing since monsters are gone now. After that we see Jiha. Jiha says maybe the people from the village can move here, the only problem is the Mount Otto. I didn't expect monsters from Plan to escape Mount Apido. Is there any solution for that? Then Jiha says him. After that scene shifts towards the Han and Prince. They face all the other goblins. Why are there only 2 of them? Then Hanses, shall we Eddie? Then Prince says, I am not waiting for you if you get behind. Then Han says same goes for you. After that Han power-ups and summons his wolf, and he says I am going to ride this wolfie. Then Jiha says Seunghyuk. His naming sense is pretty bad. Then scene shifts towards Han, who was riding with Wolfie. And he says, let's go, our destination is the wild elf villager. Then we an intense battle between goblins and Prince. Wow, look at him. I almost forgot he was a rank 1 hunter until now. Prince Edenskull isn't bad. Either he's near Seunghyuk's level solely with his sword skill. Then we see dangerous battle between goblins and Han says get out of my way. Then Han says Eddie, but we see Prince was busy with slaying all goblins. Then Han says Eddie. Then we see battle fighting scene between Prince vs Goblins, Valiant Prince, and a horde of menacing goblins. As we delve into the heart of this conflict, prepare to witness intense fighting scenes that will leave you on the edge of your seat. The prince, armed with his sword gleaming in the sunlight, stands tall and ready to defend his kingdom against the ruthless goblins who seek to destroy everything in their path. The clash of steel against steel fills the air as the battle ensues. With swift and calculated movements, the prince showcases his skill and bravery as he takes on multiple goblins at once. Each strike is precise, each parry strategic, as he fights to protect his land and his people. But the goblins are cunning and relentless, their numbers seeming endless as they swarm around the prince. Yet he does not falter, his determination unwavering as he continues to push back against the tide of foes. As the sun sets on the battlefield, the outcome of this fierce confrontation hangs in the balance. Will the prince emerge victorious, or will the goblins prove to be too formidable? Only time will tell in this gripping showdown of courage and strength. After that, Knight comes towards Prince to help him. Prince says, tonight you came to help me. Then we see Han says, ha, why is God so nice? He is helping you when you are not even in big trouble. After that, Jiha says there's no need to waste time. After that, scene shifts towards the battle. And Han says we can't fall too far behind. Let's catch up Wolfie. Then we see Knight grabs that Prince and fly towards a different direction in Mount Epido. Then Prince says Han is right behind me too. Thanks for the help, I will make sure. Wait, then Knight throws him in Mount Epido and he says go slower. But he grabs him and slowly lands him on the field. Then Han says to Prince, long time no see. Was it fun, Eddie? Then we see Prince gets too hallucination and says don't talk to me. I am about to throw up. Then the knight see-offs them and goes away from them. Then Han says, hey battle friend. Prince says they get nauseous easily since they never traveled in airplanes. Han replies, ha. He is ignoring me again, and he appreciates and says nice work, Wolfie. And then Han says to the prince, why do you bring me to the wild elf's village? I am confident in fighting, but not in negotiating. Prince says, I will negotiate, and I was wondering if the wild elves might know how to send you back home. Wild elves are the oldest and most secretive of elves. They are known to possess their own body of knowledge. Then Han replies, haha, you really want me gone, huh? Then Prince says, I am being serious, Han. Then suddenly a big arrow appears in front of them. Then Han says they seem happy we are here. Then we see an elf who says stop right there. Prince says we are from a survivor village on Mount Epido. We want to talk. Then they says go away, we no longer talk to humans. Then Han says Eddie, what are you doing? Are you crazy? After that, Prince and Han grabs their sword and get ready to fight with elves. Then Han asks, are you sure this, Eddie? Then Prince says to everyone I am Edenskull, the prince of the Estrum kingdom. After that, an elf jumps there from a tree and comes towards them and says you will know if you look at this seal, Edenskull from Estrum. That means you are with Grom and Parajak. Then he suddenly attacks towards Prince. Then that guy says drop your weapons and surrender. I will kill you both if you resist. But Prince dodged the attack and says I know what Grom and Parajak have done. I am here to fix that. Then that guy says, nonsense. You people robbed our food at the cost of our lives. Then Prince drops his sword and says to Han, drop your weapon. Then Han replies, what? Then Prince says, we will do as you said. Then Han gets confused and says, Eddie. Then that guy orders everyone and says, blindfold and tie them up. We will bring them to our village. Then they captures Prince and Han. After that, we see someone cutting the rope with a knife, and he says, I'm releasing you on the elders' order. And we see that someone freed him, taking all orders from the elders. And he continued, and we see 3 people talking to each other, and he said, but that doesn't mean I trust you. After that, we see he was talking to him, and he said that he don't trust him. And he was speechless. After listening to him, the person who just got freed replied, if you want my trust, then bring the minerals to us. Your trust is of no meaning to me. He completely said that his trust means nothing to him. He continued his conversation with him and said humans and elves are nothing more than simple trade partners. After that, the third person who were standing next to both of them hindered the conversation and tried to stop both of them, and he said, relax you two, let's try to get along with each other, now that we have also solved the misunderstanding. But when he was trying to end the drama, the elf removed his hand from his shoulder and said, get your dirty hands of me, and he was very pissed off. After that act, he replied, oh my, I guess you just have a bad personality. And when they having a conversation with each other, we see someone arrived there, and he said, here, take your sword. And we see that another elf heads arrived there, and he approached towards the person who just got free and gave him his sword. He was kind of scared and nervous, and he asked a question to that, and he said, excuse me, may I ask you some questions? He said very pleasantly. The elf replied, go ahead. After listening to that elf agreeing to answering his question, he said, just as you correctly said, my friend here came from another world 3 years ago. Is there a way for him to return? The wise elf listened to his question, and he replied, can't you just go back the same way you came here? He continued and said the world tree should still be connected to your world. Then he calls a memory from the past, and he said, when we found him, he had been washed by the river and was unconscious. After listening to that, he said, we think that he first arrived here of the river, where the royal palace was once located. The wise elf carefully listened everything and replied, I don't think that's the case, since the world tree's connection starts at its very roots. And when he was about to complete his sentence, he interrupted him and said the world tree's connection. What does that mean? After that, we see the elves carefully listen to his question, and he replied to put it. Simply, the world will live in and the world your friend comes from. We are 2 worlds next to each other, connected by the same route of the world tree, and even further he continued his statement and said sometimes these 2 words can connect following the energy flow inside the world tree. He continued his conversation and explanation to them, and said Mount Epido is located at the end of the route, so people from other worlds have been finding themselves here from time to time. He continued his explanation and said if you guys really do have a good relationship with the terror drones, it might be a good idea to ask him for help. The Mick replied, ask the beetles for help? He further continued the conversation and said, I'm sure you have noticed that there are drones tend to appear from the weirdest of places, and we see the beetles of that world. He continued the conversation and said they are workers of the world tree, so they can move around by following its roots. He listened everything carefully, and he was thinking something, and he replied, that's right. Last time they used a magic circle outside the village. And he swung his head and said, thank you for explaining it to us, just as you suggested. We should ask the beetles for their help. The person who just got free replied, and he was holding his word in his hands and was smiling at him, the wise elf. After that, we see the wines and interrupted him, and he said, but what about the trade routes? The last time we checked it, it was swarming with monsters. He was warning about monsters to them. After that, we see he was smiling by looking at him, and he said, while we don't have enough soldiers, we will just have to try it. After that we see the king elf talking to the soldier, and he said, how about you go and assist the soldier elf? What's completely shocked by listening to him, and he replied me, are you talking about me? And he couldn't believe that he already him to go with them and help them. After that we see him, he replied, we have to verify if they said the truth. Should I send when you are the most trustworthy? And he started laughing, and he said, that's right, you really are wise, Gramps. After that we see them leaving for the world tree, and they were in the jungle in the midway, and the elf king was standing next to 3 of them, and he said, this is someone our village needs dearly, so please return him safely to us. He was talking about the prince elf. And we can see that whole tribe standing behind the elf king. After that we see both were started teasing elf prince, and he said, yes, we will do that. And he also said that, and I will teach this stubborn young man how to socialize correctly while we are already at it. After that we see elf prince, he was completely mad and scared. At the same time, his father came to him, and he said, I understand how you feel, however think of our village. This will mark the start of our recovery. He was trying to explain the situation to him and asking him a favor, even he replied, yes, he totally understands. That we see 3 of them leaving towards sunset and direction, and we see those 2 sitting on giant wolf, and Prince Elf running with his special abilities, and when they were going and traveling, he asked to Prince Elf that where are we going? This is different than the one we took earlier. After listening to him, the prince looked at him, and he replied, there is an underground tendon leading to the summit northeast of Mount. He continued his conversation with him and said if griffins linger around there, so try to survive. After listening to him, he smiled, and he replied the beetles took care of the griffins a while ago. After that we see, he started booking again. Prince made an angry face, and he said, what a natural liar you are. You should say that the workers of the world brought you here to in the first place. After listening to Prince, and not believing what he said, he was completely mad, and he said, I'm not lying, I'm telling the truth. But further he smiled, and he said, well, we shall see. After that we see them traveling again, and they reach towards some certain direction, and he sees some petals and leaves, and he said it's a delay. It hasn't closed up. He picked up those petals with his bare hands, and he said to think such a place exists on Mount. After that we see of them, they reached to some certain cave which was full of greenery. It was horrifying and a secret cave, and he replied most of the passage which were lost after the monsters showed up. After that, we see both of them again, poking and making fun of the prince. He said now that he's not grumpy anymore. He seems nicer than I thought. His partner replied, I know, right. After listening to them, the prince once again mad, and he said, I am just cooperating because of Elder. He in angry. After listening to him, he calmed down and said, sure, I got it. After that, we see the prince. He stared at him, and he said, it's true that the insane of this game is safer than the outs, but don't let your cards down. He walled both of them. He warned both of them. After that, he continued the conversation, and he said places where the roots of the world tree protrude tend to attract monsters. He told this to both of them. After listening to that, he was afraid, and he replied, does this world tree you talk about really exist? And he even said, I always thought of it as a myth. After listening to him, the prince replied, that's a pointless question. It's a contradiction in itself to say that humans who are equal to the world tree's dust can understand the world. After that we see when he was explaining them, 3 of them walking inside the kill, and suddenly out of nowhere, everything started shining and glowing, and we see that them panicking. After that, he asked him what's happening. After that we see him looking at his word, and everyone is looking at his world because out of nowhere, his world is shining like crazy. Its shine was emitting an enormous light. After looking to it, Prince made a weird face, and he said, can I take a look at that sword for a minute? He wanted to see his word, so he said yes, and he pulled out his word, and when he did that. After that we see, the enormous bright line came through his sword, and he started shining, and after looking at his world, he said, I knew it, the strange feeling I got when I touched this word earlier was not my imagination. He asked why. "What is it?" After listening to him, he replied, "This word is one of the divine instruments that contain the energy of the god Ark, the god who the world tree. It's an object created by the god himself to maintain the balance of the world. He wants to surprise to get to know about his sword that his sword were created by gods himself. He take its word in his hands, and he looked at his word, and he said, well, I was aware that this was an amazing sword, but my question is why it suddenly started to glow." After listening to his question, he replied, "Probably because," and when he was about to complete his sentence, he sensed strange aura of the after that we see him making a weird face, and he said it changed that something is happening inside this case for which you will have to use that word. After that, we see a girl fighting with the monsters, the knights, and he said explosion, and he blasted the fire attack on the monsters, and there are many of them. One of them still managed to get close to her to attack her, but she do that attack and started hitting each of them with her sword, and she said water sprout, and we see her defeating each and every monster with her team, and this we are struggling to fight this monsters. Its subordinates were also struggling to face the monsters, and one of its subordinate was blocking the attack of the monster by his shield, and he said, "Why are there so many monsters?" His colleague replied, "This bastards, there is no end of it. This is a simple passage. So what are revenant warriors doing here? I'll kill them in one blow." The lady wanted to kill them in one blog, so she hosted a fire spell, and she said try to hold on a bit longer, and we see that her casting a spell to finish all the monsters, and she said everyone more, and she attacked her attacked law and with her stick, and she threw that attack towards the monsters, and we see that with that single blow everyone. The monsters came in her attack and all his partners. All his partners are so happy to see her, even they said incredible. Wow, it's amazing. You're always free to praise me more, and within a blink of Ashi erased everyone, and she said let's wait until the lava cools down. And when they both were having the conversation, and they started praising her, she standing like she did all job by herself, which she did. After that, when she was told them to wait until lava cool down, and they all were pressing her, one of her partners send someone behind her bed. You want her look behind you? But it was too late, and when she tried to look back, it was none other than Demon, Revenant King. She Revenant King? After that she said, "Get back," and her partner attacked a mini attack on the Revenant King. But he landed a single punch on him, and threw her on the wall of the queue. After that, we see her barely managing to escape from Revenant King attack. His another teammate jumped in to save her, and he managed to save her. After that we see the Revenant King, he was mad because she destroyed his army in a single blow. After that we see everyone watch panicking, and they was very scared that what just has happened. They didn't have any idea where he came from. After that we see everyone started to fight against that Revenant King. After that we see one of their team member, she activated their power of paper blind, and she threw that attack on the Revenant King. After that we see a lot of flying, shining, glowing papers around the Revenant King, to make him partially blind to save her. After that we see when the Revenant King was partially blind, they managed to save her, and one of the teammate of her grabbed her from that position and secured her, and they asked her, "Are you okay?" But she was unconscious. They tried to wake her up. After that, we see Revenant King activated his rage mode and destroyed all the flying pages around him. By seeing that the person who activated that flying pages, she said, "Damn, he's too strong." After that we see him lending an attack on them, but they all managed to dodge that attack of Revenant King. After that we see a image she casted, and she came near to him, and she asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, "Yes, I'm okay." After that he replied, "Why, there's a monster much stronger than Grade here." After that we see the phase of Revenant King. He was completely mad and in a full of anger and a rage looking at them. But when they were staring at Revenant King, random message appears and pops up there, and it says worker's blessing has been given, acquired item, scroll of change enhancement. May the gods will embrace you. And there is some glowing aura, and the voice popped up, and it gave them an enhancement weapon, and she was completely shocked by what has been happening there. She said, "What is this?" After that, Thetic aura blew around her, and again, the pop appeared, and it says her movement speed has been drastically improved to 100% attack. Speed is increased by 50%. And it also says that Wind of Victory passive attacking the enemy 3 times will convert 7% of the last stage damage into health. She said, "I'm not sure what's going on, but we have a chance now." And after that we see she gained few powers randomly. After that we see a person who is wearing spectaculars watching the fight, and he says hopefully this is enough. But he was also worried about the fight. He also says, showing his worry, what if something goes wrong? After that, we see her fighting against Revenant King standing in front of him along with its squad, and she gained few follow-ups. After that, we see her going forward to attack Revenant King. And everyone was hiding inside the protection layer, and he was watching all the fight from quite a distance, and he said a disaster create monster. This will be a tough fight even for her and him. He also continued the conversation, and he said, "I was super lucky getting these green herbs from this wild elves." He also said that I have to make scrolls and send them to other people. And we see that him writing something with the feathers in his secret notebook, and he was also scared to do that. After that we see them fighting with the king, and they attacked on King, and they were scared, and he asked, "Are you doing okay?" She replied, "Yeah, it caught me off guard." He replied, "Then let's go help." Now brother won't be able to hold him any longer. He said, "Damn giant skeleton. I'll burn you to ashes." After that, they both went to attack on him, and everyone went to attack to Revenant King, but Revenant King threw his axe towards them, but everyone do it, and they said, "My sword can't penetrate that armor. I have to aim for his joint." After that we see his screamed at her and said, "Let's create a gap for her so she can attack." She said understood, and she casted another spell, and she that paper attack on King in his joints, and after that the attacked with his fire power, and he said, "You da skeleton, die." After that we see the massive explosion has happened there, and everything was burning, and even the act of permanent King was fall apart. Everyone seems quite happy to see that explosion, and he asked, "Is he dead?" She replied, "You can't say that," and she was in an angry state. After that we get to see a closer look, and we see the Revenant King burning because of that attack, and she smiled by looking at that, and she said it didn't do much damage, but it worked. After that she attacked with her superpowers with 4 swords, and she jumped towards him to attack on him. After that, we see jumping in the sky towards the Revenant attack on him, but he managed to heat every attack, and even he took her attack on him, and it didn't did much anything on him. She said, "Did it work?" And she was quite surprised by that, and after her attack, King went for a counter-attack, and he was about to attack her. She couldn't do anything, and she took the attack on herself and driven and attacked her. And the attack was so brutal, shit he threw her. Her emails was talking that, and she said, "I knew this was going to happen." The one of the teammates shared, "Why did you said those words?" And he replied, "It's not my fault." He said, "This is time to mess around. We have to stop that." After that we see the person with the specs, and he was panicking due to the attack Revenant King landed on her, and there is a pop-up in front of him. It says, "Would you like to assist the essence to them, yes or no?" And we see that he clicked on yes. After that, he says, "Hopefully this can help them out a little until she and him have recovered." After that we see random pop-up appeared in front of their squad, and they again some random powers in their inventory. After that we see the guy with the spec said, "Even this won't help them for too long," and he said, "You are my last hope." After that we see someone screamed, and we see a wolf came their Revenant King's shoulder, and it landed a strong damage to Revenant King. And after that we see the person who was wearing specs and helping them. He sees Han, and he was very happy to see him. After that we see he jumped from the upward towards Revenant King to attack on him, and everyone was shocked and happy to see there. After that we see he attacked with his sword towards the king with the magical strike on his head. After that we see someone attack the Revenant King and bend him to his knees, and Revenant King was on the ground because of the heat he took from the stranger that just has appeared. After that they all were completely shocked, and he said, "What was that?" And there is subordinate. They all were completely in a shock that what just has happened, and how did he knocked him Revenant King out in a single blow. After that we see, she recognized him by looking at him. After that we see the person, and he is none other than her standing like the MC, the chair, holding his sword and he knocked Revenant King out with a single blow. After that we see, Raven and King has tied up against him, and they both started looking at each other, and they both were about to start fight again. After that we surrounded King was about to attack him with his axe, and he is covering his whole body with his sword. After the king landed off attack with his axe, and he dodged that attack and stole again in front of Revenant King, and his word were glowing like something was infused to his supernatural sword. After that, he took a glance at behind what happening there, and then he sees Healer, and she was trying to heal Hyojin. And he was completely shocked by seeing that, and he said, "Why is she unconscious?" After that we see Hwayan, and she ran towards her, and she was glad to see him, and she said, "Is that really you?" And she started talking to him, and he replied, "How are you guys here?" But she was lied to him that she will tell him later that what has happened. After that, we see the monster, Revenant King, standing next to them, and he was emitting the enormous aura. And she said, "I also have a lot of questions, but we have to take care of that first." After that, King put his sword and he casted. And after that we see there were a lot of skeleton monsters who were Revenant King soldiers, and they came from the ground to attack them. He summoned all of them to help him. After that he asked Healer, "How is she doing?" He was worried about her. After listening to him, the healer replied, "I'm constantly healing her, but her consciousness is not coming back." After that, trying to lead the squad, and he said they can handle the Revenant King. "Let's all until she wake up," and he said okay, so they both were started to attack on the soldiers. The Skull Soldiers. After that, we see the Fire Mage, and she cast the fire, the Inferno Cannon, and she landed the attack on the Skull Soldiers. After that, we see they all started to fight against Revenant King, and all were hitting them with the swords and their weapons, and he said normal attacks won't even scratch him. We get to know that King armor was too strong. He can easily manage to get hit by the normal attacks. They won't even scratch him. After that we see her, you hold his sword tightly, and he said, "If I can't slice you, then I will just pulverize you." And he looked at him with anger and rage in his eyes, and he hosted his spell on his sword, and he went to attack on the Revenant King. But the king was also ready to attack, and he attacked him with his axe, and he is also attacked towards aiming towards his axe, and he said weapon breaker, and we see the huge explosion. The enormous explosion happened there, and they were pushed back due to the energy emitted by the radiation of that explosion. And he were bleeding through his nose and mouth. His several limbs were probably broken too. And after that we see the Remnant King, his armor were scratched and a little broken. And even with his full power blow attack, he just managed to scratch the Revenant King, and after seeing that he said there is no way this is disaster grade monster. This is at least destruction grade. After taking that hit from the king went completely mad, and in he started to attack on them, but after that we see the fire image she came within, and she seated her spell and attacked on Demon King the explosion through the fire attack on him. But as we know the Demon King are too strong and durable, it didn't affect him, and he dodged her spell easily, and when he was about to hit him, he came in between to save her, and he said, "I can't dodge this one," and Revenant King had managed to land his attack on them. But at the crucial time that soldier came to them, and he managed to be his sword inside the Raven King arm and previously scratched him. And he managed to save Han, and he said, "Han, are you okay?" And he appeared his sword inside the Revenant King body. After that we see, it's none other than Eddie. The one of their subordinate, he said, "You are late," but they were too happy to see. But we see that Revenant King hasn't died, yet he was just unconscious for a while, and after that we see the voice from Apostle. And Eddie listened to that voice, and that voice told him the Revenant King's weak point is its score in the center of its body. And when he heard that information, he told her about that the apostle just spoke to him, and he told him about the weakness of the Revenant King. He also told him that they have to break the core to stop the Revenant King. After that, we see the person with the specs again. He was watching from the top, and he was watching every moment, and he also said that thanks to observation skill, I was able to find its weak point easily. However, they must remove its armor to attack the core. After that, new pop-up appears on his screen, and it says blessing 1/4, choose the target to bless, and he was glad to get that, and he said I have one blessing left. And he was enchanting. Please give me a good one. Please give me a good. He wanted a good blessing to help them in a battle, and he started writing and enchanting his spell in his books. After that, we see he was very happy to see the blessing, and it must be. That's why he was happy and enormously happy, and he said this is perfect for him, and the blessing is none other than it's the worker's blessing, and he allowed that blessing to hand. And again, the new pop-up appeared, and it says item acquired, scroll of change. The workers' eyes will get up on the enemy. Attack will hit unconditionally for 5 seconds additional, ignore defense. After that, we get to see this blessing is quite useful for the hands. After that, add bear his word in the Revenant King scratch again, but Revenant King tried to attack on him, and he said no, and he ruled very loudly that everyone was scared because of that. After that, we see Reverend King powered up and emits an enormous era, and everyone was feared because of that and tried to stop and defend themselves. And after that, Eddie says, what is that? And he was completely shocked, and he said that was good enough. After that, we see the powering of due to the ability he just got, and his sword and his aura was emitting an enormous energy, and he powered up, and he was ready to land attack on the king, and even his wolf was appeared in front of him, and they both went to attack the Revenant King. After that, he sliced Revenant King armor with single hit with his sword, and he managed to get to his square, and he appeared his core, which was mesmerizing and powerful, and all the power of the king was in his, and he pierced it through his sword, and he managed to kill Revenant King. That's what we see. After piercing the Revenant King's core, and when he was started to dying, all his soldiers and troops started disappearing slowly, and even everyone was completely shocked, and they said they are disappearing, and the person who was watching them from above, he was very happy, and he said we won, and everyone started cheering up and congratulating to each other. After that, we see he was completely tired, and he said finally, and he sat down. After that, his friend came to him, and he said you owe me again. He said sure, I will pay you one day, and after listening to that, his friend replied it seemed like you know those people. Shouldn't you say hi to them? After listening to him and replied right thanks. After that, they all went to their friend who was still unconscious, and they were trying to wake her up, and after several attempts, she opened her eyes and she hugged her, and she was very happy, and she said, I'm sorry, but replied no, I am sorry I had you wait for so long, and I am back now to protect you. It was very emotional moment. Even the writer started crying, and everyone was so happy to see that she was now conscious. After that, the new pop-up appears in his screen, and it says hidden tunnel has been cleaned. The blocked flow is normalized, accelerating the restoration of the world tree. It further says that in the distance the cry of arc fruit, sensing the energy of the world tree can be heard to the world. Return tree garden. After that, we see the writer gain the new demigod, and he was surprised to see that, and he clicked on that. After that, we see a pony unicorn, jumping on the mountains here and there, and he was very beautiful and emitting an aura. And when he was roaming around, all the other animals and beasts scented his, and they said what was that, I don't know, it was too fast, how are we supposed to catch that pony? And we see a wolf and a white tiger talking to each other. They were still talking to each other, and they said you figure that out, and they started blaming each other. It says I smell ocean from that pony right now. I think it just came back from the end of the continent. He replied, is it going crazy because it can't accept that there is no God right now? How are we supposed to stop that? Should I make a wall in my true phone? He said it will run away so fast. But he replied, how about if I attack when it comes close? We will be in danger if that charges at us. After that we see the pony jumped very high in the sky, and it was a meeting and enormous aura, and when they get to see them, they said, so we have to stop that Samo, and he said, I'm not confident that we can do it. After that we see even the writer sent that poet aura, and he said the doggy barking outside must be going on something. He came out, and he said, what are you guys doing here? And he pointed out towards his dog, and he said, what's wrong? I heard you barking. After that we see when he was talking to them, he also sent that enormous order of the pony, and he said, what was that? Is that a horse? And he sees a pony, the unicorn, jumping here and there. He started talking to himself, and he said, saying the way Dogo and be act that must be a demigod. He further continued talking to himself, and he said, I read about it before the demi got that arc road, and we see the pony and the demigod. And he said I should try to talk to him first. After that we see him, and he tried to stop the pony with his fingers, but it was too fast and dodged his finger, and he increased his speed, and he said I can barely see it. After that the pony finally stopped and looked at him in a gauge. And he had launched an attack towards him, and he was completely shocked by that, but when he was about to attack him, he stopped there, and he said, good boy, and he said, it's all calm now. Can I touch him? After that we see him, he was beating him with his pinky finger, and he said, yes, the fur is super soft. Did world do something to him? And he said, you are tickling me. And after seeing that they were talking, and he said, I guess that word, he also said, I wonder how he's going to name that pony, and we see the pony next to him, and he said him, since you are a pony, I'll name you Penny, or is normally that pretty? Or is Penny special? And we see that he was completely memorized by the pony beauty, and he was so special and so beautiful. He named her Benny, and he continued the conversation with himself. And he said the difference between when demigods are in their true form and when they're not is crazy. After that we see any eating grass here and there, and he came back to him, and Penny was holding some herb in his mouth, and just by seeing that he said new herb, it looks like a material for red ink. This one has a root so I can plant it. He thanked Puna for that red heart, and he said thank you. I will be able to make something good with this, and he appreciated the penny. He said that you must be hungry. Running around everywhere, you can eat anything from the garden. After listening to that, even Penny was very happy, and he started eating carrots in his garden, and his other pets were watching him, and they made a face. After that they gathered courage and came towards Penny to talk to him, and just by seeing them, he went angry and started fighting to each other. And just by seeing them fighting to each other, he came to stop the fight, and he started painting all of them. And he made them fall asleep, and they all fell asleep around him peacefully, and after that he started working, and he took her, and he said, let's try making red ink, and he put the red herb in his hand. After that we see the glimpse of red ink, and he said the name read and gives an aggressive impression. I'll never know until I make it. After that we see him working on it, and he gathered few drops in the jar, and he sealed it, and I guess he made it. And he said finally, I done it, and he said what should I say about pain to others. And after that he was talking to him, and he also slept with them. After that we see him, and he came back to his shop sitting around, and he said the store doesn't have enough space. I can't keep Penny in this environment. Penny probably likes running around, and it's hard to do that in here. And when he was talking to himself, random portal and gate appeared there in the store. In front of him he said a gate appeared in the store, so he picked inside the gate to check where and what was inside, and it was nothing but the grassland. After that he came back from the gate, and he get to know that the gate's duration marked as infinite, and he was completely shocked by that, and he said this has to be the world trees doing. After that we see Jiha and his best friend coming to meet him, and they said long time no CG, he said. After that he said hello, you are Jiha, nice to meet you. After that we see her going down and seeing thank you for helping me bring back Han. And he was completely shocked by a reaction, and he said no, keep your heads up. Anyone else would have done the same. But they kept saying thanks to him, and they said the fact that you reached everything to help us, it remains unchanged. Thank you. Even Hans said thank you by going down to show the gratitude and respect towards him. After that we see Jiha. He said thank you for coming back safely. Do you want tea? And they agreed, so they all went with him to have a tea. And after that they get along with the painting and started to pet him. She asked, where did you find this cute penny? He replied, I can't say. I spent some time talking with them till dreams about the other dimension. I thought peaceful days would continue, but after a few days, he get to know, and he said, holy, what should I do about them? His other pets were started fighting to each other. After that we seen coming to the hit place, his beasts fighting and going here and there, and he said, what do I do about them? After that we see they were eating and throwing the food at each other, and they are none other than Griffin, and he says they are already so big. He also said that Bee and Doggo are tired of playing with them, and I am running out of meat to feed them. I have to figure out something to feed them. When he was talking to himself, Beetle Knight came to himself, and he said, I think we have to move the baby Griffin somewhere else. And he pointed towards something, and he said, can you take them there? And he said this environment should be good for them. After that, the beetle gathered all the griffins and took them to that secret place by showing something shiny in his hands. He was acting like their leader, and even he praised him, and he said night leadership is amazing, and when you watching them moving to another place, new Popo appears on his screen, and it says your legion is riding the purified monsters to the sanctuary. The sanctuary is the blueprint of Ghana. We hope you restore ecosystem within the sanctuary. After that, he said this feels like the poetry is talking to me. It feels like I am having a conversation with it, and it also says poetry's placing increased to level 3 animal abilities, increased to level 3 acquired skills century, development level 1, and he said my skills level and got a new. After that, there's another pop appeared, and he said beginning what is that? And it said consume all ether and the conditions for obtaining or awakening skills vary, and after use, you will fall into an exhausted state. After getting that, he says this is like an intimate skill and I can see what awakening skill they have. It seems like I don't have one. Maybe the terror drones have awakening skills. Terror drones can absorb a monster's ability. However, if they absorbs a skill unsuitable for its physical, it must learn metamorphosis from do use it. Further, he said that I can see how to get it with this, and he recalled all his partners who were engaged in fight. And he said I can help other hunters to awaken awakening skills. He further said that I can start by giving small hint to people clothes to me. Let's try sanctuary development. After that another pop appears in front of a minute. Would you like to use 500E to exit the sanctuary? He said of course you opted access to the sanctuary. After that we see he get access to sanctuary, and he said the fog is gone now. Can you directly modify stuff in here? And when he was about to do something their warning appeared, and it says due to the recent shock minor earthquake as damaged sanctuary to restore hundreds are required. He seems let me know first. After that, he said my actions can directly impact the sanctuary. I have to be careful, spend 100 use to develop sanctuary skill. Analyzing what's needed in the sanctuary. He said show me. After that we get to know it says sanctuary soil is in poor and worms are needed to fix this problem. He said works, where can I find them? After that the beetle came to him and he said I can always trust you. Thank you. And the beetles gave him the words he required, and it has again appeared a new pop, and it says you have unlocked the new world. The fog that covered sanctuary are partially gone. Of new area is visible now is that men shrimp. A monster in company right now, I saw it in the news before. And he remembers the news he saw judgment ship drill grade monster is capable of the string. Everything nearby with one shock to eliminate one men shrimp. 67 hunters are needed, and he says I heard mains are needed to eliminate one. The terror can do it? After that we see, he sent his terror drones to attack, and they went to attack with their leader, and they attacked on him, and we see the battle with Shrimp versus the Beetles has begun. And they started fighting each other, and even he said that too strong, they are busy, returning and healing. What can I write? I had some elite made with world tree fruit left in the cabin, and he gave them the electrician. He said, drink this. After that, we see the mountain drinking elixir. After that, a lot of power and stand in front of the shrimpy and gathered courage and attack towards them, even ready to counter and both each other, and we see that beetles are overpowering them, and he was happy, and he said yes, the elixir are helping them. He further said that the man shrimp shock is from its claws. If the terror drones can outnumber it, they can win. After that, we see Beetles has won the battle, and we see the leader and his body we are going, and he says its body is going. It absorbed the shame's ability. Good job everyone, did you get something new? He asked. After that he threw his claw on the ground, and he released the ability. He just got. After that, he said, wow, that's cool, you absorbed a man's shrimp shock viability. After that we see he bring his book, and was writing something on it. And he says from Terror Awakening and their approach to eliminate the man what a pro, and he was writing all that in his book, and the random pop-up appears on his screen. And it seems shock have delays between them. Finding a celebrity in their use can lead to victory. The man shrimp seems to be weak against attack from the back. After that, we see he came back to his shop and he was working there, and he says summer is almost over. You can't stay in your shop forever. After that, we see him talking to someone on call, and he says you are right. It's been a while since I went to the beach too. After that, he says I'll save you from your work. Hell, let's go to the beach. He started laughing, and he said thank you. When are you going? He said when? And he parked car in front of his shop and blew up, and he said right now. That we see them traveling in a car with his friend, and he said I didn't know you were right there. He smiled and laughed, and he said haha. There is no reason to waste time somewhere short. He replied you are right, and they both started laughing, and I'll be fine with each other. But after that we see there are not only two of them, but also a lot of people along with them in a car, and even his pets and Penny. But he said I didn't know this many people we are going, and one of them she said this punet's so cute. He also said that she had did you eat anything? He replied, the trip only gets better with more people. After that he smiled, and he looked back, and he started talking to himself, and he said he's right. It's more fun with more people. I didn't expect those to come, though he was looking at the couple behind him. After that, she asked to him, gee, where did you find this cute pony? I really see any pony in this town. He replied, oh, we randomly met at the dungeon. They are always curious, blah 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 blah, and continued between all of them. After that, the car continued moving towards their destination, and she said she's always curious about everything. And finally, they have arrived to the beach, and we see JJ looking at the beautiful ocean while Sun was sitting down. After that we see everyone was enjoying there, and Pony and Dog Bo and his other pets were playing. That we see, someone said GR, let's go to the Horton. He said okay, and he then started talking to himself, and he said I'm glad I came. I haven't traveled for a while. I'm happy. I can laugh and talk with many people. It's nice to spend time like this, sometimes hopefully this lasts forever. After that, we see them having dinner in the hotel and talking and having fun with each other. They all were completely happy and enjoying their quality time. After that he went to balcony and watching outside. And then someone came to him and she said, oh, I thought you went for a walk, and she said you are here, and she was wearing some hot clothes. After that they both started talking to each other, and she said I hope everyone doesn't mind me being here. I was surprised you came. After that he said everyone is happy you are here with us. After that you continue conversation with her, and he asked, is anyone else from your guild coming? She replied, they were jealous that only me and my friend came. So they are on their way now. That both started conversation and laughing at each other. And he said ha ha ha. Your guild members are very rich. She replied, yeah, but sometimes they do get. And when she was about to, computer sent their alert alarm has activated, and she said what's going on, what's wrong? He even said what is that? And it says emergency, emergency, trade great monster. The man has appeared, evacuate immediately. And after that she said really? while we are on vacation. She said, leave this to me. And when she was talking to Jiha, fire was about to hit him, and when she realized that she reached and he saved Jiha from getting hit by that enormous attack, that she said, Jiha. After that, she asked him, you okay? He replied, yeah, thank you, and we see all the grill members has appeared there with their weapons, and they were worried about them and VC and her talking to each other, and she said, are you sure you okay? He said, yes, I am. How about you? She said, I am fine. After that, other members were there, and he asked what was the explosion, and she started explaining, and she said that was from the mainstream. It came from the beach, but it's probably here by now, and we seen the whole Ment army. After that, they get ready to fight Shrimp Monster, and they said everyone prepared for a combat. And after that we see them getting ready for the battle with the Shrimp and Monster's army. And they said we have to stop it until backup comes, and they agreed okay. After that we see Jiha and her, and she said Jiha go somewhere safe, and she started calling someone with her phone. And she said, hello, can you find out where our guild members are right now? You heard them, emergency alert, right? Tell them to come to the shore. It's trade grade monster. After that, Jiha started talking to himself. He said, she's right. I can't directly participate in a fight, which is better if I leave. After that he said, but I can help them. I have go back to the cabin. After that we see the army and the hunters fighting each other, and the Shrimp Ment attacked one of the killed member, and he stopped the attack with the activation of the shield. And he said everyone spread out. After that Han prepared himself for attack. And he said, come get me, you lobster. And he was looking at the lobster in a age, and he started attacking with the attack team, and they said now attack while he is still holding on. And the attack team said aim for its joins, and they prepared an attack on him. After that, they successfully attacked the shrimp, mantis monsters and cut their limbs and destroyed them. But when they destroyed the Shrimp Man and started their little celebration, the main ball has appeared and attacked on one of the guild member. And he was brutal injured by the attack. She looked at him. And she said, you da shrimp, and she seated her spell, casting paper, missile and paper blind, and attacked to the Shrimp Man. And it says it's hard to stop its moment as expected from dread grade monster. It's avoiding getting critical hits with its clothes at this rate. I will run out of mana and fall first. After that, we see someone attacked the Shrimp Monster with the fire attack, and blast fed his head, and just by seeing that attack he recognized it's another than Eternal Flame Guild, and we see her leading the Eternal Flame Guild. And she said, everyone, thanks for getting here so quickly. Let's enjoy the rest of our vacation. After we get rid of that shrimp, and she said let's go, and started attacking towards the Shrimp Man army. After that, she said get its clothes first, gather more firepower, and started attacking towards the shrimp, and he said the rate at which the man's shrimp coming slide down. It seemed like this monster wave could be stopped without causing serious damage. After that, we seen the member of Eternal Flame Guild taking control over the situation and attack to the shrimp army and the boss. And he said nice. This is doable, we can do, and when he was about to complete his sentence, the final boss attacked on him with the soul-crushing stones, and he crushed everyone with that attack, almost half of the army, and it says it is called disaster because it silently appears and destroys hope. And we see the shrimp, Permy boss, the king of the man shrimp, Stoneman Shrimp, has appeared. And everyone was scared by looking at him, and he was emitting an enormous aura, and he gathered his army along with him, and he said and launched another attack of soul-crushing stone towards them, and they were shocked by that attack. After that, they said what the? It's hilarious rocks at speed, and it was so hard to do that attack, they barely dodged that attack. Most of the guild members were fainted, and they said how are we supposed to defeat that, and she said I don't want to die here, and they prepared and again. She said everyone stay focused. We will defeat that together after that stage. If I can stop those drops with my firepower we can win, and we the shrimp boss and the shrimp Parma standing in front of them, and she prepared a fire attack, and he also threw his rocks at them, and she threw his power at them. And they both clashed at each other, and it's down without the artifact. My body can't handle this many costs. She further said that I can cast 2 more times at most, and when she was talking to herself and complaining, someone said, "Goal Master, watch out," and he was getting attacked by the boss, and he said there was one more. And she was scared, and she said my spell won't make it, and she was in almost about to die. But after that we see, it's none other than Jiha, and she was on the Beetle Knight. They both came there to save her and managed to save her. After that we say it's Jiha on his Beetle Knight, came there to save them, and he saved her, and he asked, "Are you okay?" She replied, "I am okay, but what are you doing?" He said, "Yeah, I saw it," and he gave the healing portion to her and told her to give it to them. After that, he said, "What is this, his blood and elixir, for first send him to the hospital after he drinks it," and she replied, "Okay, how about you? What are you going to do?" "I will try to stop that big guy," he replied. After that he said the world may lose hope when faced with disaster. After that, we see the Shrimp army, and with the Shrimp and Jiha was attacking them with the terror drones. And he said that must be the leader. It has stones all over its body. Can I do this? It says yet some stand tall and face it head on, such people are often called heroes. After that we talking to. But he said I have to hold off until more backup, else I have night and potions with me, and I can do this, and he went for an attack to the mental King Shrimp. Afterward that we see the past 10 minutes away, gathered all the portions together, and he said let's quickly grab the potion and spell in and go, and he towards the battlefield. And he said I have to support the hunters from safe distance, minimize the damage and defeat the Shrimp boss. After that, she noticed something breed coming from human. He said, "Where it's this breeze coming from?" He said, "Terror drone, how did you get here? Is the situation worse than I imagine? I have to hurry." And they rest to the battlefield him, and they started fighting to each other, and he started fighting with the Beetle Knight. After that, the Shrimp heads gathered all power and prepared an final attack to attack on Jiha. By looking at them, he said the air is so heavy here, so top hunters are always fighting like this, they are amazing. After that he gave Semi to his beetle. It says this should help him, and the final boss has costed some spirit to his attack and attacked towards the beetle. But after that beetle gathered all the power, and he launched an attack named Void Wave towards them and Shrimp, and it destroyed all that with a single blow. After looking at them, everyone was completely shocked, and he said no way that both monster was instantly strong. It's nearly defeated now. After that, they said take control of the scene. A few people handle this following rocks, then help me defeat the stone and Shrimp order after. After that, he said we don't have time, it might cost another bill. She said okay, and he went for attack and another attack, and he gave his beetle another spill, and she said it must be tired after using the awakening skill. After that, he said either the hunters have to finish the bus or wild time until the beetle recovers. There are around 14 more shrimps, small ones must be confused after seeing their leader. Getting it, hunters can take advantage of this and defeat Therm. After that, we see all the hunters attacking to the small shrimp and defeating them each one by one, and defenders stopped the remains of the monster attack to minimize the damage, and she said with her fire there shouldn't be any problem. And after that, everyone gathered together and attacking like a team with each other, and he said this should be the end. But when he should everything has ended, it says a crack and has appeared everyone near the show immediately. After that we see a crack and a dangerous monster entity appeared there. And he says, what? A crack? Why is that here? Everyone started running here and there. Even the shrimp man was looking like a child in front of crack. And he said, crack, why is ruin grade monster here? After that he said, we are all going to die, we can't stop that. At that moment you heard something, a silence, but quite vibrating sound. He attention to that sound, and after that he saw that, and then he saw that the door of the ocean opening and water getting drained. Is that world eat? What is it doing? A crack and can be easily swallowed because of its suckers. What do I do? After that, we see the world deer came coming there to eat the cricket, and he prepared his knight to attack on them. After that, cricket awakened his powers and tried to attack. Even the beetle also tried to attack. But the kraken opened this post to suck the vacuum and try to defend himself. But the World Eater was too big, and he opened his mouth, and it was too big for Kraken. And after that we see the World Eater. He ate the crack in front of them all, and he said it ate it, and he just disappeared like nothing has happened. After that he started talking to himself, and he said it at the crack in and stopped. Shrimp, monster, and left. They must be just a snack for Word Eater given their sides. We won, we did. Everyone started celebrating their victory. After that, he thanked his beetle, the terror drone. Even he smiled at him, and he said after World Eater left. The rest of Shrimp Man were easily taken care of. The injured people were quickly sent to the hospital. After that she came to Jiha, and she said, I was looking for you. He said, what's wrong? She replied, I heard the situation was over, so I came. He replied, yet everything should be done after removing a few stones. She replied, you don't have to do that. He smiled and laughed, and he said it's be done faster if I help out too. Further contained the conversion, and she said, what was the beetle you were riding? He replied, oh, I'm not sure it happened so quickly. I guess it's friendly to humans. We also saw similar beetles last time. After that, we see him recovering from the taken, and he said thanks to your elect, he's doing okay. He's coming back after a quick checkup. What did you put in that to fully heal someone who was almost dead? He replied and laughing, and he said, I just got lucky and found some rare ingredients. I am alive safe. Your portions helped a lot of people. It's the least I can do for Hunter replied. After that she's jawed, and she said, what a vacation, and let's try to enjoy the rest of it. After listening to him, she's, what should we do? I want to swim on the beach. But you are getting in trouble. If you go for a swim right now, he said, what time is it? And it was 4:21 in the morning. No, I want change into swimsuits, and she was sad. He replied, too bad. The swimsuit doesn't look good on you though. After that he said, right. Have you good eyes? Don't get too close. She replied, what's wrong? You said it looks good on me. I don't know where to look at. After that we see Ogre God and the next scene.
After that, everyone was traveling in a car, talking about how the rest of the vacation went well. The driver glanced at Jiha and said, take a nap, you must be tired. He added, but whoever sits in the passenger seat has to stay awake with the driver. Jiha chuckled, and the driver said, thanks. If you had actually fallen asleep, I probably would have had to listen to some asthma for the rest of the drive. The car was quiet since everyone was exhausted and asleep. Jiha thought about how he wanted to go on vacation with these people again. The driver smiled and said, thanks again, Jiha. You really saved me back there. I wouldn't be driving like this if it weren't for you. Jiha smiled and said, I hope there won't be any more dangerous situations like that in the future. The driver laughed and said, yeah, me too. Thank you. They happily chatted as the car cruised safely on. Once Jiha reached home, he sighed in relief. It's good to be back. I almost fell asleep. He stretched and said, time to get some work done since Sanho asked. As the driver dropped him off, the driver asked, Jiha, can you make a potion that increases resistance? Jiha replied, maybe. I'll try to make one. He started experimenting and thought, let's make it so it heals too. Just then, Jiha's phone rang. It was Sun Young calling. Jiha answered. Sun Young? Sun Young asked. Hey, did you get home safely? Jiha replied. I did. How about you? Sun Young answered. Same here. I called because I found something I can't interpret again. Can you take a look? Jiha examined the paper with strange handwriting. It's a word of destruction rune, he said. Sun Young was surprised. Destruction? Does that mean my attacks will critically damage enemies? Is it a damage enhancement scroll then? Jiha nodded. Looks like it, but I won't be sure until I try it. Use your ink and make one for me too, please? Jiha agreed. Sure, I'll make one for you. Jiha grabbed some red ink, muttering, red ink should work with the word of destruction. Let's see if I write it just like Sun Young showed. Moments later, enhancement scrolls popped up through the system. Physical damage enhancement scroll. Jiha grinned. As expected, this one's different from the magician's scrolls. Almost every hunter can use it. If this scroll gets commercialized, South Korean hunters will get an insane damage boost. But as hunters get stronger, so do the monsters they face, Jiha thought. But I can help them get stronger, and maybe ask for a favor or two in return. For now, though, I need some sleep. Jiha glanced at his pets, who were sleeping peacefully, and decided to join them for a nap. A few days later, Jiha began working in the forest, enjoying the fresh air. Looking ahead, he spotted Seung-hyuk and Hyejin. Why are South Korea's top hunters together, he wondered. Han then said, "This is the place where the tattoo is sealed, right?" Hyejin replied. "Not exactly, but a little further east, under the valley." Jiha overheard them. "Tattoo? That monster destroyed the Xichan area in China, didn't it?" Suddenly, a terrifying monster with a creepy smile appeared. This is going to be a tough fight for them, Jiha thought. As the party prepared, one member commented, "Isn't Tattoo one of the 4 perils in Chinese mythology? It's known for eating anything, though no one knows its exact appearance." Jiha watched as the team kept walking in circles, clearly searching for something. "Looks like they're looking for something related to our Thai," Jiha guessed. They soon found a magic spell room, and the hunters commented, "This is strange. There's an aura here, like a mirror. Could this be the seal?" But they didn't seem to notice it, so Jiha decided to give them a little help. Han suddenly got spooked by a massive finger appearing from above, creating a magic spell. "Is that a finger? This could be disastrous," Jiha thought. The system alerted, "Surround this sword with ether. Release ether slash." The hunters panicked as Han slashed at the giant finger with his ether-charged sword, forcing it to retreat. Despite the chaos, Jiha was relieved. "Phew, that scared me," he muttered. Eventually, they found the tattoo's real seal, a mirror-like object. Suddenly, Han felt something strange. Turning around, he saw a giant finger emerging from a hole in space, aiming right at him. Reacting quickly, Han enveloped his sword in ether energy and struck the finger, making it retreat. Amidst the confusion, Han wondered what was going on. The hunters couldn't see the finger, but something was clearly wrong. Meanwhile, Jiha was nursing his injured finger. The hunters began discussing the guardian of the temple, an entity named SCK Gammon, who threatened to stop them for trespassing. Han, undeterred, charged at the guardian, his sword gleaming as he ordered his team to cover him. The guardian, viewing Han as an arrogant intruder, unleashed fire from his jaws, but Han skillfully dodged and counterattacked, decapitating the guardian's heads with a few swings of his sword. Jiha watched in amazement as the temple guardian fell. "I never thought Han was this strong," Jiha mused. As the system reported the guardian's defeat, Jiha felt a mix of relief and excitement. Meanwhile, a white cat and a wolf whispered in the background about the impending danger of Tattoo's awakening. But Jiha decided to focus on his tasks. Jiha then went into a dense forest where he needed herbs for his scrolls. He spotted a village of elves but knew he couldn't just take the herbs without permission. As he pondered what to do, a brilliant idea struck him. In a temple nearby, a girl named Celine was praying. Hearing a familiar voice call her name, Celine realized it was Jiha, the apostle, asking for a favor. Smiling, she was more than willing to help her old friend with his request. After that, we see Jiha preparing some scrolls and researching them. He starts experimenting, saying, "Put this in, then done. This should be enough." Thankfully, he had asked Selena for a favor, and she had taken care of it. Jiha says to Selena, "I have a favor to ask." Selena, surprised, replies, "A favor?" He continues, "Can you meet up with the wild elves? I need the green herb from their village." Selena responds, "Only this much? That's all I have to do? Is it enough?" Jiha nods. "Yes, but they'll be upset if you just show up and ask for green herbs." She then asks, "Then what should I do?" Jiha replies, "Trade with things they need. Elves love delicious foods. Considering where they live, they don't have access to salt. Bring salt with you and ask for a trade." Selena beams. "You're omnipotent. I will do as you said and obey your order." Jiha chuckles. "Haha, thank you." Selena adds, "I feel so touched hearing this coming from the miniature world." Jiha responds, "I just sent you salt. I'll leave it to you from here." Selena replies, "Yes, leave it to me." She goes with Prince, and they deal with the Radiant Knights as well. Jiha observes, "The way the elves looked at salt was pretty funny. I don't have to worry about green herbs for a while now." Suddenly, Jiha hears a tremendous sound coming from his backyard. Shocked, he rushes outside and sees his little knight sprawled on the ground, looking defeated. "What's going on?" Jiha exclaims. The knights groan, clearly beaten, and Jiha laughs. Caught you all. We then shift to a system notification panel that states, recently, dungeons from Korea have appeared in the miniature world. Jiha watches as hunters clear the dungeons, and we see a party whose leader says, "Here we go." Another party member gasps, seeing the chest and materials, lamenting, "We cleared this dungeon for this? Just a potion, a gemstone, and a bone? This is unfair." The hunters grumble, realizing the rewards for low to mid dungeons are mediocre, with not enough ether stones to level up their stats. Jiha, thinking he needs to make changes, struggles to find a solution until he discovers his little terror drones working away. Jiha asks them, "So you guys were taking care of this?" He watches as the terror drones gather rare materials, legendary items, and rewards into chests. Jiha is surprised. You guys were the ones bringing them in? He wonders if they always did this, or if it's because he's the one chosen by the world tree. He praises them, saying, "Nice work, but this isn't enough. Hunters can't profit from this." Jiha sits down, pondering, what should I do? Suddenly, an idea strikes him. The scene shifts to inside the dungeon, where the party members are gathered. They chat, with one girl teasing, "Dae-kun, you better do your part today." Dae-kun laughs nervously. "Ha ha ha, I'll try my best." Jiha updates the reward system, and now, instead of just one chest, there are 5. The hunters are ecstatic. It used to be just one. Now it only costs 2 essences to open each box. They open the boxes to find special items like radiant apples and shiny shields, perfect for Dae-kun. Dae-kun hesitates. "I don't know if I should take it," but his friends encourage him. "It's a shield. A tank should take it." The hunters are thrilled with their newfound treasures and plan to get them appraised. Jiha, watching, smiles. "Nice work, everyone. The reward should help them get stronger." Back at Hunter Kim's house, Kim falls asleep, clutching a mystical candle, mumbling, "I wonder what kind of dream I'll have." In his dream, Kim finds himself in a lucid state, witnessing a knight battling undead enemies with incredible resolve. Kim is stunned. Is he fighting to protect his party? How is he so strong? Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Acquired trait, Holy Knight, Devotion, Level 1 skill. Kim wakes up, astonished. "I actually learned a new skill in my sleep." After that, Hunter Kim says, "Wow," as a system notification pops up, showing a new skill, Holy Knight's Devotion, Level 1. He exclaims, "I actually learned a new skill. But the problem is, I got a Holy Knight skill when I'm a tank. I thought I'd get a skill that fits my role. I guess I'll figure it out at the dungeon." Next, we see a broadcast channel where a news reporter, B. Hyunsu, is reporting. "Good evening, this is B. Hyunsu, your anchor for Hunter News. Recently, a new skill called the Awakening skill has appeared. This skill varies for each hunter, depending on the skill acquired and the method of obtaining it. Right now, the first hunter in the world attempting to acquire the Awakening skill is in South Korea. It's the first time in history, and the Hunter Association and other hunters have gathered to witness this. Will South Korea see the birth of the first ever Awakening skill holder? Let's find out." Then, we cut to a battle between Hunter Kim and a monstrous warhog, a true giant warhog. A voice in Hunter Kim's mind says, "You can do it, you can do it, let's go." Finally, Kim gets ready to fight, aware that the Hunter Association is watching his every move. The battle is on, and it's intense. Both Kim and the warhog are dominating each other, with Kim giving his all. A system notification appears. The Awakening skill is about to be activated. Activate Iron Maiden. A blast erupts before them, smoke fills the air, and everyone is left on edge. As the smoke clears, people gasp and say, "Dae-kun!" But Kim emerges unharmed and spots something unusual. "Flowers? Leaves?" he says, seeing a god ark planting a small tree. Do god arks actually exist? Kim finally understands. The reason why I was born with a bigger body than others, why I always hesitated when attacking monsters, it was all part of God Ark's plan. Protect my people, never yield to the enemy, and follow God Ark. Now I know what I must do. A nearby woman asks, "Was that the Awakening skill?" "It looked different," another hunter asks. "Are you okay?" Kim responds, "No, I'm fine. I learned something better than the Awakening skill." She presses, "What's that?" Kim replies, "The path I must take." A few days later, the Korean hunter community is in chaos as the Awakening skill's watch confirmation goes viral. Posts about the event gather millions of views, with hot topics like Iron Maiden skill guide, and a tank that uses Holy Night devotion trending everywhere. Debates rage on about how to obtain this skill. Meanwhile, Jiha is working hard to improve Hunter's progression. We see Jiha sculpting art and sighing, that should be good enough. This is harder than I imagined. A little while after Kim got his awakening skill, Jiha finds a random book written by God Ark about dungeon structures, containing buffs, information, and other enhancements. Jiha decides to place them in the dungeons, testing them out. "Let's put one here," he says, smiling. Nice timing. The scene shifts back to Han and his party, with Han declaring, "We have to defeat the Green Serpent and Monkfish today." One party member says, "Green Serpent is easy, but Monkfish is annoying. It attacks from below while we fight on the surface." Another replies, "Only you or Han can dodge by listening to its noise." They move forward and Han stops, saying, "Wait, what's that? A statue." They discover a statue made by Jiha, and a notification reads, "A statue of a praying saintess provides useful buffs." Han marvels, "That's Selena. Who did this?" Thanks to the statue, Han's party clears the dungeon flawlessly, dealing with every monster and obstacle. Later that night at Han and Kim's house, Han experiences an unusual dream. So, this is what it feels like to enter a dream. It feels different from normal dreams. He sees a prince and Selena conversing and is startled by their striking resemblance. For the first time, he summons his sword, ready to fight. Is this how I get my new skill? Han wonders. Suddenly, an arc strikes him with a laser, but Han manages to dodge it. Their battle begins. Han's hand gripped his sword tightly as he faced his opponent. With a fierce clash, their swords met, and Han grunted. "Kyuk!" The man before him smirked. "Get into position, Han Seung-hyuk." Han's sword gleamed as it struck back at the man. Defending himself, Han asked, "Do you know me?" The man only paused, thinking. Han narrowed his eyes. "I see you don't plan on telling me." Gripping his sword tighter, he continued, "I can tell your strength just from that." Han took his stance, determination in his eyes. "I have to try my best," he muttered. "Humans are too weak right now." "Han, what are you saying?" his opponent inquired, puzzled. "I meant what I said, human. Humans can't withstand the future that's about to come," Han replied. "The future?" Han echoed, his voice tinged with curiosity. Just then, the bloodlion appeared behind Han. "Don't tell me. Han, are you talking about the Taudi?" The man sneered. "The Taudi is just the beginning. Humans will be annihilated. Once something worse than the Taudi appears in the future." Han scoffed. "Nonsense." He touched his sword to the ground. "Who are you?" "I am the eternal sword of my lord, Ark," the man declared, his voice cold. "The commander of the Gungnir Legion, which moves solely for the sake of its lord." Suddenly, hundreds of golden swords materialized around the man. "I am the Legion's sword master. I will enlighten you." Han pointed his sword at the man, challenging him. "You're talking like you know a lot about me." The man unsheathed his sword. "I have been watching you for a while now. A decent one among humans. Does that answer your question?" Han activated his skill, form aetherization. "Why are you showing up now, then?" he demanded. "The Apostle of Ark appeared, so I did as well," the man replied calmly. "Apostle of Ark? Who is that?" Han's frustration grew. "No more questions," the man interrupted. A girl with a Christianity logo on her dress stepped forward. "Is this related to that person?" The man looked at Han with a stern gaze. "Show me your best, Han Seung-hyuk, or you will be consumed before reaching enlightenment." Han stepped forward, resolute. "I guess even he can't answer my question. Then I will defeat you and get the skills and information I need." The battle intensified, with Han unleashing a series of powerful attacks. But the man, Ark, moved swiftly, countering every move. Their clash was fierce, each strike echoing with the sound of metal against metal. Despite Han's efforts, Ark was dominating the fight. What is this sword skill?" Han muttered, struggling to keep up. Ark's blade danced through the air, executing the windstorm blade technique, first form. The technique was breathtaking, the sword seemingly flying through flames. As the battle raged on, the scene shifted to Jiha's house. Jiha was busy preparing potions, carefully measuring and mixing ingredients. "Almost done," Jiha murmured as he poured a liquid into a vial. "Today's first health potion is ready." A man observing Jiha's work exclaimed, "Amazing! You must be tired of me watching you all morning. Thanks for letting me observe your work." Jiha smiled. "Not at all. I get bored working by myself. I'm thankful to have someone here." The observer examined the potion stats, astonished. 200 health in 10 seconds? Last time it was 15 seconds. It's even shorter now. Jiha nodded, pleased. "It came out better than I expected." The observer was impressed. "Amazing, he's not using any stopwatch. His body instinctively knows the time it takes to mix. The amount he pours is exact every time. What a talent. I see why the guild master is close to him." "I have to go now," the man said. "Thank you for showing me your work." "Already? Be careful on your way back," Jiha replied. The man chuckled. "Haha, okay? I'll visit more often." "That would be nice. Have a great day," Jiha waved. Late at night, Jiha was still hard at work. Alchemist skill leveled up to 4, he noted with satisfaction. The potions were now of higher quality and making them felt easier. "Time to sleep now," he yawned, heading to bed. The next morning, Jiha awoke, feeling refreshed. "The air always feels fresh here," he remarked. "I haven't seen Bam, Dogger, or Painey. Where are they?" Suddenly, the humming bell rang loudly, causing Jiha to grow nervous. "Don't tell me. There's an earthquake near where the Touty is sealed." A warning notification popped up. "Warning alert. The seal is about to be broken by the earthquake near where the Touty is sealed. Deploying the terror drones immediately." All the cuties sat together, protecting the seal. Jiha looked toward the terror drones, confused. The terror drones are making barriers. Why aren't they fighting instead? No, maybe there's a reason they have to make a barrier. What if the terror drones can't defend the Touty? Just then, the Touty's minion, the Black Lion, appeared, a disaster-grade monster that sent shivers down Jiha's spine. "Black Lion!" The cuties launched an attack, but Jiha was worried. "Guys, what's wrong?" The battle between the terror drones and the Black Lion raged on as time passed. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a group of hunters came across something unusual. "Damn, that's a huge gate," one of them said. "Yeah, I've never seen a gate like that before," another replied. "Are there any hunters nearby?" "Yes, some are passing through. Let's take a look." It shouldn't be hard," one of them murmured, but there was unease in the air. The party members grew nervous. "No way. Category 6 dungeon? Alert the Hunter Association. A destruction-grade dungeon appeared in District 7. Han arrived at the scene. "Wow, it's really a category level 6. Objective, defeat or seal Touty. Time limit, 47 hours, 57 minutes, 20 seconds. "Did you think the Hunter Association was lying?" Han asked, raising an eyebrow. "This almost feels like someone wishes for District 7's downfall," another hunter joked, though his tone was serious. Han studied his comrades, noticing something different. "Sueng-hyuk, something feels different about you." "Really?" "I think the same goes for all of you," Sueng-hyuk replied, a smirk tugging at his lips. Everyone had completed their awakening, their powers enhanced thanks to Jiha. One of the team members handed Han a glass bottle. "Take this. Jiha made them. It will help a lot." Han examined the bottle. Heals 52% of health, stamina, and ether. All stats plus 23% for 132 minutes. Invulnerable for 7 seconds. He was impressed. "These effects are amazing. We won't need any other potions." "We're so lucky to have these," another team member agreed. Han put the bottle in his bag and nodded. "Let's thank him afterward. Okay, single numbers, let's roll." They approached the giant purple circle, ready to face whatever awaited them. Back in his monitoring room, Jiha watched the situation unfold. "Ah, they're here," he exclaimed, his eyes focused on the screen. "If they are in danger, I can send help." Suddenly, a group of honeybees swarmed in, watching over the situation. One of the monsters noted, "The terror drones can fight against the Black Lion, but not the Touty. Touty is out of their league." Jiha clenched his fists. "I believe in you. Single numbers," he muttered under his breath. The team reached the seal. "Everyone, be careful," Han warned. One of the members noticed something strange. What are these statues?" "Are these the statues Sueng-hyuk was talking about?" "Everyone, get your buffs and let's go," another responded. Han opened the ether bottle and took a swig. Holy, my stats are almost doubled. This mission is still nearly impossible, even with these stats. But we have to make it possible, right? One of the girls said, determination in her voice. Han nodded, drawing his sword. Yes, get ready. Suddenly, 3 monsters appeared, their eyes locked on the team. They're here, one of the hunters shouted. The main monster attacked and Han took the hit. Everyone, he began, but the 3 girls quickly counterattacked, taking down the smaller enemies. One of the hunters unleashed a powerful attack. Lana Inferon, she cried, as her sword rampaged through the air, cutting down the foes. Meanwhile, Han fought fiercely, using the Stormblade technique, first form, Whirlwind Strike, slicing the monster in 2. The team was amazed. I've never seen that skill before. Is that your... One of them asked. It's a new skill I got from my dream, Han replied, catching his breath. That was amazing. You one-shot the Black Lion. This feels too easy, another team member commented. But just as they began to relax, a new threat emerged. The Blood Lion appeared, its presence ominous. Han cursed under his breath. Shit. The Blood Lion roared, its eyes blazing with fury. That's the Blood Lion, one of the hunters exclaimed. The Blood Lion is 1 rank higher than the Black Lion, another added, sweat forming on their brows. Everyone, drink your potions and get into position, Han ordered. One of the girls panicked. No, Soon-hyuk. But Han was already in motion, attacking the Blood Lion with the ether blade. Hurry, he shouted. Hyojin, another hunter, tried to stay calm. I understand what you're feeling, but it's best for us to rebuff and help him. The only person who can take the Blood Lion's attack is Soon-hyuk. Han nodded grimly. I know only he can do it, but it feels like he's going to disappear again. I always get worried whenever he pushes himself like that. But they are right. We need to act in order, another hunter advised. Let's gather information about the Blood Lion while we reorganize, Hyojin suggested. The team quickly searched for information. The Blood Lion is one of the higher-tier monsters in the disaster grade. There is no information about it. Wait, the content about the Blood Lion just got posted on the MERB wiki. Who posted it? One of them asked. Let me check. Okay, let's get ready, Han said, his resolve firm. As expected, its attacks are harsher than those of the Black Lion. Maintaining an ether blade after using the Stormblade technique is hard. Others should be. He trailed off, focusing on the battle. He attacked with a skill, Ether Taunt. A big blast happened, and Han saw an opening. Now, its stomach is exposed, he yelled. One of the girls attacked with a sword rampage, and the monster screamed, Finish it. Just when they thought they had the upper hand, a massive wolf-like monster appeared. The battle was far from over. The massive doggo stood tall, gazing intently at Han and the rest of the party. Its eyes glowed faintly as if it could see straight into their souls. The group froze, unsure whether to run or fight. Suddenly, one of the party members gasped, Another monster! Another adventurer chimed in, wide-eyed. It killed the Blood Lion in 1 hit. This thing's crazy strong. Before panic could spread any further, the doggo calmly raised a paw and said, Stop! Everyone froze literally, as if someone had hit pause on reality itself. Their eyes bulged, unable to even flinch. The silence was deafening. One of the party members, trembling, mumbled, Is this some kind of mantra? Doggo sighed and rolled his eyes. No, I'm not your enemy. The girl raised an eyebrow, still frozen in place. You're not an enemy? Then what asterisk or asterisk you? Soon-hyuk, sweating bullets, could barely speak. Double, what's going on? The girl, still confused but sensing his anxiety, pressed him. Do you know this thing? Soon-hyuk swallowed hard, looking at Han. Yeah. Han, we want to handle this. Han, with an exasperated sigh, stepped forward and nodded. Yeah, I know this one. He turned to the doggo. Long time no see, Growler. With that, Han reached for his sword, causing everyone to gasp in unison. Growler, they all shouted, eyes practically popping out of their heads. How do you know this monster? Han chuckled, shaking his head. He's not a monster. He patted Growler on the side, causing the doggo to lean in, almost playfully. He's got good nature, really. Plus, we made a contract a while back. he's a god. The group blinked in stunned silence. One adventurer muttered under their breath, "A god that looks like he belongs in a petting zoo." Growler, overhearing, growled slightly, his tail swishing behind him. I heard that. The adventurer stiffened up, eyes wide. "Right, sorry, almighty doggo of doom," or whatever. After seeing the enormous doggo, the girl's eyes widened, and it was said, "A nature god," and a contract was made with it. Another party member chimed in, bewildered. "Wait, when did this even happen?" Han, feeling the pressure of all the eyes on him, asked, "Why are you here?" The doggo's eyes glowed mysteriously as it responded, "Contractor, Towdy has begun to move. If that's the case, its Dharma Protector is likely on the move as well." "Protector?" Han asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Think of it as a guardian," the doggo explained calmly. "It's no ordinary monster. You guys can't handle the Protector, so I will share my ether with you, Han Seung-hyuk." The group was speechless as Han's name was mentioned specifically. "Stop the Protector with this," the doggo continued, "so that it cannot reach Towdy." Han, still trying to wrap his mind around this, stammered, "What about Towdy?" "Towdy will be handled by us. Don't worry about it," the doggo replied. "We?" Han blinked, confused. "Just take the ether," the doggo said with a dismissive wave of its paw, like this was all standard operating procedure. Han, with hesitation, extended his hand, and the doggo's paw met his. A strange fusion of energies was seen swirling between them, and a sudden pulse of power burst from the doggo. The aura began to circulate around Han, making his hair stand on end like he'd just stuck a fork in an electrical socket. "Wow!" Han exclaimed. "Is this the power of the nature gods? Ether?" "Yup," the doggo replied nonchalantly. "Now stop the Protector with it. Good luck, and try not to die." With that, the doggo disappeared in a blink. The girl blinked. "He's gone." Han sighed, staring at the spot where the doggo had vanished. "If it's Towdy's Protector, it's bound to be powerful." She nodded, biting her lip. "Yeah, I'm worried, but we have Han." Han chuckled nervously. "It's still going to be tough. I can't do this alone. I need everyone's help. Let's stop it together." With a newfound resolve, they all gathered, preparing for the fight. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a monstrous figure growled, "My lord, the insects are moving. Take the sky, I will deal with them myself." He began devouring anything in his path, his fury intensifying. "I am the rightful owner of the sky. I'll leave the rest to you." A cruel smirk spread across his face. "It seems I have visitors." As he glanced toward the horizon, 3 creatures, pets of Jiha, approached. They arrived at the perfect time. From the darkness, Growler's voice boomed. "The dimensional crack you've made is quite noticeable. Hungry for more already, huh?" The creature sneered. "Don't stop me from reaching my father, you lowly mutt." A feline-like creature, stalking nearby, hissed, "Who said you could call him father?" The creature laughed, a dark echo reverberating through the skies. "Ha ha ha, just the 3 of you to stop me. You must still be wounded. I could buy myself 10 more years if I eliminate all of you." The unicorn among them growled, "Do you truly believe you can take us all on?" Charging forward, they unleashed their attacks, but the monstrous figure simply smirked. Useless tricks. His voice thundered through the sky as he bellowed, "Come at me. I will kill you all and destroy everything you've ever protected." A vicious battle ensued. The creature bit back at them, but they countered fiercely, slamming him from both sides. Enraged, the creature let out a thunderous roar, shaking the very fabric of reality. The dimensional window shattered, pieces of it raining down like shards of glass. "The dimensional wall is breaking," the unicorn gasped. "If this keeps up, it's sucking me in," the girl shouted, feeling the pull of the collapsing dimension. Suddenly, the whole place began to disintegrate, the surroundings vanishing into nothingness. Far away, in Sichuan province, China, another scene unfolded. The creature roared in fury. "You can't stop me." But the girl's voice rang out defiantly. "You're the one who's going to fall." "No way," the creature snarled. But before he could finish, Growler returned in a flash, slamming a devastating attack into him. "Just die already," Growler growled. "I'll stop you anytime." The creature, weakened and disoriented, gasped. "Is this the end? How did they recover so fast? It's so unfair. He grew weaker and weaker until finally, he vanished into the void, his final word barely a whisper. Father. After Tauti and the three nature gods had disappeared, Jiha was left standing alone, scratching his head. They just vanished. Where did they go? He wondered aloud, scanning the area. No trace of them, no signs of combat. Nothing. Where could they have disappeared to? As the scene shifted, a dangerous place was summoned. Protector, Jiha muttered, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Protector. That's the guardian of Tauti. This is going to be tough. Meanwhile, the battle with Han against the Protector was unfolding. Be careful, was shouted as Han's party members struggled to hold the line. I can't hold for too long, he shouted before blinking out of danger. With a mighty roar, Han activated his first technique, Storm Blade, and charged toward the Protector, his sword gleaming. Upon impact, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The Protector chuckled, unfazed. Not bad for a human. I never thought I'd see that sword technique again. How do you know of the Night Legion? Han's grip on his sword tightened. Legion, you don't need to know. Soon, you'll be gone. The Protector sneered. How arrogant. Flames were unleashed in Han's direction, accompanied by the taunt. You'll be the one reduced to ashes. With a swift blink, Han dodged and brought his sword up with remarkable agility. Storm Blade, first form, Whirlwind Strike, Han yelled, attacking again, his sword slicing through the air, trailing flames. But the Protector laughed again. Ha ha ha, your sword doesn't even tickle me. You're nowhere near powerful enough. A devastating destruction followed, the ground collapsing and giant rock gates shifting. Han, overwhelmed, became confused, trying to figure out how to defeat the seemingly invincible opponent. Dodging attack after attack, Han leaped back, breathing heavily. Watching from a distance, Jiha was biting his nails in worry. Come on, Han, you've got this. A flashback interrupted the scene. Han was seen training hard under the strict eyes of a knight. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he had been told, "You can finally use the Whirlwind Strike. Not bad. You're better than I expected." Panting, Han replied, "Teach me the third technique now." The knight shook his head. "You're barely managing the first. You can't even handle the second yet." Patience, Han. The higher the technique, the more ether you'll need. Push it too hard, and you'll die from a deficiency. Back in the present, Han had activated his second technique. Energy surged from his body, so powerful it caused the Protector to pause in shock. "Is that the aura of Growler?" the Protector stammered. The energy of the doggo radiated from Han, who smirked. "Let's end this." The Protector attacked again, roaring, "Who are you?" But Han's sword, now infused with Growler's energy, slashed through the air with newfound power. A voice echoed in Han's mind, Growlers. "If you're lucky, you can use it once." "Storm Blade, second form, Spiral Slash," Han shouted, channeling all his energy into one furious strike. The Protector was cut down, his massive form crumbling. Han stood panting, his sword still glowing. "Oh my God, I finally did it. The Protector, it's defeated." Watching from a distance, Jiha couldn't believe his eyes. He actually did it, he began celebrating, but quickly stopped himself. "Wait, I can't celebrate just yet." Rushing to the scene, Jiha barked orders. "Little cutie, help rebuild the seal. Knight, gather the others and find out where Bayam and the rest are. I still haven't seen them after the Protector was defeated. Please, be safe." Just then, a growling sound was heard. Jia's eyes widened. No way. Could it be? As he turned, 3 of his pets, now in their giant forms, were seen approaching. Jia's face lit up. "I'm so glad you guys are safe." He rushed to meet them, eyes gleaming. "I missed you too. Are you hurt?" His worry melted into relief. The evening arrived, and all of them were seen resting peacefully around Jiha. He sighed contentedly. Nice. If only this peaceful time could last forever. He gazed at his companions as they slept. I'll have to borrow their strength again if a monster like Tauti ever appears. I need to be the shelter where they feel safe. I'll protect them. I can protect them.